He is on the Facebook Live.
He's the biggest liar. We know him we have been with them for the last 39 years before coming to the Congress and the BJP. He's the biggest liar. He is a very selfish man. He does not think anyone beyond his family. So whatever he is saying is a big lie. And today whatever he's done is because of his self-interest, nothing else.
In other national news, the Ministry of Home Affairs has directed the National Investigation Agency to take over the investigation into the brutal murder of Hindu tailor Kanhaiya Lal, who was beheaded in Rajasthan's Udaipur. The involvement of any organization and international links will be thoroughly investigated, sources said.
A 10-member delegation of Bengal BJP led by the leader of opposition Shinde Adhikari met West Bengal Governor Jagdeep Dhankar. The meeting was held to seek action against Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee after she called for jihad against the Saffron Party at a public gathering.
সামনে আমার 21 জুলাই আছে আপনারা জানেন 21 জুলাই আমাদের শহীদ তর্পণের দিবস 21 জুলাই বিজেপির বিরুদ্ধে জিহাদ ঘোষণা।
After the meeting, Shubhendu Adhikari said that they were concerned about the comment made by the Chief Minister and therefore they were seeking the Governor's intervention.
আমরা প্রশাসনিক প্রধানের এই ধরনের হুঙ্কার
Well, we continue to be live and breaking on Republic TV. I'm reporting outside Matoshri, where we saw some Congress leaders go inside. Bala Sahib Thorat had gone inside and a couple of others. Now, what is happening inside? That is a big question because Congress minister had stormed out of that cabinet meeting yesterday over the renaming of Aurangabad and Osmanabad. We'll continue all those developments and track them for you. Much more coming up on the other side. Stay tuned.
Biggest liar. We know him we have been with them for the last 39 years before coming to the Congress and the BJP. He's the biggest liar. He is a very selfish man. He does not think anyone beyond his family. So whatever he is saying is a big lie. And today whatever he's done is because of his self-interest, nothing else.
In other national news, the Ministry of Home Affairs has directed the National Investigation Agency to take over the investigation into the brutal murder of Hindu tailor Kanhaiya Lal, who was beheaded in Rajasthan's Udaipur. The involvement of any organization and international links will be thoroughly investigated, sources said. A day after the brutal murder of Hindu tailor Kanhaiya Lal, who was beheaded in Rajasthan's Udaipur, thousands of people gathered outside the residence of the victim to attend his funeral procession. Yash, the son of the deceased tailor Kanhaiya Lal, and the family are demanding justice, seeking the death penalty for both the accused. They also stated that the incident could have been avoided if the Rajasthan government and police administration had taken action on time.
मी गेल्या बुधवारीच आपल्याला सगळ्यांना सांगून वर्षा हे निवासस्थान शासकीय निवासस्थान सोडलं माझ्या मातोश्रीमध्ये आलो आपल्या मातोश्रीमध्ये आलो आज मी आपल्या सगळ्यांच्या समोर मुख्यमंत्री पदाचा देखील त्याग करत आहे
इसीलिए वो शकुनी मामा जो है संजय राउत
ये पूरी भीड़ जो है कलेक्ट्रेट पहुंचेगी भीड़ जो है वो बता रही है कि कितना गुस्सा है कितना उबाल है उस बात को लेकर के जिस तरीके से कन्हैया साहू की बर्बरतापूर्ण हत्या कर दी गई ये सैलाब बता रहा है कि उदयपुर एकजुट है राजस्थान एकजुट है हिंदुस्तान एकजुट है
Fadnavis and Shinde to meet the governor shortly to stake claim to form the next Maharashtra government. Fadnavis likely to take oath as chief minister tomorrow. Deputy CM also likely to be sworn in. Shinde camped to approach the election commission to stake claim on the Shiv Sena. Sources suggest Eknath Shinde has been granted Z security cover by the Home Ministry. Shinde camp hits out at Uddhav, says Uddhav chose the Mahavikas Agadi over them. A mass jihadist beheading plot emerges. Agency sources suggest more people were under the hit list. Welcome viewers. After the resignation of Uddhav Thackeray as Chief Minister of Maharashtra last evening, the state awaits word on what is to likely happen next. And for further details of the next incoming Maharashtra government, Uddhav is for the time being the caretaker Chief Minister. There is a letter to him written by the governor that we have accessed where it puts him in charge of the day-to-day functioning and decisions of that nature. But nothing big, no big policy matters are likely to be discussed or taken up by him as per convention is what the governor says. And it is at the governor's house where the action is headed right now, because very shortly we are expecting Devendra Fadnavis and Eknath Shinde in all likelihood to arrive at Raj Bhavan and stake claim to forming the next Maharashtra government. At this time, we have Niranjan who will join us very shortly from Raj Bhavan. Niranjan is in fact with us also. Niranjan, if you can hear me, what is likely to happen now at Raj Bhavan? What is the timeline for the same and who are expected to be there? Over to you.
Well, Shravan, Shravan is also joining us on the broadcast along with Alisha, Priyanka and all our colleagues, including Shivangi. Aishwarya is here from the Republic Bharat team and from the Republic team. So the entire team is here. Behind me is the Raj Bhavan. We're right outside the Raj Bhavan. Just to give you an idea, Devendra Fadnavis is headed here. He's headed here, Ankit. Devendra Fadnavis is headed here and he's going to come here with Eknath Shinde. Eknath Shinde, we believe, has landed and he's at the airport. From there, he will be accompanied by the BJP. At least 500 workers, we are told, of the BJP will be with him. And they will be heading here straight. They will come here straight. They will meet the governor. They've sought time. We are being told around 3 p.m. So they will come here around 3 p.m. Devendra Fadnavis and Eknath Shinde will come here with a few BJP core committee members, and they will be going inside the Raj Bhavan that's behind me. So you'll see that a lot of police bandobast is being made here. So police security arrangements to ensure that in a short while from now you'll see more security behind me. And that's the media has been asked to stay in a corner. We've just sort of broken aside to give you a clear view of how things are looking from a distance. But they will be coming up. They will be seeking time from the governor and staking claim. And tomorrow they will be taking oath, is what we are being told. It will be a small affair. Devendra Fadnavis and Eknath Shinde. Fadnavis, the Chief Minister, Eknath Shinde, the Deputy Chief Minister. And we don't have the exact breakup of the council. I don't want to speculate on that. You will never get the accurate, number or name. It's just kite flying that many channels are trying to do. So I'll stay away from that. But what I can tell you, they're going to come here in a few minutes from now and they will be meeting the governor and they will be taking oath tomorrow in what will be a small affair. And let me go across now to Abhishek as well. Abhishek, Shravan, Alisha, Priyanka, Shivangi joining us on the broadcast. Abhishek, over to you. Abhishek, what are you hearing? Has he landed? It was 1:45. It's about 2 now. Should have landed by now and should be leaving any time now. It's a roughly a 40-minute journey from there to here.
Well, yes, Shravan. In fact, we are trying to gather whether Eknath Shinde has landed. He was supposed to do that at 1:45 p.m. Huge mass of supporters there outside the Mumbai airport to receive their leader, who has really single-handedly managed this regime change, given the internal contradictions of the Shiv Sena, to the extent where such is the isolation of Thackre's, Niranjan, that today at Matoshri, from where Shivangi is reporting, there is not a single Shiv Sainik to express support for the beleaguered Thackre's. And that, in a way, is one parallel side story of the entire saga of Maharashtra political crisis, Niranjan, over the last fortnight, that the rebellion is essentially symptomatic of the distance that had come in between the Thakres and their support base, their mass base, their core constituency. And these leaders, led by Eknath, Shinde and other MLAs with their ear to the ground, could understand that this was happening, that the cadres were disenchanted, that they were unhappy, they were confused, they were directionless, and it was dangerous heading into another election cycle. And that's why I think this rebellion happened. More importantly, it succeeded, Niranjan. That's something which we are going to continue to discuss all day. But as of now, at the Devendra Fadnavis residence from where I am reporting, core group meeting of the BJP continues. Top leaders of the state unit of the party are there. They are waiting for Eknath Shinde to come in. In fact, I can tell you that apart from Shinde's supporters from the Shiv Sena, and that issue, of course, still remains undecided whether we call him the original Shiv Sena or the breakaway Shiv Sena, which obviously ultimately a call would be taken by the speaker in Maharashtra Assembly. And before that, of course, a speaker would have to be decided, which is another complex issue, which is occupying the minds of these leaders closeted inside behind me in the Sagar Bungalow residence of Devendra Fadnavis. And that's something which is going to be crucial. Eknath Shinde to be received by his supporters and some BJP leaders. I'm told they are inside. Maybe you can talk to a couple of them, and they would be coming with Shinde straight to Fadnavis' residence. After confabulations, the two leaders in a carcade would be going to the governor's house also, and then you can expect that a formal staking of claim would happen with numbers or the names or the list, whatever way it is done, provided to the governor to convince him that the new formation has the numbers to prove its majority on the floor of the house and hence can be invited to form the next government in Maharashtra. That's how the day really pans out. There is a complexity involved in terms of, deciding the next speaker, because some changes had been made in the process of the Maharashtra Legislative Assembly rules on how a speaker is elected among themselves. And that change was in fact challenged by the BJP. So that is one bit which is being discussed here. But not a very big issue, but obviously has some legal wrangles to be sorted. And that's what is being discussed. We are told in fact that the issue of sharing power with the Shiv Sena rebel group is the least of the concerns or the smallest of the concerns, given the chemistry that exists between Eknath Shinde and Devendra Fadnavis from the time that the two were in the government. Fadnavis as Chief Minister and Shinde as Urban Development Minister between 2014 and 19. And in fact, the partnership, the friendship, the relationship has really endured from those times, culminating with this coordination that would have happened, obviously, it can't be denied, between the BJP and the rebels for them to stick together for almost a fortnight before the Maharashtra Vikas Aghadi government collapsed. So that's how things are placed here, Niranjan. And we continue to bring to you all updates as they happen. As of now, at the Fadnavis residence, the BJP leaders waiting for Shinde to arrive, and he would be escorted by some BJP leaders from the airport, some of whom you can talk to.
Yes, Abhishek, getting in some more breaking news pictures of the meeting that was conducted by the NCP earlier today. Inside pictures of the NCP meeting. I'm breaking those pictures right now. Let me get you those pictures and also the details of that meeting. Now, the NCP also went into a huddle, perhaps strategizing on what they now need to do. Now, the NCP has always been prepared to sit in the opposition. The NCP will sit in the opposition now after the numbers are proven by Eknath Shinde and Devendra Fadnavis when they come here to the Raj Bhavan in a few minutes from now. So while we stay on those pictures coming in from the NCP huddle, the NCP leadership, some of the questions in front of them, will it be, who will be the opposition leader, for example? That is one question that came up earlier today, and I think some of those questions were also asked to the Congress party, for example. The Congress party said, something to the tune of, how Uddhav Thackeray has been sentimental and not sure whether he will be the opposition leader. So between the Congress and NCP, I think they'll have a discussion internally on who should be the opposition leader. So that's another question ahead of them when the NCP meets in a short while from now, and that meeting is also underway. Let me toss it also to my colleague Shavan. Shavan and Alisha together at the hotel. Yes. Okay, getting some more reactions. Let's play that out. Before I go across to Shavan, some of the responses we're getting into our newsrooms this afternoon.
The role of NCP is going to be very important in taking into consideration when Mahavikas Aghadi government is all set to fall. How will NCP take this situation? With me is Rohit Pawar, who is going to be giving his views. Rohit sir, how do you view the entire situation, taking into consideration that Devendra Fadnavis, in collaboration with Eknath Shinde camp, is all set to form the government?
You see, in last 3 years, we new MLAs have seen a lot of things. We have seen something like Corona. If you look at past years, there was this plague, there was this swine flu, etc. So in 3 years, we have seen such kind of disease. We have seen storms, we have seen floods, and we have also seen a very different combination like Mahavikas Aghadi Sarkar forming at the beginning of this term. And now in last 10 days, we have also seen a big party falling apart just because their MLAs, they revolted. So in these 3 years, we have seen a lot of things. But if you ask any MLA from the other party, whether it is Congress, Rashtravadi, or if you ask common people also, they are not very comfortable with what things have happened. But finally, they have come in power. They will definitely try to take certain decisions which may go in their favor or which may, be little public oriented. But let's see what happens. But we, as a party, and also along with Congress and all, would be good opposition parties, and we all will definitely put forward opinions of common people in Vidhan Sabha.
You mentioned about Shiv Sena, as form of a big party falling apart. How does NCP, and more importantly, how does Sharad Pawar Sahib, look into all this situation?
See, according to him, what happened was not good. Because, if you look at Bala Sahib Thackeray, if you look at Uddhav Thackeray ji.
Okay, so that was the NCP. The NCP speaking to Republic TV, Rohit Pawar, I think that was speaking to Republic TV's Piyush Shori. Piyush Shori is tracking that meeting at the NCP huddle. And let's also tell you that as of this minute, Congress leaders, senior leaders are meeting Uddhav Thackeray, and that meeting is underway at the Matoshri, which is the personal residence of Uddhav Thackeray, who resigned as the Chief Minister of Maharashtra last evening. So let me also get in a word from Shivangi. Shivangi's been camped outside the Matoshri for over a week now, and Shivangi is from Delhi, but she's on an assignment in Mumbai, and she's been tracking every movement of who's coming in, going out of the residence of the Chief Minister of Maharashtra, the former Chief Minister of Maharashtra, Uddhav Thackeray. Let me go across to Shivangi. Shivangi.
Right, indeed, a couple of Congress leaders have gone in, and the latest is Gajanan Kirtikar, member of Lok Sabha Shiv Sena, had just entered Matoshri, the latest entrant in Matoshri. Earlier, Prithviraj Chavan was there, Bala Saheb Thorat was there, couple of Congress leaders. Now, when I said NCP, what I meant was that earlier we had seen more of NCP leaders entering Matoshri for the past couple of days, Niranjan. So, seeing Congress leaders enter here after the Chief Minister has resigned now, after Uddhav Thackeray has resigned now and is now just a caretaker CM, this is very interesting as of this moment, because now that we just saw that press conference from the Shinde camp where they said that they thought that the NCP and the Congress were unholy allies of Uddhav Thackeray. They didn't want that alliance with Congress and the NCP. So after that statement which was made earlier by the Shinde camp, we are seeing some movement happen right now in Matoshri. Now it remains to be seen what they could be talking about, because clearly they are going to lose power. They're going to lose power now. It is going to be a new government which will be formed. It's very interesting what they will talk about, because also the governor has written to Uddhav Thackeray saying that you cannot make any policy decisions anymore. You can just take care of day-to-day administrative work which is going to happen in the past till the next government is formed. So, Niranjan, what could they be talking about at this point of time? It is very, very interesting. What we believe is that it's just a last-minute meeting right now after Uddhav Thackeray has resigned, because he has no other options left.
Shivangi, I think we're also getting in some pictures from Goa Shivangi, I'm getting in some pictures from Goa where Priyanka is on the move. Priyanka is on the move from one location to another. The MLAs will stay there, but their leader Eknath Shinde is in Mumbai. Eknath Shinde has landed. Eknath Shinde is going to meet Devendra Fadnavis first at his residence, and he will head here behind me. This is the Raj Bhavan behind me. You'll see, there is a lot of security in place. Police ensuring that the roads are clear when Devendra Fadnavis and Eknath Shinde arrive here in a few minutes from now. That meeting was scheduled for 3 p.m. and that is the Raj Bhavan behind me, and they will be here and they will speak to the governor and stake claim. Stake claim, take oath. Tomorrow is the breaking news that I have here from Mumbai. I'm going across to Goa where Priyanka is joining me live. She's on the move. She's tracking the Shinde camp, which is for now staying put in Goa. Priyanka.
Niranjan, in fact, we have seen a complete change in the kind of demeanor of the Eknath Shinde camp, because we had seen earlier at the resort, they were not allowing anybody to come in, and now we are seeing that the spokesperson has addressed the media and they are in fact going to be speaking to us later on as well. And this has happened after Eknath Shinde has left from that resort. And what we are learning from our sources about the kind of conversations that have gone on between the BJP and the Eknath Shinde clan is something that Eknath Shinde is going to be discussing further in Mumbai, and he perhaps will be coming towards where you are as well at around 3 p.m. is what we had learned as well, Niranjan. But we are also learning that yesterday Eknath Shinde and BJP had also had a lot of meetings about how to move forward when it comes to moving all the MLAs to Mumbai as well. Whether they will be coming before the oath-taking ceremony or not, and to which Eknath Shinde had replied to the BJP claiming that they also want to carry out this show of strength to show that all of these people are standing behind Eknath Shinde, all of these MLAs are standing with Eknath Shinde, because remember, Niranjan, we are seeing that the fight is not ended, at least for Eknath Shinde, who will be approaching the election commission as well for staking claim of Shiv Sena as well, because from the very get-go, Niranjan, Eknath Shinde and his clan has been claiming that we are the real Shiv Sena, that it is Uddhav Thackeray who has betrayed the party. They are the one who has betrayed Hindutva, Balasaheb Thackeray, Anand Dige. All of these things had been said, and now today they are saying that we are walking the talk when it comes to staking claim of Shiv Sena, because they are claiming that they are still in sync with the ideology of Balasaheb Thackeray, in sync with the ideology of Hindutva, and to that they have also said that the natural ally for Shiv Sena had always been BJP, and that is exactly what we are going back to doing as well. As we were talking about earlier, Shivangi also pointing out that they had called this the MVA government a completely unholy alliance, with the NCP and the Congress. In fact, the Shiv Sena MLAs in fact had also come out from the Shinde camp, had said that the NCP MLAs were making life difficult for them in their constituencies. They were not letting any of the work to be done as well on the ground level. This is something that we are picking up from the MLAs of the Eknath Shinde camp, who now we see a change in the demeanor, because with a sigh of relief, because there had been hectic.
Okay, lost the line there with Priyanka, but there's some movement here, Priyanka. There's some movement here. Basically the media is being allowed inside, so if you want to go inside the Raj Bhavan, you can do that. I think that's merely for a photo opportunity. Not sure whether at this point Devendra Fadnavis or Eknath Shinde will want to speak to the media. Maybe just give a mandatory soundbite to the media as a matter of courtesy. But apart from that, unlikely that they're going to speak. So we're going to stay put here, because they will have to pass through, pass us this way and then get into the Raj Bhavan. So you'll see a lot of action here unfolding in the next half an hour. In the next half an hour, I'm playing out some of the responses, the political responses to the developments in Maharashtra. You've had a government fall last night. Uddhav Thackeray has resigned as the chief minister, and Devendra Fadnavis is headed here as we speak. In about 30-35 minutes, Devendra Fadnavis along with Eknath Shinde will be entering the Raj Bhavan right here behind me, and they will be going inside and staking claim to form the next government in Maharashtra with the support of 160 plus MLAs. Here are some of the responses coming in to this big developing story in Maharashtra.
Doesn't have the guts to face the assembly. That was very clearly evident. Only for namesake they have been saying that 20 of the rebel MLAs, in fact, we can't call them as rebel MLAs. They have actually revolted against the dictatorship and the attitude of Uddhav Thackeray and the anti-Hindu attitude of Uddhav Thackeray. But so they are now the real Shiva Sainiks, and they are the real Shiva Sena now. It has been clearly established.
Democracy is a numbers game, and those who have the numbers in the house, which is the legislative assembly, they are the ones who form the government. The original vote of the election was for the BJP. The BJP was the single largest party, and therefore the BJP should have formed the government. There was an alliance earlier also, but to keep the BJP out, this alliance came. It had its own contradictions. Now, if people within the Shiv Sena there felt that the party is not working as per the ideology of Thackeray ji, and it is not working as per what should be the mandate of the people, they moved out of the party. And the BJP, as the single largest party, if it can prove its majority, it is entitled to do so.
Shiv Sena is not born for power, power is born for Shiv Sena. हम सत्ता के लिए पैदा नहीं हुए, सत्ता हमारे लिए पैदा हुई. ये बाला साहब ठाकरे जी का एक मंत्र रहा हमेशा. हम वापस काम करेंगे और फिर एक बार अपने बलबूते पर सत्य पे आएंगे.
महाराष्ट्र में तो बोल ही दिया, सबको पता है भाई. अगर उनके साथ में समझौता होता तो शिवसेना बहुत बढ़िया थी. समझौता नहीं है तो शिवसेना को ही तोड़ दिया उन्होंने. तो ये किसने तोड़ा है? तो इस तरह से ये है कि जो बीजेपी की सरकार है ये बड़ी खतरनाक है. ये पूजा पाठ के पुजारी तो लगते हैं कि पूजा पाठ करते हैं, बहुत धर्म कर्म को उसको मानते हैं, लेकिन ये बलि प्रथा वाले हैं. जिसमें बलि प्रथा दी जाती थी तो उस प्रथा के, उस खानदान के ये लोग हैं. ये झगड़ा करवाने में, तोड़ फोड़ करवाने में, करने में, उसमें माहिर हैं ये लोग.
And you're looking at the kind of the varied political reactions come in from different political parties, and all of them, you see the change in the tone in these parties. That's something that you would have noticed in the last 10 days. In fact, we have been reporting since this crisis broke out early last week, and see how the tone has changed from being overconfident to being confident to losing numbers and eventually stepping down. And you will see that now they've all resigned to their fate. Of how the situation has unraveled in the last 2.5 years. Let me get a word from Shivangi as well. Shivangi is outside the Matoshri, which is the residence of Uddhav Thackeray. I think there was some movement there. Congress leaders met Uddhav Thackeray. Any idea about what that meeting was all about? Shivangi.
Right, I'll just give you a short update as we are getting it. We are just standing outside the gate of Matoshri because as they come outside, we want to get a reaction from them to ask them exactly what was happening. We saw a couple of Congress leaders go inside. Right now, somebody has come out. Sartaj Patil, Congress, has just left Matoshri. We asked him, we put up our mic there, we asked him what was the meeting all about. He did not say anything, he was not commenting. We asked him about the move as well, what is happening right now. No comment coming in so far. But it's very interesting, Niranjan, like we have been reporting from Matoshri today, that we are seeing a lot of Congress leaders go in and come out. Prithviraj Chavan had also gone inside. Balasaheb Thorat had gone inside. We are waiting for them to come out so we can get a word from them. What exactly is this meeting about? And what is the point of even having a meeting after Uddhav Thackeray has stepped down and a new government is going to be formed by tomorrow, Niranjan?
Yeah, just stay with me, Shivangi, stay with me. And I'm going across also to, I think, Alisha's live with us, Priyanka is live with us, Abhishek is live with us, Shavan is live with us. Let me quickly get in a word from Abhishek. Abhishek, before we hit a break, Abhishek, if I can come across to you about what you're hearing. I think Shinde has landed. That's the other breaking news update. We can tell our viewers that Eknath Shinde, leader of the Shinde faction of the Shiv Sena, has landed. He's landed in Mumbai and he's heading here. When I say here, I mean South Mumbai. This is the Raj Bhavan right behind me. You will see that arrangements are being made. Media is being allowed. Media has been given their designated spaces to take, as Devendra Fadnavis and Eknath Shinde are all set to reach this location in a short while from now. Okay, so Eknath Shinde has landed. The action expected here today. He's going to Abhishek. We are hearing that they will prove their numbers, stake claim, in all possibility take oath tomorrow in what is likely to be a small affair. But then the legal battles will continue because they're also staking claim to the symbol. Abhishek, quick response from you and then we'll take a break. Abhishek.
Oh, you are right, Niranjan, there. In fact, so far as numbers go, it's a given. I don't think there is any doubt, given the fact that Uddhav Thackeray did not even deem it fit to, come to the assembly, at least make an address before the floor test and then declare that he is resigning, because obviously he knew that it would be an exercise in futility because the numbers are so woefully dismal for the Maharashtra Vikas Aghadi. So numbers is not the issue. It's the legal wrangles that you mentioned in the second half of your question that's causing a bit of a nag to the BJP and the rebels, because remember, there were some changes made in the rules for election of a speaker in Maharashtra Assembly, and it was the BJP that went to court against that change. So till that remains sub judice, how you elect a new speaker, whether you agree to elect the new speaker as per the change rules, that's something which is being discussed and a legal way is being found out. Also the issue of which is the original Shiv Sena, who would be the Shiv Sena legislature party leader, whether to accept this breakaway group as a different party and name it differently, make their separate arrangements for seating in the assembly. All those things are being thrashed out, but it's not very complex. The solution will be found, and that's why we are told that by 4 p.m. irrespective, because those issues will take a couple of days maybe to be sorted, but by 4 p.m. the two leaders, Devendra Fadnavis and Eknath Shinde, both would be approaching the governor, formally staking claim to form the government, and following which there might be a joint press conference as well. The rebel group, of course, stays put in Goa on security concerns, and once it becomes clear that the governor has invited them and tomorrow oath taking happens, you can expect that even those MLAs would be brought to Mumbai.
Let's take a short break and come back to the live coverage. Abhishek, I'm coming back to you after the short break. We're outside the Raj Bhavan. That's the Raj Bhavan there where Devendra Fadnavis and Eknath Shinde will be arriving anytime now. I'm taking a short break and coming back to the live coverage. The largest reporting team, the most experienced reporting team on the ground with you today. Live in Goa, live in Delhi, live in Mumbai. Stay tuned. We're live at the Raj Bhavan right now. Coming back to the live coverage.
मी गेल्या बुधवारीच आपल्याला सगळ्यांना सांगून वर्षा हे निवासस्थान, शासकीय निवासस्थान सोडलं, माझ्या मातोश्रीमध्ये आलो, आपल्या मातोश्रीमध्ये आलो. आज मी आपल्या सगळ्यांच्या समोर मुख्यमंत्री पदाचा देखील त्याग करत आहे.
इसीलिए वो शकुनी मामा जो है संजय राउत, अब मुझे लगता है उनके पास मुख्यमंत्री ने रिज़ाइन दे दिया है. ऐसी बातें करना उनको योग्य नहीं है जब राज्य के मुख्यमंत्री को कॉन्फिडेंस नहीं है कि यहाँ पे बाला साहब के विचारों के सैनिक हिंदुत्व को लेके आगे बढ़े हुए विद्रोह किया है और वो वापस आने का तो कोई चांस नहीं.
देखिए, गवर्नर ने तो फ्लोर टेस्ट एज पर गवर्नर्स ऑर्डर को कहा है, सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने एज पर गवर्नर्स ऑर्डर कहा है और गवर्नर ने निर्देश दिया है चीफ मिनिस्टर को, सिटिंग चीफ मिनिस्टर को. तो फर्ज तो उनका है कि कल वो फ्लोर टेस्ट होल्ड करें, लेकिन यदि करेंगे कि नहीं, मुझे डाउट लगता है कि लास्ट स्टेटमेंट में उन्होंने कहा है कि शायद मैं रिजाइन त्यागपत्र दे दूंगा.
We have been seeing him on a Facebook since 3 years. We never seen him on the street. The first chief minister of the Maharashtra who has not even come in Mantralaya more than 5 times. Out of that 3 times he came in the lobby and gone from there itself. So always he is on the Facebook live.
मी गेल्या बुधवारीच आपल्याला सगळ्यांना सांगून वर्षा हे निवासस्थान शासकीय निवासस्थान सोडलं मातोश्री माझ्या मातोश्री.
After Maharashtra CM Uddhav Thackeray resigned from his post, the Maharashtra legislature has issued a circular informing all MLAs that the special assembly session will not take place today. This is because there is no need to hold a floor test now.
Eknath Shinde camp is very firm with the decision that they don't need to get merged with the other party. They are going to get an alliance with the Bharatiya Janata Party.
Top headlines at 2:30. Fadnavis and Shinde to meet the governor shortly to stake claim to form the next Maharashtra government. Fadnavis likely to take oath as Chief Minister tomorrow. Deputy Chief Minister also likely to be sworn in. Shinde came to approach Election Commission to stake claim on Shiv Sena. Sources suggest Eknath Shinde has been granted Z security covered by the Home Ministry. Shinde camp hits out at Uddhav, says Uddhav chose Maha Vikas Aghadi over there. Mass jihadist beheading plot emerges. Agency sources suggest more people under the hit list. And tracking all the latest on Maharashtra political thriller, the first visuals that we are getting to you right now of Eknath Shinde's touchdown in Mumbai. So he has arrived in Mumbai and very shortly he will be meeting the governor as well. Back-to-back breaking updates coming in. Fadnavis as well as Eknath Shinde will visit the governor and will stake claim to form the next government in Maharashtra. Big update coming in. We have the biggest crew on ground. Niranjan, Abhishek, Shravan, Alisha, Shivangi, everybody on the ground to get us minute-by-minute updates. The first visuals that we are getting to you right now of Eknath Shinde landing in Mumbai. He will be meeting the governor very soon along with Devendra Fadnavis. It's being said that Devendra Fadnavis is set to be sworn in as the next Maharashtra Chief Minister, and Eknath Shinde is likely to be sworn in as the Deputy Chief Minister of Maharashtra. So BJP Shinde to stake claim to form the new government in Maharashtra. Back-to-back breaking updates coming in. We will be going across to Niranjan as well. We have Niranjan with us reporting from the Raj Bhavan. Niranjan, give us more details. We are now getting the first visuals of Eknath Shinde in Mumbai.
Yes, I think he landed a little after 2 p.m. Is what we are hearing. He landed a little after 2 p.m. and these are the first pictures. So he's already en route here where we are right now. And we are in South Mumbai, and Devendra Fadnavis' residence is the first, first pit stop. I have Aishwarya also live with me, so let me get an Aishwarya as well. Aishwarya, so they come here, Devendra Fadnavis and Eknath Shinde come here. They will be staking claim. What is their number like, and will they be taking oath tomorrow? If yes, how many ministers will take oath?
Well, absolutely. But prior to that, we are being told that within the next few minutes, he will meet Devendra Fadnavis first. But prior to that, also, he is going to Shivaji Park, where there is a big statue of Bala Saheb Thackeray. He is going to do Naman there and then pray there, and then he will go. And as we speak right now, I'm just getting visuals of Eknath Shinde leaving the airport. Eknath Shinde is leaving the airport, Niranjan. So Eknath Shinde is leaving the airport as we speak, and we are getting the live visuals there. We have our teams there as well. So Eknath Shinde is leaving the airport. First he is going to Shivaji Park, then to meet Devendra Fadnavis. Then at 4:30 is the official time given by the Maharashtra Raj Bhavan, where we stand. 4:30 is the time which has been given by the governor's office to Devendra Fadnavis and Eknath Shinde. That is the future Chief Minister and the Deputy Chief Minister of Maharashtra. Both of them are coming alongside them. He is going back to Goa tonight. He is going back to Goa tonight also. Then coming back either late tonight or early morning with at least 7 to 8 MLAs. Whether all of those will be a part of the swearing in or not, there is no confirmation on that. That is going to be officially confirmed by the governor's office. But two are being confirmed, the Chief Minister and the Deputy Chief Minister. So Shivaji Park first. He is leaving from the airport. Shivaji Park first.
then Devendra Fadnavis residence, then at 4:30, Maharashtra Raj Bhavan.
Okay, so the 4:30 is the time. I think we're getting in a soundbite of Nana Patole after meeting Uddhav Thackeray at his residence. Let's cut across straight to that.
आली नाही अजून त्याला वेळ आहे त्या प्रक्रियेला त्याच्यावरचं नंतर बोलता येईल
मुख्यमंत्र्यांची राजीनाम्यानंतर समजलेली आहे की यापुढेही कायम दिसेल आपल्याला
तेच आम्ही या ठिकाणी महाविकास आघाडी म्हणून पुढच्या काळामध्ये काम करण्याच्या दृष्टिकोनातलं काय आपल्याला प्लॅन करता येईल त्यावरच्या चर्चा झाल्या
राष्ट्रवादी सोबत एक मिनिट सर आपण जे बघितलं एनसीबी पण नाराजी दर्शवली आज बाळासाहेब पण बोलले की मुख्यमंत्र्यांनी राजीनामा देऊन
That is the reason where we met Uddhav Thackeray today.
आम्हाला एक बघा त्यांनी त्यांच्या भावना मांडलेल्या होत्या ज्या पद्धतीनं केंद्रीय पोलीस दल आणि मुंबईमध्ये जी काही व्यवस्था
We know that they have expressed their mindset whether they were getting a security from the central government.
नाही पाहिजे तसं त्यांना आवाहन केलेलं होतं आणि
there was a differences within the party.
परिवाराचे ते प्रमुख आहेत त्या प्रमुख असल्यामुळे आपल्या लोकांमध्ये
it is something correct we can say that they have just expressed their mindset their feelings
राजीनामा देताना सांगितलेलं आहे
and of course Uddhav Thackeray who has maintained and took care of the feelings that has been expressed by the MLAs.
त्याच्याबद्दलचं त्यांनी वक्तव्य केलं त्याच्याबद्दलची कुठलीही नाराजी आमच्या पक्षामध्ये नाही
there is no differences or upset within Mahavikas Aghadi. Uddhav Thackeray has just expressed what is the difference within the Shiv Sena
आणि त्यांनी निश्चितपणे आम्हालाही सांभाळून या सरकारमध्ये काम केलेलं आहे
Uddhav Thackeray has worked as a chief minister for 2.5 years.
त्यांचं आमचं नातं संपलं असं नाही
and that is the reason where we came to meet him. It doesn't if he is not a chief minister that doesn't mean will not talk to them.
शेवटपर्यंत वाईट असं काही चांगले दिवस
just we came to meet him.
ही भूमिका आमची आहे
मोठा फटका काँग्रेसला दिसत आहे पद्धतीने बरेच औरंगाबादमध्ये राजीनामे
त्याच्या विषयावरचं कुठलंही आता हे नाही आहे जे कॅबिनेटमध्ये डिसिजन झालेलं आहे ते डिसिजन आहे नहीं आखिरी जो सब्जेक्ट है आज जिस तरह से संवैधानिक व्यवस्था का जो मर्डर किया जा रहा है ईडी के माध्यम से डरा धमका कर ये राजनीति खेली जा रही है और इससे अब अपोजिशन में हम लोगों ने कैसी लड़ाई लड़ने का उसका एक प्लान आज मीटिंग में हमने डिसाइड किया और मुख्यमंत्री करके इन्होंने 2.5 साल अच्छा काम किया है और उस विषय पे कांग्रेस ने उनको थैंक्स करने के लिए हम उनके पास आए
You will be in the opposition now. Basically, you have agreed to be in the opposition. All right. That's big news.
Opposition leader का अभी फाइनल होने का.
All right. So you just got that. Now we know what the meeting was about. We just got that. He said that the meeting was about a strategy about when they get into the opposition, when the new government will be formed, what they will do after that, how will they take things forward. Big news coming in from Matoshri about what happened when that meeting had taken place. Many Congress leaders had gone inside. We just spoke to one right now. We questioned him. So basically Uddhav Thackeray now realizing that he will not be in power anymore. They might be sitting in the opposition, and a strategy meet on how they will take things forward. Big news coming in from Matoshri.
The pictures of Devendra Fadnavis and Eknath Shinde there. Eknath Shinde is landed. Let's go back to the pictures and stay full frame of the pictures. You saw him inside a hangar. He perhaps landed in a jet and because it's raining heavily in Mumbai, he was inside a hangar there at the Mumbai airport, welcomed by all these leaders of his own party and also by the BJP. At least 500 supporters were inside. While we stay on those pictures, I'm also getting in some more information that at about 4:30 he comes here. Aishwarya just told us that at about 4:30 he comes here and he meets the governor. The other breaking news update right now, let me see if I have Alisha alive. There's going to be a joint news conference between Devendra Fadnavis and Eknath Shinde. Let's break that right now. Eknath Shinde and Devendra Fadnavis will hold a joint news conference after they meet the governor here at the Raj Bhavan behind me. That's the Raj Bhavan. They will be meeting the governor there, and after the meeting with the governor, they will be holding a joint news conference that's expected a little after 4:30 p.m. So roughly you can assume that about 4:35 p.m. is when that meeting will happen. Let's see if we can go there and also ask them a couple of questions. Okay, so that's the breaking news update coming in, that Devendra Fadnavis and Eknath Shinde will be holding a news conference, and I think all those questions that you had in your mind, we will ask those questions to them as well. What happens to the party? The other breaking news update that came in, that the legal fight will continue for the claim over the Shiv Sena symbol. Now that development is expected at the Election Commission tomorrow, when the legal teams of Eknath Shinde will also proceed. Let me also go in and get in, if Shravan is live, if Alisha is live with me, and Priyanka, Abhishek, let me quickly get in a word from them. Abhishek, you've been looking at the developments. 4:30 we are hearing they come here and they will be addressing a news conference. Now, significantly, this next 2 days, the next 48 hours are also big for the BJP, given that national executive meeting. So I think that's also a big statement that they will be taking into a state where they will be looking to make inroads, that being Telangana. Nationally, I think this is going to be a big move. Okay, let me go across to Alisha. Alisha, I'm getting in Alisha right now. Alisha, you're hearing that Devendra Fadnavis and Eknath Shinde will hold a news conference. Alisha, what time is that expected?
Well, yes, Niranjan, what we are getting in information and confirmed information from the Raj Bhavan that the 3:30 p.m. time has been confirmed for Devendra Fadnavis and Eknath Shinde in Raj Bhavan. So now that we know that Eknath Shinde, who has already landed in Mumbai, he is on his way, and what we've been told that from Kalina, the gate number 8, where he has left already, is importantly directly going to the Raj Bhavan, and from there itself we are expecting even Devendra Fadnavis to reach at the Raj Bhavan, because the time that has been allotted by governor is at 3:30, and this is the information that we are getting confirmed from Raj Bhavan itself. The information that we are getting, they have clearly stated that Eknath Shinde and Devendra Fadnavis to take claims has already asked for a time, and what we get to know that by 3:30 is the time where governor is going to meet Devendra Fadnavis and Eknath Shinde. I'm joined with even Shravan, as we can see there is a latest development, and we are going to know that tomorrow they are all set, the stage which is all set for the oath ceremony.
Well, in fact, Alisha, the latest details that we are picking up from inside the hotel here, all the MLAs who are camping right now, they've got a sense as far as the swearing-in ceremony is concerned, and also in terms of how many number of people, how many legislators would be sworn in. It's roughly, the estimate is about 7 to 14 is what we are given to understand at this point in time, which would be accommodating both the camps.
काँग्रेसचे प्रांताध्यक्ष नानाभाऊ पटोळे, माजी मुख्यमंत्री पृथ्वीराजजी चव्हाण, काँग्रेसचे नेते बाळासाहेब थोरात आणि जवळजवळ त्यांचे सगळेच जे पहिल्या फळीतले नेते होते ते येऊन भेटले. माननीय उद्धव साहेबांशी त्यांनी मनमोकळेपणे चर्चा केली. उद्धव साहेबांनी देखील त्यांच्याजवळ चर्चा केली.
There are MLAs who has come to meet Uddhav Thackeray. There was a conversation and they had a talk with them.
ज्यामध्ये कोरोनासारखं संकट असेल, ज्याच्यामध्ये अनेक नैसर्गिक अडचणी आल्या, ऐन वेळेला माझ्या तब्येतीनं थोडासा मला त्रास दिला, या पार्श्वभूमीवर तुम्ही सर्वांनी मला सहकार्य केलं.
There were many problems that has arisen at this point of time, but I am very happy for those people who have actually helped me at this position.
तर तुम्ही ती मोठ्या मनाने समजून घ्या.
I'm really, I'm sorry for if I have hurt anyone's sentiments.
आम्ही राजकारणामध्ये आहोत. दिल्लीपासून आम्ही राजकारण बघितलेलं आहे. आम्ही तुम्हाला सांभाळून घेतलं, यापेक्षा तुम्ही
We have saw the politics from Mumbai to Delhi.
तुम्ही सौम्य आहात, परंतु तुम्ही दिलेल्या शब्दाला आणि वचनाला जागणारे अशा प्रकारचे सद्ग्रस्त आहात. त्यामुळे शक्य झालं तेवढं आम्ही देखील तुम्हाला काही सहकार्य.
These are the politicians, if we talk about, who have been there to the respect
आणि तुम्ही आम्ही
and to the politics and whatever it comes to the development for the Maharashtra. But I really hope that these people should understand even the sentiment, and if I'm sorry for those if anyone feels bad and if I hurt anyone's sentiment.
अशा प्रकारची कोणतीही माहिती माझ्याकडे नाही. अशा प्रकारे काहीही या क्षणापर्यंत आम्हाला कोणत्या प्रकारची नोटीस नाही.
विरोधी पक्षनेता तुमच्याकडून लढा द्यायला विरोधी पक्षनेता कोण असेल याबद्दल काही चर्चा झाली का?
मॅडम, पहिल्यांदा सरकार स्थापन होतं आणि सरकार स्थापन झाल्यानंतर विरोधी पक्ष नेत्याचं निवड होते. अजूनपर्यंत नवीन सरकारच स्थापन झालेलं नाही.
At first there will be the government that is going to be formed, and later there will be the opposition party that is going to be confirmed. So we have to wait and we have to see what will be the further course of action. There is no talks on the ministerial post. This is just a rumors.
असं आहे की मी जो उभा आहे तुमच्याकडे तो शिवसेनेला बद्दल तुम्ही या ठिकाणी उभ्यात म्हणून शिवसेनेबद्दल बोलण्याकरता उभा आहे. महाविकास आघाडीची सध्या काय मनस्थिती आहे किंवा महाविकास आघाडीची भावना काय आहे ते जे मी काही बघितलं, जे काही मी अनुभवलं ते तुमच्यासमोर शेअर करण्याकरता मी उभा आहे. त्यामुळे एकनाथराव शिंदेंनी काय ट्विट केलं,
I just came to speak to media and came in front of you just to share the sentiment that Mahavikas Aghadi, each leader of Mahavikas Aghadi is going through.
आधी असं म्हणत होतं की आमचं भाजपशी काही बोलणं झालेलं नाही आणि आता मात्र थेट ते आणि देवेंद्र फडणवीस पोहोचतात.
मी तुम्हाला खरं सांगू का, आम्हाला असं वाटलं होतं की आमचा जो शिवसेनेतून एकनाथराव शिंदेंच्या नेतृत्वाखाली एक गट जो बाहेर पडला.
Okay, we're getting in some breaking news now. Getting in some breaking news now that tomorrow is when they will be taking oath. Some more details of that now coming in. First of all, officially today it's between 3:30 and 4:30 is when they're expected to be here and meet the governor. Point number 2. We're hearing that 8 ministers in all will take oath. 8 ministers in all will take oath. Perhaps 3 from the Shinde camp, 5 from the Fadnavis camp. That's tomorrow. 5 from BJP, 3 from the Shinde camp. That's believed to have been the formula for the small oath-taking ceremony that they're planning tomorrow. Now, that's the breaking news update that I'm getting in. Aishwarya also picking up some more details. These are breaking news updates that we're picking up. Tomorrow 3:30 could be the time when the BJP plus Shinde government takes oath. So the BJP will be here. Alisha's live with me. Alisha, I'm picking up some details. If you can confirm this, that tomorrow at 3:30 p.m. is when they will take oath. And 3 from the Shinde camp and 8 ministers in all, and 5 from the BJP likely to take oath in what will be a small symbolic ceremony here at the Raj Bhavan. Alisha.
Well, yes, Niranjan, what we get to know that there is a oath ceremony that is going to take place tomorrow, and most probably it will be by 3:30 p.m. in the afternoon, and that is going to take place in Raj Bhavan itself. And as you rightly pointed out, there are a small cabinet, a small ministerial that is going to, the oath ceremony is going to take place, where 8 MLAs to take place. And importantly, where we got to know that it's a Devendra Fadnavis who is going to take oath as a chief minister, and Eknath Shinde to be the deputy chief minister, and the oath ceremony that is going to take place tomorrow. That's a small oath ceremony that is to be held in Raj Bhavan. But most importantly, the cabinet that will be expanded. Of course, there would be the list that is going to be decided right after the meeting with the governor, because now we know that by 3:30 p.m. where the governor has given a time to Eknath Shinde and Devendra Fadnavis, we know Eknath Shinde was already left from the airport and is directly going to the Raj Bhavan, and he will be joined by Devendra Fadnavis, where they're going to stake claim. Even Deepak Kesarkar, speaking to the media, has confirmed that Eknath Shinde has went to Mumbai, is going to Mumbai just to stake claim, and there is going to be the formation of a government. The new government, not the new government is what been said, but for the people of the Maharashtra who has given a mandate to the party, that is BJP and Shiv Sena, where some of the senior leaders of the Shiv Sena has backstabbed, and that is the reason why, just to respect the mandate of the people of Maharashtra, where the decision has been taken by Eknath Shinde, and that is been supported by the other 38 MLAs. So in total now, the 39 MLAs, and of course Eknath Shinde, speaking to media, said that there are 50 MLAs who are in touch with, and they are together and they are going to support BJP. So there will be an alliance of the Shiv Sena and BJP. But now the legal battle will also, some of the either ways going to start, because Eknath Shinde and Deepak Kesarkar, who has clearly given an intention, a hint that there will be a whip that is going to be issued against the remaining 16 MLAs. If they don't respect the whip, the action will be initiated against them, and that is where the legal action will be taken by the Uddhav Thackeray camp. Yes.
Alisha, I also have Aishwarya here with me. Aishwarya is picking up some more details. I'm just going across straight to him. Aishwarya, what are the details you're picking
Absolutely, at this point of time, we are being confirmed by our sources. 3:30 is the time tomorrow. That is when the swearing in is going to happen. Niranjan, Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis, Deputy Chief Minister Eknath Shinde, 8 ministers, 3 from Shinde Sena camp, 5 from BJP. Who are those? We are trying to get the names first. But 3:30 p.m. is the time tomorrow when the swearing in ceremony of Devendra Fadnavis, Eknath Shinde and 8. So in total, 10 swearing in, 1 Chief Minister, 1 Deputy Chief Minister and 8 ministers. And now you have the security protocol coming in, because any moment now you are going to have the Chief Minister, the next Chief Minister and Deputy Chief Minister both coming together and meeting the governor. And that's the complete protocol taking over here right at Raj Bhavan, and it's raining cats and dogs in Mumbai. But tomorrow morning we are being told that senior ministers from Delhi are also coming in. So they had to go to Hyderabad, but they are going via Bombay to Hyderabad. We are being confirmed at least 4 cabinet ministers from Delhi are landing in Mumbai tomorrow morning. But timing is at 3:30. Chief Minister, Deputy Chief Minister, 8 ministers plus them. That is 10 in total. 3 from Shinde camp, 5 from BJP. Niranjan.
Yeah, and some of the small indications are picking up that they're going to also speak here. You know, you had a van, an OB, a broadcast van from Doordarshan going in that tells you that it's going to be an elaborate setup inside at the Raj Bhavan when they meet the governor and then go on to address the media after that. Devendra Fadnavis and Eknath Shinde, after meeting the governor today, will be speaking to the media. That's the update that we have. It's raining heavily in Mumbai for the last couple of days, and we'll take a break now, come back, and they could be delayed by a few minutes because the traffic, when it rains, even if the roads are cleared, is going to take them that extra 5 or 10 minutes to get here. It's not an easy drive all the way from the airport to here, roughly about 20 kilometers. So we'll take a break now, and when we come back, staying with the live coverage, security arrangements in place to ensure that the next Chief Minister and Deputy Chief Minister meet the governor. Stay tuned.
Amity has been ranked among the top universities globally for producing the most employable graduates by the Times Higher Education UK. Yet another testimony to Amity's excellent placement record.
He's the biggest liar. We have been with them for the last 39 years before coming to the Congress and the BJP. He's the biggest liar. He is a very selfish man. He does not think anyone beyond his family. So whatever he is saying is a big lie. And today whatever he's done is because of his self-interest, nothing else.
In other national news, the Ministry of Home Affairs has directed the National Investigation Agency to take over the investigation into the brutal murder of Hindu tailor Kanhaiya Lal, who was beheaded in Rajasthan's Udaipur. The involvement of any organization and international links will be thoroughly investigated, sources said. A day after the brutal murder of Hindu tailor Kanhaiya Lal, who was beheaded in Rajasthan's Udaipur, thousands of people gathered outside the residence of the victim to attend his funeral procession. Yash, the son of the deceased tailor Kanhaiya Lal, and the family are demanding justice, seeking the death penalty for both the accused. They also stated that the incident could have been avoided if the Rajasthan government and police administration had taken action on time.
मी गेल्या बुधवारीच आपल्याला सगळ्यांना सांगून वर्षा हे निवासस्थान, शासकीय निवासस्थान सोडलं, माझ्या मातोश्रीमध्ये आलो, आपल्या मातोश्रीमध्ये आलो. आज मी आपल्या सगळ्यांच्या समोर मुख्यमंत्री पदाचा देखील त्याग करत आहे.
इसीलिए वो शकुनी मामा जो है संजय राउत, अब मुझे लगता है उनके पास मुख्यमंत्री ने रिज़ाइन दे दिया है. ऐसी बातें करना उनको योग्य नहीं है.
Watching live coverage here on Republic TV. In a few minutes from now, Devendra Fadnavis and Eknath Shinde already en route will be meeting first at the Fadnavis residence. And the police, of course, have a tough job here to try and make sure that the media follows rules and stays clear of the road. We're trying our best to stay within our limits. And Aishwarya is also joining me live right now with some of the breaking news updates. Aishwarya.
Well, absolutely. And as you were just saying, 3:30 is the time tomorrow, 4:30 is the time today, 4:30 is the time which has been given up by the governor's office. We are being told that the meeting will first take place at Devendra Fadnavis' residence, and certain calls are going to be made to Delhi and to Goa simultaneously. And post that, they come here, they meet the governor, they stake claim tomorrow, 3:30 p.m. 10 in total, Niranjan, as you were saying, Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis, Deputy Chief Minister Eknath Shinde, 8 ministers, 3 from Shinde camp, that is 3 Shiv Sena ministers and 5 BJP ministers to be sworn in alongside the Chief Minister and the Deputy Chief Minister tomorrow. What are those names? We are trying to get a confirmation on that as well. But at this point of time, the time has been confirmed by Raj Bhavan sources, 3:30 p.m. tomorrow, 10 minutes here and there. But 3:30 p.m. is the time we are being told. It's going to be a very, very small affair as we are being indicated. But senior ministers are coming from Delhi, and they had back to you, Niranjan.
Aishwarya is simulcasting on both Republic Bharat and Republic TV. We're taking a break now, and anytime now, I think there are indications that anytime now Devendra Fadnavis and Eknath Shinde should be getting here. They're en route. Stay tuned to the live coverage.
Reading allows us to become familiar with ourselves.
We don't read, we won't know what is knowledge. I just find it very interesting to know people's lives, how they went through certain situations, how they dealt with things.
So wherever you want to go in life, if you read books along those lines, then that would really help you in growing.
Reading could mean a million different things to every individual. What does it mean to you? Visit readindia.info to find out more.
मी गेल्या बुधवारीच आपल्याला सगळ्यांना सांगून वर्षा हे निवासस्थान, शासकीय निवासस्थान सोडलं, माझ्या मातोश्रीमध्ये आलो, आपल्या मातोश्रीमध्ये आलो. आज मी आपल्या सगळ्यांच्या समोर मुख्यमंत्री पदाचा देखील त्याग करत आहे.
इसीलिए वो शकुनी मामा जो है संजय राउत, अब मुझे लगता है उनके पास मुख्यमंत्री ने रिज़ाइन दे दिया है. ऐसी बातें करना उनको योग्य नहीं है जब राज्य के मुख्यमंत्री को कॉन्फिडेंस नहीं है कि यहाँ पे बाला साहब के विचारों के सैनिक हिंदुत्व को लेके आगे बढ़े हुए विद्रोह किया है, और वो वापस आने का तो कोई चांस नहीं.
देखिए, गवर्नर ने तो फ्लोर टेस्ट एज पर गवर्नर्स ऑर्डर को कहा है, सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने एज पर गवर्नर्स ऑर्डर कहा है, और गवर्नर ने निर्देश दिया है चीफ मिनिस्टर को, सिटिंग चीफ मिनिस्टर को. तो फर्ज तो उनका है कि कल वो फ्लोर टेस्ट होल्ड करें, लेकिन यदि करेंगे कि नहीं, मुझे डाउट लगता है कि लास्ट स्टेटमेंट में उन्होंने कहा है कि शायद मैं रिजाइन त्यागपत्र दे दूंगा.
We have been seeing him on a Facebook since 3 years. We never seen him on the street. The first Chief Minister of the Maharashtra who has not even come in Mantralaya more than 5 times. Out of that 3 times, he came in the lobby and gone from there itself. So always he is on the Facebook live.
He's the biggest liar. We know him from, we have been with them for the last 39 years before coming to the Congress and the BJP.
Okay, so we're broadcasting live from the Raj Bhavan in Mumbai, where anytime now we're expecting Devendra Fadnavis and Eknath Shinde to arrive. Eknath Shinde landed in Mumbai a little after 2 p.m. and he will be meeting Fadnavis first at his residence here in South Mumbai, after which, accompanied by a few senior BJP leaders of the BJP core committee, they're expected to meet the governor in a few minutes from now. Now, we're also hearing that once they meet the governor, they will stake claim to the government, prove the numbers, and perhaps tomorrow there could be some small oath-taking ceremony. I'll take a break now, and when we come back, we are live from Mumbai. Abhishek, Aishwarya, Shavan, Alisha, Priyanka, Piyush, Ori, Shivangi. The largest reporting team on the ground, getting you the breaking news update from every location. When we come back, stay tuned.
He's the biggest liar. We know him from, we have been with them for the last 39 years before coming to the Congress and the BJP. He's the biggest liar. He is a very selfish man. He does not think anyone beyond his family. So whatever he is saying is a big lie. And today whatever he's done is because of his self-interest, nothing else.
In other national news, the Ministry of Home Affairs has directed the National Investigation Agency to take over the investigation into the brutal murder of Hindu tailor Kanhaiya Lal, who was beheaded in Rajasthan's Udaipur. The involvement of any organization and international links will be thoroughly investigated, sources said. A day after the brutal murder of Hindu tailor Kanhaiya Lal, who was beheaded in Rajasthan's Udaipur, thousands of people gathered outside the residence of the victim to attend his funeral procession. Yash, the son of the deceased tailor Kanhaiya Lal, and the family are demanding justice, seeking the death penalty for both the accused. They also stated that the incident could have been avoided if the Rajasthan government and police administration had taken action on time.
मी गेल्या बुधवारीच आपल्याला सगळ्यांना सांगून वर्षा हे निवासस्थान शासकीय निवासस्थान सोडलं, माझ्या मातोश्रीमध्ये आलो, आपल्या मातोश्रीमध्ये आलो. आज मी आपल्या सगळ्यांच्या समोर मुख्यमंत्री पदाचा देखील त्याग करत आहे.
इसीलिए वो शकुनी मामा जो है संजय राउत, अब मुझे लगता है उन
Fadnavis and Shinde to meet the governor shortly to stake claim to form the next Maharashtra government. Fadnavis likely to take oath as Chief Minister tomorrow. Deputy CM also likely to be sworn in. Shinde camp to approach the Election Commission to stake claim on the Shiv Sena. Sources suggest Eknath Shinde has been granted Z security cover by the Home Ministry. Shinde camp hits out at Uddhav Thackeray, says Uddhav chose the Mahavikas Aghadi over them. Mass jihadist beheading plot emerges. Agency sources suggest more people were under the hit list. Viewers, after 9 days having left the state, having spent time in Surat and then for a majority of the period in Guwahati, Eknath Shinde has now returned to Mumbai. He has landed just a short while ago and he is en route to meet Devendra Fadnavis, and then we are told together the pair will go to Raj Bhavan and they will stake claim to forming the next Maharashtra government. Reporting from Raj Bhavan today, we have Niranjan, who has been there for hours now. And Niranjan, the action is now heading to you. Eknath Shinde, Devendra Fadnavis, all essentially in your vicinity. What are you picking up from on the ground?
Well, I think what we can tell you is both of them are coming here. They will be meeting the governor, and after meeting the governor, they will stake claim and they will prove their numbers and they will seek time. Now, there is speculation on whether it's going to happen today or tomorrow. There is massive speculation on whether it's going to happen today or tomorrow, whether the Deputy Chief Minister and the Chief Minister will take oath and the rest of the ministers, the Council of Ministers, the Cabinet takes oath later. Now there are possibilities, and we can't confirm. I'd like to get in fact, Alisha, Shravan and Abhishek, who are also picking up more details of what these possibilities are. Now, from the different details that we're picking up, both of them will be here, and we were told earlier that Eknath Shinde is likely to fly back to Goa after his engagements in Mumbai today. Now that does indicate that he could perhaps take the message back from here, and once the modalities are worked out about the structure of the cabinet, the Council of Ministers, they could perhaps come back and take oath in larger numbers. Now, that's what we know so far. But let me get you some more details. Let me try and go across also to Abhishek. Aishwarya was live with us right now. Let me also go across to if Alisha and Shravan are live with us. Alisha and Shravan, what are you picking up? Because there are some reports that suggest that taking oath is possible today itself, at least for the Chief Minister or the Deputy Chief Minister. Are you picking up details to that effect?
Well, in fact, Niranjan, I'll just, before I answer that, I'll give you a quick glimpse of what's really happening here, because a lot of movement really taking place of the legislators. Almost all the outstationed BJP MLAs are currently camping here. In fact, in the last few minutes, what we have seen is mostly MLAs from Nasik area and some from Nagpur and Pune. They have also come in simply because they've been asked not to leave Mumbai till the time the government formation has taken place. We've been able to speak to some of the legislators to get a sense of what do they know about it. The sense that I get right now is the fact that as far as the oath-taking ceremony is concerned, there is some sort of agreement with regards to bringing in about 3 to about 5 from the Shinde camp and 5 to 7 coming in from the BJP camp. This would perhaps happen only by tomorrow is what the legislators here are telling me. Remember, the situation still remains fluid because of the core committee meeting that was basically underway at Fadnavis's residence, and not much communication happening thereafter, because whatever the legislators were told, they were basically told by Chandrakant Dada Patil, who was here before he had gone for the core committee meeting. So let me just also walk around and show you a little bit. I'll ask Sunny to just step out from there and come with us and to give you a glimpse of the party workers who had gathered here. Right now, the crowd is thinned a little bit in this area because most of them have basically gone in. And they are saying most of the activities are expected to gain momentum by late evening. In fact, as far as this hotel is concerned, in the next 2 days also, what one can certainly expect is two things. One, that there could be a more number, if the rebel MLAs are brought in Mumbai, they would be camping here, number one. And number two, with regards to whether at all there could be another oath-taking ceremony at a later stage. Another date that is basically doing the round is on 3rd of June. 3rd of June is another date that we got a sense after speaking to the legislators in BJP.
I think Shinde has reached Devendra Fadnavis's residence. I think Suhail is speaking to him. If I can cut across to that as well. Let's see if we have that feed on Republic Bharat where Suhail is asking some questions to Shinde. Abhishek has some action. Abhishek, over to you.
All right, Niranjan. In fact, Eknath Shinde has arrived in a carcade from Mumbai airport. The escort party moving ahead as Shinde gets inside. You will get it in another frame. Eknath Shinde in his car getting inside Devendra Fadnavis' residence, and this is a very congested traffic area. And you can see the pictures of Shinde having gone inside.
शिंदे जी, शिंदे जी, क्या मैं भावी डिप्टी सीएम से बात कर रहा हूँ? शिंदे जी, क्या ये तस्वीरें आप देख रहे हैं इस वक्त? सीधी तस्वीरें एकनाथ शिंदे सागर बंगले पहुंच चुके हैं। सागर बंगले पर एकनाथ शिंदे को आप देख रहे हैं। शिंदे जी, क्या कल शपथ होने वाली है? कल क्या 8 विधायक शपथ लेंगे, 5 बीजेपी के और 3 आपके खेमे के। एकनाथ शिंदे को आप देख रहे हैं इस वक्त तस्वीरों में सागर।
All right, that's the car in which Eknath Shinde has arrived. Absolute pandemonium, chaos as the car reaches inside. In fact, massive security bandobast thrown around the car of Eknath Shinde, the carcade. In fact, a senior ADG rank officer, 2-star ADG rank officer, has piloted and escorted Eknath Shinde's carcade to Devendra Fadnavis' residence, Sagar Bungalow, which is the official residence of leader of opposition. The car has gone inside and everyone is pulling back. We tried to speak to him. Obviously, his mind is preoccupied with other things, and there are supporters of BJP, Eknath Shinde, having collected here. Massive crowd which was not there till a while back. And in a while from now, I think about an hour later, the two leaders, Devendra Fadnavis and Shinde, would be heading to Raj Bhavan, where they would be meeting the governor and staking claim to form the government. I am looking for my VJ. मुबशिर मुझे देखो, उसको मत देखो, इधर आओ. ठीक है. All right. Me and my VJ are together. And see the supporters coming in. The carcade, way being made for the carcade to go. You are seeing some supporters of the BJP sloganeering in support of their leaders, even as the carcade is making its way out of this very narrow road, which is a very busy thoroughfare as well. The BJP supporters enthused, obviously, because they are forming the government or next government in Maharashtra. And the leadership of Devendra Fadnavis also being underscored there. Who should be the Chief Minister of Maharashtra? कौन चीफ मिनिस्टर बनेंगे?
देवेंद्र जी फडणवीस ही बनेंगे. इस महाराष्ट्र के विकास के लिए, महाराष्ट्र को प्रगति पथ पर लेने के लिए देवेंद्र जी फडणवीस ही चीफ मिनिस्टर बनेंगे.
और एकनाथ शिंदे जी क्या बनेंगे?
अभी उसके बारे में तो हम नहीं कह सकते हैं, लेकिन सरकार जो है महाविकास आघाड़ी की सरकार कली गिरी है. उद्धव जी ने राजीनामा दिया हुआ है, तो हम तो उम्मीद करेंगे कि देवेंद्र जी फडणवीस चीफ मिनिस्टर बनेंगे. और एकनाथ शिंदे जी का बड़ा रोल है इसमें. शायद एकनाथ शिंदे जी उप मुख्यमंत्री बन सकते हैं, अच्छा पोर्टफोलियो उनको मिल सकता है. लेकिन महाराष्ट्र के विकास के लिए देवेंद्र जी फडणवीस ही आने वाले हैं और वही चाहिए.
एक बात बताइए कि इसके बाद शिवसेना के काडर और बीजेपी का कार्यकर्ता, उनके बीच में कैसा रिश्ता होगा?
ऐसा है कि अभी आने वाले 11 तारीख को सुप्रीम कोर्ट का निकाल होगा कि शिवसेना पार्टी किस पक्ष में जाएंगी, किस गुट में जाएंगी. क्योंकि जो गट नेता एकनाथ शिंदे जी है, उनके पास जो 39 एमएलए है और शिवसेना पार्टी के पास कुछ 14 या 15 एमएलएस है, तो किसके पास शिवसेना पार्टी का चिन्ह जाता है और शिवसेना नाम किसके गट में जाता है, ये अभी तय होना बाकी है. उस वक्त तय होगा कि किस पार्टी में क्या होगा, कौन से कार्यकर्ता किसके साथ.
तो आप कह रहे हैं कि शिवसेना का रूप बदल सकता है, उसका कंपोजिशन बदल सकता है?
हाँ, अभी शिवसेना बदल ही सकती है. क्योंकि देखिए महाराष्ट्र में 56 एमएलए में एक एमएलए डेथ हुए थे, 55 एमएलए में 39 एमएलए जब एक गट में गए हैं, तो शिवसेना पार्टी आज महाराष्ट्र में 25% तक आई है, ऐसा हमारा मानना है. इसलिए आने वाली रणनीति, आने वाली राजनीति, आने वाले महाराष्ट्र के अलग अलग पार्टी के निर्णय या पार्टी की सोच, ये बहुत सारी अलग होगी.
थैंक यू. BJP supporters present here, and I asked them how would the relationship be between them and the Shiv Sena cadres, to which they are at least showing some clarity that we don't know who Shiv Sena cadre as of now, and that once clarity emerges which Shiv Sena is original Shiv Sena, then the question of relationship between the BJP workers and the Shiv Sena cadres would arise, essentially suggesting that the Shiv Sena, as we know, does not exist anymore. That's the sentiment on the ground. Of course, we have been speaking to others, and they said that perhaps Uddhav Thackeray made a mistake by not engaging with his cadres. But for the next 1 hour, Niranjan, all action here inside. For at least last 4 hours, we have seen BJP leaders confabulating and discussing the government formation, the core group, and now Eknath Shinde is there. These optics are also very important, that Eknath Shinde has come to the residence of Devendra Fadnavis, and Devendra Fadnavis has not gone anywhere to meet Shinde. So the hierarchy is very clear. The order of precedence, so to say, is very clear. From here now, the two leaders would go to the governor's Raj Bhavan, where you are, Niranjan, and we should be reporting about that in an hour from now.
Okay, we're just getting in some more confirmation right now from multiple sources. In fact, 3 or 4 sources, because some channels are trying to fly kites saying that that they're going to take oath tomorrow. We are hearing from multiple sources, even in the Raj Bhavan, that there is nothing of that sort lined up today. Today there will only be today there's only going to be a meeting between the governor, the deputy chief minister, and the future chief minister of Maharashtra. That's Devendra Fadnavis and Eknath Shinde. Both of them are coming here. In fact, Eknath Shinde is already at Fadnavis's residence, very close from where we are reporting. This is the Raj Bhavan to my right, where Eknath Shinde and Devendra Fadnavis will be coming, and they will be meeting. The oath-taking ceremony is tomorrow. That's the breaking news update. So if I can get in Shravan and Alisha on that breaking news update, and Priyanka as well, they have the details. Multiple sources confirming that it's happening tomorrow and not today. Shravan, over to you first.
Well, in fact, we're going by the sense what the legislators here have got so far. In fact, around 1 o'clock is when the communication came in that perhaps the swearing-in ceremony is going to take place tomorrow. But once again, it comes with a caveat that perhaps clarity would come in only much later after the meetings get over. But having said that, all indications only pointing towards one thing, that the swearing-in ceremony, which is going to be a low-key affair, which is going to happen only tomorrow, is what we're getting to know, at least from the legislators here. In fact, Niranjan, around 1 o'clock is when this communication came in, and some of the outstation MLAs, they were about to leave when they were asked to return and stay put inside this particular hotel. So which gives you an understanding that perhaps they've been asked to stay back because the swearing-in ceremony, till the time the swearing-in ceremony doesn't happen, they've been asked to not leave Mumbai.
Yeah. So you know, there is that massive speculation whether that swearing-in will happen today or tomorrow. But they will be coming here today. But I'm not sure whether it will be a hurried swearing-in, because we're hearing in multiple reports. So let me get Alisha as well. Alisha, what are your sources telling you in the Raj Bhavan? Alisha, if you can hear me. Priyanka, you can take that question. Priyanka.
Well, that's right, Niranjan. We had been, as you rightly pointed out, there were multiple reports suggesting whether the swearing-in ceremony will take place today or tomorrow. But the sources in the governor office, in fact, have also confirmed to us that the preparations have been asked to be made for tomorrow itself. So now we will have to wait and watch as to what really happens when Eknath Shinde and Devendra Fadnavis will be meeting and going to the Raj Bhavan as well. And of course, what the further course of action will be with respect to the MLAs that are still here. We are inside that resort where, in fact, the MLAs have been taken. They are inside. And we are seeing a change in the tone and tenor of the MLAs of the Eknath Shinde camp, in fact, who had not been very willing to speak out, who had not been really willing to speak to the media as well. But we have now just seen the spokesperson for the Shinde camp address a huge gathering, address a huge press conference, and then also clarifying several of the points with respect to Eknath Shinde's movement. But the latest is what we're picking up, that Eknath Shinde is expected to come back here in the night and then go again in the morning towards Mumbai, along with all of the MLAs who are here with him. As of now, Eknath Shinde has only gone with 2 more other MLAs, and we have now seen that he will be meeting with Devendra Fadnavis, and of course further meetings will take place with the BJP to decide how the alliance will really shape up and what the cabinet ministers and the portfolios are going to be looking like. But as of now, we are getting a confirmation from the governor office that the preparations have been asked to be made for tomorrow itself, Niranjan.
Yes, Alisha is breaking in some more information that cameras are placed inside the Raj Bhavan, so there could be some sort of a photo opportunity, which it will. And let me go across to her if she's live with me right now. Alisha, are you there? Can you hear me, Alisha? What are the indications? Will they just show their numbers, prove their numbers, take claim today and take oath tomorrow? Okay. I'll let me put that question to Shravan and Abhishek. Abhishek, what are you picking up, Abhishek? You're at the Fadnavis residence. where Eknath Shinde is right now. He's of course must be preoccupied with because I think Suhail tried to ask him a few questions, but he seemed preoccupied, and anytime now they're expected here. Their time, we are told, the appointment taken was for 3:30 p.m. That's 12 minutes from now, and it's they're both close by, so they could be reaching any time now. But is there a possibility, because Alisha also breaking, that cameras are being placed inside the Raj Bhavan? That could be a photo opportunity. Anything more than that? Is there a possibility that anybody could be taking oath? Abhishek.
Niranjan, so yes, there is a plan to address the media, we are told, but that would be after the two leaders meet the governor. And as of now here, you can see the number of the media present to get a soundbite, a reaction, to hear something from those who are inside. Remember, I was mentioning, Niranjan, it's been over 4 hours that the BJP leaders have been closeted inside, and now Eknath Shinde has gone in. Remember also the tweet of Shinde in the morning where he said that till now no conversation has happened between him and the BJP, but is going to happen today. And that is what is going to happen now in terms of alliance, in terms of partnership, in terms of power sharing, in terms of numbers of ministers and the MOS, some of which our executive editor politics Aishwarya has been getting. What is important is that is not a most complex or difficult part. There is always a formula that for every 3-4 MLAs there is one minister, either cabinet or MOS. So that is not the difficult part. The difficult part would be circumventing or navigating or managing the legal issues that are there in terms of appointing the speaker, deputy speaker, how to recognize this breakaway faction, in what manner, whether they can be called a separate party like Shiv Sena Shinde, or whether these can be declared, this group can be declared as original Shiv Sena. Then what would be the legal consequences? Who would be the legislature party leader? Who would be the chief whip? Seating arrangement, other criteria. So those are more important issues that I could gather, Niranjan, after talking to a couple of BJP leaders here in Mumbai. One of them an MLA, two others who are office bearers in the setup here in the BJP. And they said that power sharing is the least of the problem. There is great chemistry, affinity, camaraderie between Shinde and Devendra Fadnavis, and that really takes care of all the issues about power sharing, having number of ministers and whatever, among other things.
Okay, I think there's some movement there from the Devendra Fadnavis residence. I think there's a movement there at the Fadnavis residence, which means that they will be moving from there. They will be moving from there and headed where we are right now, and we are at the Raj Bhavan. So anytime now they're expected here. They should be heading here now, and they will be going inside the Raj Bhavan. I think Abhishek is back. Abhishek, is there some movement there? Abhishek?
No, so this is the movement that we are seeing since morning, Niranjan. It's a busy thoroughfare despite being a very narrow road. And
stay with me, Abhishek. Stay with me. Stay with me. There is some confusion. No, there is some confusion. In fact, I just want to tell you that there is a likelihood of this swearing in that we are talking about. Likelihood of it happening in two parts. We are hearing that there is a possibility of the chief minister and the deputy chief minister being sworn in today, and the rest of them maybe tomorrow. I think they will come now and meet the governor. And hearing that there is a possibility of the swearing in happening later in the evening. Later in the evening, where only the chief minister and the deputy chief minister will take oath, where only Fadnavis and Eknath Shinde will take oath today at some point, and tomorrow the rest of them, the council of ministers, could take oath tomorrow, is what we are hearing. Now these are updates we are picking up. I can't confirm to you the time because I don't have it. The moment I have it, I'll be able to go across. And get you that information. But Alisha is also picking up some details. Let me go across to Alisha. Alisha, hearing that there could be some sort of a oath taking today, where only the chief minister and deputy chief minister could take oath at some point. What are you hearing? What are your sources telling you, Alisha?
Well, Niranjan, it's very early to confirm about whether it will be the oath ceremony that is going to take place today or not, because we know that Eknath Shinde has already reached Sagar Bungalow and they're going to leave for Raj Bhavan, and importantly, there would be a press conference, a joint press conference of Eknath Shinde and Devendra Fadnavis, where they're going to announce, because we know that the camera is already placed inside Raj Bhavan, and any time from now where Eknath Shinde and Devendra Fadnavis is going to reach Raj Bhavan, they're going to meet governor to take claim, and right after that there could be a press conference that is going to address media, and of course it will be a very interesting picture, Niranjan, because this is something we know, and there were many ministers who were given a bite that this is not something a plan of a week or a two, but yes, it was something. Eknath Shinde was upset with Congress and NCP in Mahavikas Aghadis in their alliance with Shiv Sena, and this was a plan of something 1.5 years. So finally the picture that we have been seeing, it will be very interesting inside the Raj Bhavan. First, where Devendra Fadnavis and Raj Bhavan and Eknath Shinde who is going to meet governor, they're going to stake claim, and later they're going to be they're going to address a press brief, and they're going to give information. But what we know that there could be the possibility, yes, it's a possibility of a oath ceremony, but this knows if today or tomorrow. But Devendra Fadnavis is going to swear in as the Chief Minister of Maharashtra, whereas Eknath Shinde will be the Deputy Chief. But we have to wait whether it is happening today or tomorrow, because anything can happen. It is very uncertain to predict at this point of time that what the oath ceremony will be today or tomorrow, because even we are sure that there are many MLAs who have actually, since 2 weeks we are witnessing that the MLAs who are starting from 11 MLAs who first left from Eknath Shinde from Mumbai to Surat and later to Guwahati, and later now there are 39 Shiv Sena MLAs who are with Eknath Shinde, and importantly, I'm sure everyone wants to witness this, because this is something they were asking for. We heard Deepak Kesarkar, who clearly stated they want to take forward the legacy of Bayasaheb Thackeray, and what the Shiv Sena has did, the senior of the Shiv Sena has did is getting in alliance with the NCP and Congress. So this was never asked by Bayasaheb Thackeray. So now what they are doing is
okay, I think we're getting a confirmation of Alisha getting a confirmation of what we said earlier. What we had said earlier, getting a confirmation now that they will be meeting. Abhishek is also picking up similar details that they will be meeting the governor now. Eknath Shinde and Fadnavis will be meeting the governor now, and the oath is likely at 7 p.m. where only the Chief Minister and the Deputy Chief Minister will take oath at 7 p.m. That's something that we're picking up. I'll take a short break right now. When we come back, going back to the live coverage, stay tuned. Taking a short break. We're at the Raj Bhavan right now, and anytime now, from here, from behind me, the convoys of Devendra Fadnavis and Eknath Shinde will be reaching the Raj Bhavan. Anytime now, they will be coming in from here, and the Raj Bhavan is here, and they'll be entering the Raj Bhavan. Cameras are in place. Our crews are also inside the Raj Bhavan. Inside Raj Bhavan, outside Raj Bhavan, at the BJP camp, Fadnavis residence, Uddhav Thackeray residence, NCP. We're live from every location. Stay tuned.
In other national news, the Ministry of Home Affairs has directed the National Investigation Agency to take over the investigation into the brutal murder of Hindu tailor Kanhaiya Lal, who was beheaded in Rajasthan's Udaipur. The involvement of any organization and international links will be thoroughly investigated, sources said. A day after the brutal murder of Hindu tailor Kanhaiya Lal, who was beheaded in Rajasthan's Udaipur, thousands of people gathered outside the residence of the victim to attend his funeral procession. Yash, the son of the deceased tailor Kanhaiya Lal, and the family are demanding justice, seeking the death penalty for both the accused. They also stated that the incident could have been avoided if the Rajasthan government and police administration had taken action on time.
देखिए, गवर्नर ने तो फ्लोर टेस्ट एज पर गवर्नर्स ऑर्डर को कहा है, सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने एज पर गवर्नर्स ऑर्डर कहा है, और गवर्नर ने निर्देश दिया है चीफ मिनिस्टर को, सिटिंग चीफ मिनिस्टर को। तो फर्ज तो उनका है कि कल वो फ्लोर टेस्ट होल्ड करें, लेकिन यदि करेंगे कि नहीं, मुझे डाउट लगता है कि लास्ट स्टेटमेंट में उन्होंने कहा है कि शायद मैं रिजाइन त्यागपत्र दे दूंगा।
We have been seeing him on a Facebook since 3 years. We never seen him on the street. The first Chief Minister of the Maharashtra who has not even come in Mantralaya more than 5 times. Out of that 3 times, he came in the lobby and gone from there itself. So, always he is on the Facebook Live.
He's the biggest liar. We know him we have been with them for the last 39 years before coming to the Congress and the BJP. He's the biggest liar. He is a very selfish man. He does not think anyone beyond his family. So whatever he is saying is a big lie. And today whatever he's done is because of his self-interest, nothing else.
In other national news, the Ministry of Home Affairs has directed the National Investigation Agency to take over the investigation into the brutal murder of Hindu tailor Kanhaiya Lal, who was beheaded in Rajasthan's Udaipur. The involvement of any organization and international links will be thoroughly investigated, sources said. A day after the brutal murder of Hindu tailor Kanhaiya Lal, who was beheaded in Rajasthan's Udaipur, thousands of people gathered outside the residence of the victim to attend his funeral.
Welcome back. You're watching live coverage from the Raj Bhavan here, the governor's residence, where in Mumbai anytime now Devendra Fadnavis and Eknath Shinde are expected to arrive. Eknath Shinde is at Devendra Fadnavis' residence, where my colleague Abhishek also is, and they're likely to leave from there and head towards the Raj Bhavan in a few minutes from now. I think there's some movement at Abhishek's frame where Eknath Shinde is. Let me go across straight to him. Abhishek.
Well, yes, let me just give you a glimpse of what's happening here. Escort vehicles are ready, Niranjan, and if Matoshri can pan right also and show these are the escort vehicles that would take a turn and go take this side. If you also, Matoshri, if you can show that side, how traffic has been stopped. Niranjan, this is a very busy thoroughfare despite being a very narrow road, and this is called Narayan Dabholkar Road and on Malabar Hill, and if you look at this, the other side traffic has been stopped, the cars are not moving, and we are told that in some time the leaders would be coming out and heading to Raj Bhavan. So state set for the BJP formally taking claim to form the government along with the Shiv Sena breakaway group led by Eknath Shinde. I am deliberately saying breakaway group because the exact status of this breakaway group would be decided by the next speaker only, Niranjan, and that's going to take place over the next couple of days. But more importantly, sources tell us that there are deliberations that have taken place which have made them come to a conclusion that oath taking should happen today. There is no point in delaying, as they say in Hindi, Shubhasta Shigram, and with Devendra Fadnavis as the Chief Minister and Eknath Shinde as the Deputy Chief Minister, oath taking might happen as soon as 7 p.m. later in the day. That's what we are hearing. But as of now, of course, Shinde, in the optics that accompanied his coming to Devendra Fadnavis' residence, closeted with the top leadership of the BJP. And remember, this is the first time that they have openly been seen together. And Shinde making a statement by coming in to the residence of Devendra Fadnavis, clearly showing the hierarchy of which is the elder partner, which is the junior partner, which is the senior partner, which is the junior partner. And already the car escorts in place, the carcade in place for the two leaders to come out and go to the Raj Bhavan to stake the claim. Niranjan.
Well, I think that's the most likely scenario right now. So while we stay with those pictures, anytime now, you know, from this road behind me, Abhishek, Aishwarya and Alisha Shavan, this is at the Raj Bhavan. They're expected to arrive from here, and you know, just a little bit of an anecdote. You know, one of our video journalists here, also with us in the broadcast, was telling me that, you know, in 2014 when Devendra Fadnavis took oath, remember covering that extremely well. When he came from here, he stopped. And they managed to get a soundbite. So if we're lucky today, we'll get a soundbite once again. Because, you know, if all had fallen as per place and the agreement made with the Shiv Sena ahead of the 2019 elections, it should have been a government between the BJP and Sena in 2019 as well, but wasn't to be. And we've seen so much of acrimony between these two parties, especially now the Uddhav camp and the BJP. So much so that you even had Uddhav. I think Abhishek, there's some action at Abhishek's location. Let me go across Abhishek. I think they're moving from there.
Devendra Fadnavis is leaving. Devendra Fadnavis, Shinde together. Devendra Fadnavis, Shinde together. In the car we saw Devendra Fadnavis and Shinde are together. Mubashir is going after, and the carcade now moving. I will ask Mubashir to not come in the way of cars. Huge action. A carcade with all BJP leaders moving in. Mubashir, be this side, yes. Huge carcade, all the top leaders of the BJP, all the MLAs who were here, all the office bearers of the party, including party president, including party in charge, including other leaders who were there since morning. They have just left for Governor's house. Chandrakant Dada Patil, the BJP president, was there in the same car as Devendra Fadnavis and Eknath Shinde, sitting together in the middle seat of the car that has taken them to the governor's house. Huge carcade going in, and Niranjan, just in a while they would be reaching where you are, formally staking the claim to form the next government of Maharashtra between the BJP and the Shiv Sena breakaway group led by Eknath Shinde. Dialogue having taken place, and as I said, the formula of how many of them become minister is the least of the consideration for the leadership, because they are very confident that the kind of understanding and equation that exists between the two sides, it's not going to be an issue. What is important is that the governor has to invite them, give oath to the two leaders at least today. Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis, as Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis, and as Deputy Chief Minister Eknath Shinde. Rest of the formation of the Council of Ministers can happen later, maybe tomorrow or even later. But the issues of Speaker, Deputy Speaker, leader of the Shiv Sena group, leader of the Chief Whip of the Shiv Sena group, those are important issues that need to be finalized. But as of now, the two leaders have gone to stake claim formally to form the government of Maharashtra. Niranjan, over to you, because in another 2 minutes, maybe 3 minutes, they should be reaching you with the manner in which the carcade has really gone.
Yeah, because, the police is also trying to, I think that the police is active here to sort of clear the streets. So I think they should be reaching any time now. You'll have the first shot. Trust us, you'll get the first shot. This is the live shot. I'll keep the live frame on the route that they're likely to take, because the carcades are moving. You'll see that the police is clearing the roads, and anytime now, Devendra Fadnavis and Eknath Shinde will be coming. There it is. The convoy has begun to arrive. Devendra Fadnavis and Eknath Shinde arriving here at the Raj Bhavan. You'll see the pictures. That's the pilot vehicle. They have arrived. Devendra Fadnavis, Eknath Shinde entering the Raj Bhavan. They're not going to stop. Chandrakant Patil in the front seat, Eknath Shinde in the middle seat. They've just moved straight. They've gone straight inside the Raj Bhavan. And it's a 7 to 8 carcade. And seeing if any other BJP leaders are here. Yes, I think that CT Ravi, central BJP leaders also present, and they've just driven straight inside the Raj Bhavan. So you saw that Eknath Shinde was in the middle seat, Chandrakant Patil in the front seat. Chandrakant Patil, the BJP chief of Maharashtra, in the front seat, and Eknath Shinde and Devendra Fadnavis seated in the middle of that SUV. Didn't waste any time. Took them about 5 minutes. And the first pictures also coming in of the meeting between Devendra Fadnavis and Eknath Shinde that took place earlier today at Fadnavis residence. That's the moment, in fact, when they met. When they met for the first time after, physically at least. We know that they were meeting online, having online consultations, but it's the first time that they've met after this government has fallen, really. And those are the pictures coming in. Devendra Fadnavis has gone in. The other big breaking news update right now, that the oath taking is likely this evening. Things have moved so fast in the state of Maharashtra and Mumbai. 10 days ago, we weren't even having this conversation when the MLC elections happened. That was the break point. The day the MLC elections came in, results came in, that was the day, that was the night, in fact, when Eknath Shinde moved to Surat, swiftly accompanied by his entire camp, as more and more and more MLAs joined him in Surat, then moved to Guwahati, and the stories moved so much ahead that today at around 7 p.m. we are being told Devendra Fadnavis and Eknath Shinde will take oath. Only two ministers taking oath today at 7 p.m. we are being told. It could only be Devendra Fadnavis and Eknath Shinde today, and the Council of Ministers, Cabinet Ministers could be taking oath later. Some more cars coming in. I think some officers also entering, some senior officers perhaps, but nothing more than that. So whoever has to be inside the inside the Raj Bhavan is already inside. You had the three leaders who matter in the state right now in this entire equation: Chandrakant Patil, Devendra Fadnavis, Eknath Shinde have gone in. In all likelihood, both Fadnavis and Eknath Shinde, we are being told it's an auspicious day today in Maharashtra and for the Marathi people. And today there is a likelihood that at 7 p.m., I repeat, at 7 p.m., both leaders, Eknath Shinde and Devendra Fadnavis, could be taking oath, and central BJP leaders also were present when the two leaders just drove in straight from here. CT Ravi, and a few other leaders who've been monitoring this entire situation. So while we stay with the pictures, let's tell you, right now the two leaders are inside the Raj Bhavan, and if you're getting the parallel frame, I think we have Vaibhav from Republic also there, and Vaibhav should be able to give you an alternative frame, and of course ANI and Doordarshan, all of them are there. So you'll get the best pictures, best coverage here on Republic TV, along with the latest elaborate camera arrangements were also made from the Raj Bhavan side, we are told. So they are prepared for something bigger than just the formality of staking claim. On that note, I can go across to Shravan, Abhishek, Priyanka, Alisha. If Alisha is there, let me try and go across to her and get in a word. Alisha, are you there? Alisha, can you hear me? They've driven inside. Okay, I've lost all the lines there in the melee when all these leaders just drove right in. Let's say full frame for the pictures. Full frame with the pictures. I think, when you look at the different moments from the coverage today, you've had Eknath Shinde landing in Mumbai, and you had Fadnavis and Eknath Shinde shaking hands for the first time after the MLC elections when they came face to face, when they were face to face. And I'm getting in breaking news update. The Chief Minister will be taking oath at 4:30 p.m. Breaking news right now. Devendra Fadnavis will take oath at 4:30 p.m. I repeat, Devendra Fadnavis will take oath at 4:30 p.m. Story breaking on Republic right now. Alisha breaking the story. We thought it was 7, but it's happening at 4:30 p.m. 1 hour from now, Alisha. They're not going to wait. They're in a hurry.
Well, Niranjan, there is a correction that the oath ceremony is likely to take today. That has been the information that we are getting from the Raj Bhavan, the official statement that has been given. But it has been said that by 4:30, whoever want to cover the oath ceremony, they have to send a name. So there is a number that has been provided in the same press note. So it is clearly stated that Raj Bhavan, if I read the exact content, we stated that Raj Bhavan माननीय मुख्यमंत्रीचा शपथविधी कार्यक्रम होण्याची शक्यता आहे, which means it is likely that oath ceremony of the chief minister is going to take a oath where it is likely, it has also been mentioned, and it is also mentioned further that या कार्यक्रमाचे वार्तांकन करण्यासाठी आपल्या वृत्तपत्रांचे एक प्रतिनिधी, तसे इलेक्ट्रॉनिक मीडियाचे एक प्रतिनिधी आणि एक कॅमेरामॅन यांचे नाव तात्काळ आज सायंकाळी 4:30 पर्यंत Devendra Patil, who is the PRO, who has been said that who has been managing the oath ceremony. So if I give you the information what has been mentioned, the statement that has been provided, the alert that has been given by Raj Bhavan, we stated that today Chief Minister oath ceremony likely to take place, and whoever wants to take and attend the oath ceremony, any one cameraman and one reporter are allowed from one organization that are allowed inside for the oath ceremony is what that have been told. So yes, it is but the confirmation that is being given from the Raj Bhavan that Chief Minister oath ceremony likely to take place today.
Okay. Okay, so that's the confirmation coming in. Alisha's confirming that the oath-taking ceremony is at 4:30 p.m. At 4:30 p.m. So we should be able to get you that live coverage from there. Okay, let's also tell you that we have the breakup of how many ministers are going to take oath. Alisha, if you can also tell us quickly what you're hearing about how many ministers will take oath. No, not today perhaps, but over the course of the next few days. And why the hurry? Why the hurry?
Well, Niranjan, we have heard the statement that has been given by whether it is Eknath Shinde or whether it is Deepak Kesarkar, who state that at this point of time the decision of taking out the support from Mahavikas Aghadi is just because the number and specifically the mandate. The people of Maharashtra that has given a mandate to BJP and Shiv Sena, but that is something has been backstabbed by the senior leaders of the Shiv Sena. That is a direct attack to Uddhav Thackeray for the power, and now where they have been moving ahead, now we know that Eknath Shinde has taken a step where on the first day, that is on 20th June, where with 11 MLAs he went to Surat, and right after we saw that now in total 39 Shiv Sena MLAs that has been present with Eknath Shinde. And importantly, what we know that if you're talking about the oath ceremony, so yes, Chief Minister likely to take oath today is what have been said and informed by the Raj Bhavan official that has been given, and the name has to be given. Whoever the reporter and video journalist who is going to inside for the oath ceremony, who is going to attend to cover the oath ceremony, has to give their name by 4:30. So there is a high possibility of Devendra Fadnavis, whose name is in front, that Devendra Fadnavis is likely to take oath as a chief minister is what we have been told, and we have to wait and watch, because now we know that already Devendra Fadnavis and Eknath Shinde, who are together at a Sagar Bungalow, and they will be moving to Raj Bhavan. At first they are going to meet governor, and right after that there could be a press conference and a post. It is expected that Devendra Fadnavis is going to take oath as a chief minister.
Well, fast-paced developments here in Mumbai. So what we'll now do is we'll watch out. We'll watch out for the first pictures. Of Devendra Fadnavis meeting the governor. And at 4:30 p.m., around 4:30 p.m., he's going to take oath as the Chief Minister of Maharashtra. Even 1 hour, it appears, is a very long time in Maharashtra. So much changes here every hour, every minute. Let me go across to I think Priyanka is also joining us right now along with Shravan. If I can get a word from Shravan, what Shravan is hearing. Okay, first Priyanka and then I'll go across to Shravan. Priyanka, over to you.
Well, yes, Niranjan, as you are pointing out, the oath-taking ceremony that is all set to take place today, and we are seeing that Eknath Shinde was expected to first come to Goa by tonight, but we are learning that there is some change in the plan in that front as well, Niranjan, as you rightly pointed out. In 1 hour, there are very fast-paced developments that are going on, and we are tracking those very closely. First, we were learning that the oath-taking ceremony will be happening tomorrow itself with all of the MLAs, because in the meetings that were being carried out in the communication between the Eknath Shinde camp and the BJP leaders,
there's an official release that's come out.
That he wants to
there's an official release.
Show of strength. Yeah.
There's an official release. Priyanka, there's an official release now that it's happening at 7 p.m. That the oath taking is happening at 7 p.m. So it's a correction. It's happening at 7 p.m. but you will have to register by 4:30 p.m. I think officially it's at 7 p.m. Yes, officially we are told that it's at 7 p.m. Yes, Priyanka, go ahead.
Well, absolutely, Niranjan. As I was pointing out, that if the oath-taking ceremony actually takes place today, then Eknath Shinde perhaps might not be coming here in the night, and then all of the MLAs will be going to Mumbai itself directly. Earlier, Eknath Shinde had wanted to carry out the show of strength to take all of the MLAs with him and directly to the oath-taking ceremony, because we were seeing that this was the kind of messaging that Eknath Shinde also wanted to get across, not just to everybody, but also to the Uddhav Thackeray Thackeray clan, the leadership of the Shiv Sena, because now we are seeing that the fight for Eknath Shinde on that front is also going to go on while he stakes claim for Shiv Sena itself. And now we are seeing that the oath-taking ceremony is all set to take place today here, at least in Goa, where the resort, we're right inside this resort where the MLAs have been kept. And the MLAs, in fact, are also going to be flown in tomorrow morning is what we are learning. Whether or not Eknath Shinde is going to be returning is something that is going to be yet to be decided. But as of now, what we are being given to understand is that Eknath Shinde will be taking the oath today and not coming back to Goa, but the MLAs will be flying to Mumbai directly in the morning is what we're picking up. And the mood here, of course, is something that we can see is a sigh of relief for the Eknath Shinde clan as well, because over the last few days, we have been seeing how hectic parlays had been underway. And then there was a question of whether or not Eknath Shinde had the numbers. And then now we are seeing that Eknath Shinde is about to take the oath today itself. And the MLAs, the rebel clan as they were called, are going to be flying to Mumbai tomorrow itself, perhaps where the oath-taking ceremony will also take place for the cabinet ministers. Niranjan, back to you.
Okay, let me try and go across to Shravan as well. Sorry, I lost the line there for a few seconds, so I'm going to go across also to Shravan. Shravan at 7 p.m. 7 p.m. is when the swearing-in is going to happen. Okay, on that note, Abhishek also joining us. Abhishek was at the Fadnavis residence, and they seem to be in a hurry. Abhishek, they seem to be in a great hurry, and let's also play out those pictures earlier when they left the residence, and let's go back to Priyanka as well. Priyanka, Abhishek, Shravan joining us live on the broadcast, and let's show you the pictures when Shinde landed, went to Fadnavis residence, and from there they've reached the Raj Bhavan, and they will be officially staking claim, proving their numbers. And at 7 p.m. there will be a note-taking ceremony where we are told only the Chief Minister and the Deputy Chief Minister will be sworn in. Today, only the Chief Minister and the Deputy Chief Minister, and there is also a breakup of how many ministers from each side will be sworn in eventually in the course of the next 2 or 3 days. We'll wait for that. Okay, what we'll do is we'll take a break. We'll come back with the live details and the reports and the coverage from the Raj Bhavan where we are live right now. All the action is here where we are in Mumbai. This is the Raj Bhavan in South Mumbai. Eknath Shinde is flown down with a charter jet, landed a little after 2 p.m, rushed to Fadnavis residence and then dashed to the Raj Bhavan. The live coverage continues. Stay tuned.
Amity has been ranked among the top universities globally for producing the most employable graduates by the Times Higher Education UK. Yet another testimony to Amity's excellent placement record.
मी गेल्या बुधवारीच आपल्याला सगळ्यांना सांगून वर्षा हे निवासस्थान शासकीय निवासस्थान सोडलं, माझ्या मातोश्रीमध्ये आलो, आपल्या मातोश्रीमध्ये आलो. आज मी आपल्या सगळ्यांच्या समोर मुख्यमंत्री पदाचा देखील त्याग करत आहे.
इसीलिए वो शकुनी मामा जो है संजय राउत, अब मुझे लगता है उनके पास मुख्यमंत्री ने रिज़ाइन दे दिया है. ऐसी बातें करना उनको योग्य नहीं है जब राज्य के मुख्यमंत्री को कॉन्फिडेंस नहीं है कि यहाँ पे बाला साहब के विचारों के सैनिक हिंदुत्व को लेके आगे बढ़े हुए विद्रोह किया है और वो वापस आने का तो कोई चांस नहीं.
देखिए, गवर्नर ने तो फ्लोर टेस्ट एज पर गवर्नर्स ऑर्डर को कहा है, सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने एज पर गवर्नर्स ऑर्डर कहा है और गवर्नर ने निर्देश दिया है चीफ मिनिस्टर को, सिटिंग चीफ मिनिस्टर को. तो फर्ज तो उनका है कि कल वो फ्लोर टेस्ट होल्ड करें, लेकिन यदि करेंगे कि नहीं, मुझे डाउट लगता है कि लास्ट स्टेटमेंट में उन्होंने कहा है कि शायद मैं रिजाइन त्यागपत्र दे दूंगा.
जो भारतवर्ष का महाराष्ट्र की जनता ने जो वर्डिक्ट दिया है, वो वर्डिक्ट दिया था शिवसेना और बीजेपी को इकट्ठा रहने का, और उनके लिए ही वोटिंग दिया गया था. तो अगर उसका वोटिंग था तो उसे ऑनर करना था.
निश्चित रूप से यहाँ पे एक बहुत ही अच्छी और लोगों को जो अपेक्षित थी
वैसी भारतीय जनता पार्टी शिवसेना की सरकार बनने जा रही है। जो 2019 में मैंडेट दिया था लोगों ने, वो मैंडेट की पूर्तता आज हो रही है। इसका पूरे महाराष्ट्र ने स्वागत किया है और हम भी इसका स्वागत करते हैं।
उनकी जिनकी खुद की सरकार गिरती है, जिनकी खुद की पार्टियां टूटती हैं, ये उनसे पूछो, नेतृत्व करने वालों से। उद्धव जी से पूछो। अब ये हनुमान चालीसा का ही प्रभाव है कि 40 दिन के अंदर 40 विधायक चले गए।
कांग्रेस लेजिस्लेटिव पार्टी की मीटिंग थी, सब हमारे एमएलए थे, वो तो आने वाले थे कॉन्फिडेंस मोशन के लिए, तो हमारे उनके साथ हम बैठे और आगे का प्लान किया। आज तक हम सत्ताधारी थे, अभी हम तो अपोजिशन में।
Taking a short break here on Republic TV. When we come back, staying with the live coverage from Mumbai, you just heard some of the responses coming in. One interesting response that we just picked up. One of the leaders saying that in 40 days, 40 MLAs have deserted the Shiv Sena. The impact of them opposing the Hanuman Chalisa. Now, a very interesting reaction that came in. Taking a break, we'll come back with the live coverage and all our reporters on the ground. Stay tuned.
Amity has been ranked among the top universities globally for producing the most employable graduates by the Times Higher Education UK. Yet another testimony to Amity's excellent placement record.
He's the biggest liar. We know him from, we have been with them for the last 39 years before coming to the Congress and the BJP. He's the biggest liar. He is a very selfish man. He does not think anyone beyond his family. So whatever he's saying is a big lie, and today whatever he's done is because of his self-interest, nothing else.
In other national news, the Ministry of Home Affairs has directed the National Investigation Agency to take over the investigation into the brutal murder of Hindu tailor Kanhaiya Lal, who was beheaded in Rajasthan's Udaipur. The involvement of any organization and international links will be thoroughly investigated, sources said. A day after the brutal murder of Hindu tailor Kanhaiya Lal, who was beheaded in Rajasthan's Udaipur, thousands of people gathered outside the residence of the victim to attend his funeral procession. Yash, the son of the deceased tailor Kanhaiya Lal, and the family are demanding justice, seeking the death penalty for both the accused. They also stated that the incident could have been avoided if the Rajasthan government and police administration had taken action on time.
मी गेल्या बुधवारी आपल्याला सगळ्यांना
ये पूरी भीड़ जो है कलेक्ट्रेट पहुंचेगी। भीड़ जो है वो बता रही है कि कितना गुस्सा है, कितना उबाल है उस बात को लेकर के जिस तरीके से कन्हैया साहू की बर्बरतापूर्ण हत्या कर दी गई। ये सैलाब बता रहा है कि उदयपुर एकजुट है, राजस्थान एकजुट है, हिंदुस्तान एकजुट है।
Thank you for staying with us with the breaking news broadcast here on Republic TV. I'm having to shout, pardon me for that. It's raining heavily here in Mumbai, and Devendra Fadnavis and Eknath Shinde, as we speak, are inside the Raj Bhavan right in front of me, and both leaders are inside staking claim to form the next government of Maharashtra, and the numbers are on their side. Devendra Fadnavis, with the support of 106 MLAs of the BJP, has enjoyed the support of independents and smaller parties as well. So they will be claiming anywhere between 115 to 118 on their own. And along with the Shinde camp, Shinde has been flaunting 51 MLAs, 39 from the Shiv Sena alone. That's more than the required number of 37, and 39 MLAs of the Shiv Sena and 12 independents, 51 in all. And you have the BJP and independents in all this government. The Devendra Fadnavis and Eknath Shinde government will have the support of over 170 MLAs, and that's the point they're trying to make inside the Raj Bhavan as we speak. I'm sorry, but we can't pan the camera and show you because it's raining heavily here in Mumbai, and they're inside. They're inside, and today is an auspicious day, they say, in Maharashtra, and that is why they are keen on taking oath. At least the Chief Minister and the Deputy Chief Minister will look to take oath at 7 p.m. tomorrow. That's this evening, 7 p.m. I'm taking another break right now on the coverage, and we're coming back with all our reporters live. Stay tuned. The coverage continues on.
Amity has been ranked among the top universities globally for producing the most employable graduates by the Times Higher Education UK. Yet another testimony to Amity's excellent placement record.
मी गेल्या बुधवारीच आपल्याला सगळ्यांना सांगून वर्षा हे निवासस्थान शासकीय निवासस्थान सोडलं, माझ्या मातोश्रीमध्ये आलो, आपल्या मातोश्रीमध्ये आलो. आज मी आपल्या सगळ्यांच्या समोर मुख्यमंत्री पदाचा देखील त्याग करत आहे.
इसीलिए वो शकुनी मामा जो है संजय राउत, अब मुझे लगता है उनके पास मुख्यमंत्री ने रिजाइन दे.
Welcome back, viewers. Some updates coming in from Delhi, where the multinational company Maruti has launched new Maruti Brezza with some new exciting features. All new hot and trekkie Brezza with unique, exciting and impressive interiors offer an engaging driving experience.
The all-new Brezza, with its energetic and stylish new design, stands tall with its bold SUV looks in a highly competitive compact SUV segment.
This is our sixth launch in the last 8 months and reflects our confidence in the Indian market.
Evoking a sense of wow in every drive, the all-new Brezza offers a host of technologically advanced next-generation convenience, infotainment and connected features.
The head-up display, for example. We have the telescopic steering. We have the 360 view camera. The wireless charger. It's got 680, 6 airbag, ESP, hill hold, ISOFIX.
The addition of an electric sunroof gives the all-new Brezza an exciting overall look and feel. The all-new hot and techy Brezza with unique, exciting and impressive interiors offer an engaging drive experience, authentic SUV DNA with bold and tall stance for an unmistakable road presence.
Top headlines this hour. Devendra Fadnavis to take oath as Chief Minister at 7 p.m. Eknath Shinde likely to take oath as Deputy Chief Minister today. Over 30 MLAs from BJP and the Shinde camp to take oath as ministers in new Fadnavis government tomorrow. "13 leaders from Shinde camp to take oath as ministers, 21 BJP leaders to get ministerial berth. Sources suggest Eknath Shinde has been granted Z security covered by the Home Ministry. Sources suggest Eknath Shinde has been granted security cover, and that is the latest lot of action happening in Maharashtra. Shinde gets Z security cover. Mass jihadist beheading plot emerges. Agency sources suggest more people were under the hit list.
Getting in first pictures right now. First pictures of the meeting between these leaders, the Eknath Shinde and Devendra Fadnavis, just before they left. Just before they left the residence of Devendra Fadnavis. Let's look at those pictures. Once again, look at that picture closely. You have all the leaders of the BJP there sitting in Fadnavis' residence. That's Fadnavis there with Shinde to his right. Ashish Sharad to his left. Pankaja Munde also seen in these pictures. Chandrakant Patil there and strategizing the last minute strategy before the residence of Devendra Fadnavis. The first coming in. Eknath to his right, Sharad to his left, Chandrakant to his senior leaders, I think Pankaja Munde as well, and all of them all smiles, cool, in a hurry, however, to somehow take oath. Why there is a need for urgent governance here in for a few weeks and months. would argue that there has been decisiveness and some would argue that there has been indecisiveness for several years now. The rains in Mumbai, and you've had several calamities in the last 2 days itself with building collapses, etc. Urgent need of. Let me go across to Abhishek as well. As we speak, Eknath Shinde and Devendra Fadnavis are meeting the governor, the Raj Bhavan, and that meeting is underway, and preparations also simultaneously underway for the oath taking to take place at 7 p.m. So while we focus on that, let me also tell you that Alisha is picking up more details. I'll go across to Alisha, Abhishek, Shavan, Priyanka, Piyush Ori joining us. If I can start with Abhishek. Abhishek seemed to be in a tearing hurry, Abhishek. Rather, at every stage, they've kept people guessing. Very unlike the BJP, isn't it? Or would you argue, yes, it is very like them?
I would go for the second option, Niranjan. It's very like them to keep everyone guessing. But the inside pictures coming in through sources clearly indicate the kind of comfort that exists between the two sides. In fact, it's raining heavily outside, Niranjan. That's why I am sitting in the car just outside the residence of Devendra Fadnavis on the Narayan Dabholkar Road, the official residence called Sagar Bungalow. And the oath taking has to happen at 7 p.m. Remember, we broke that story in our editor-in-chief Arnab Goswami's show yesterday in the evening, and it's coming true. And only two given today. That of Chief Minister, that would be Devendra Fadnavis, and Deputy Chief Minister, that would be Eknath Shinde, obviously, and all the other leaders present in the picture clearly, Niranjan, would be getting some role. For example, we are hearing that there might be a rejig within the Maharashtra BJP. So if, for example, Chandrakant Dada Patil has to go into the government, then maybe somebody newer could be the party president, either Ashish Selar or Sanjay Mude. Any one of them could be the party president. So, a lot of changes happening over the next couple of days, beginning with the selection of a speaker and the confidence vote, and that itself would be an opportunity to project the kind of numbers that the two sides have, the now new ruling coalition and the defeated Maharashtra Vikas Aghadi. As of now, in the pictures we see, if they are all on air already, Niranjan, that of the leaders of the BJP and the breakaway Shiv Sena group meeting Governor Bhagat Singh Koshyari, staking claim to form the government, following which the oath taking has to happen. Information has come in from the Raj Bhavan of arrangements that have been started to facilitate the oath taking ceremony. A small affair which is to take place at 7 p.m. And by which time we would also have some more clarity about when the next stage of cabinet expansion and the government taking over would be happening. Most likely this might go to Monday, Niranjan. Remember also that BJP has its national executive meeting beginning tomorrow in Hyderabad. So it's likely that after having taken over as Chief Minister, Devendra Fadnavis might go there and be projected as a hero of the party for having got this big state, second in fact in terms of its strength in Lok Sabha after Uttar Pradesh. Uttar Pradesh has 80 MPs in the Lok Sabha, and Maharashtra at second number sends 48. So significant state politically as a build-up to 2024 elections also. And to get that state in such a political coup itself is reflective of the kind of skills Devendra Fadnavis has. Definitely the next-gen BJP leaders shaping up second stint as Chief Minister of Maharashtra at relatively young age of 51, and all on his own with, of course, some backing from the party at the center. And apart from that, the kind of complete decimation of Shiv Sena that has happened, Niranjan, almost getting reduced to a Mumbai party now with no footprint in most parts of Maharashtra beyond the Mumbai, Thane, Parbhani, Mumbai, Thane, Palghar belt. And that's why I think it's important development in Indian politics also. The manner in which the BJP has really evolved as a central pole of politics that you can't do without them being on your side. And also the fact that in Maharashtra, Niranjan, the Maratha strongman Sharad Pawar found himself to be so helpless that at any stage over the last 15 days, he has not been able to exercise any option. And that's an important takeaway, Niranjan, for the manner in which developments have panned in Maharashtra politics over the last few days. Now, of course, Devendra Fadnavis and Eknath Shinde there at the governor's house, oath taking happening at 7 p.m.
Well, I think you put it beautifully there, and you know we were told, and I think from all our friends here, we were told that today is an auspicious day in Maharashtra, which is also a deciding force in that decision that they've made to take out today symbolically at 7 p.m. And I think it's a calculated decision as well with all the developments taking place. So perhaps I think, Abhishek, you have a point there when you say that they want to finish it off, not wait. Get it out of their way, and perhaps wait for a day or two to thrash out the modalities there. If Shravan is live, let me go across to Shravan and Alisha and Priyanka. Shravan, Alisha and Priyanka. Shravan, if I can come to you first. Shravan has also reported for many years from Mumbai before moving to Delhi. So Shravan knows a thing or two about how these governments work, and Devendra Fadnavis especially. Shravan. Okay, Priyanka, Alisha, are you there? Alisha, if I can go across to Alisha and then go across to Priyanka. Alisha, are you picking up anything else from the Fadnavis camp? Okay, Priyanka, you can take that question. Priyanka.
Well, yes, Niranjan, as you were pointing out, the oath-taking ceremony that is all set to take place today. Let's pan our cameras and show our viewers in the backdrop of all the action that's happening in Mumbai. Let's show our viewers what's really happening in Goa, because Goa, this is the visuals of the resort right there where the MLAs in fact have been staying. So let's also show the kind of change that we are also seeing here. There was a massive security deployment here just till today morning, till the official word had actually come in that Eknath Shinde will be taking the oath, and now we are seeing that a little bit more relaxed arrangements here, and the MLAs also inside are what we're being told, and the hectic parleys as well that had been were being carried out in the morning. There was a meeting that had been briefed by Eknath Shinde. He had also been on the call with the BJP leadership, with Devendra Fadnavis as well, and now we are seeing those first pictures coming out of Eknath Shinde meeting Devendra Fadnavis, and of course, as Abhishek was also pointing out, the kind of cabinet we will have to see how that is really formed, and the oath-taking ceremony for those cabinet ministers and how that will pan out with respect to the alliance of the Eknath Shinde and Devendra Fadnavis and BJP as well, along with the Shinde clan. And now we are seeing inside of this resort as well, MLAs have also been briefed about the happenings that are going on in Mumbai, and we are told that they will be flown out tomorrow morning itself. Earlier the plan had been that Eknath Shinde will be going with these MLAs with the show of strength that they will be carrying out along with all of these rebel clan that has been with Eknath Shinde from the very get-go, from Surat to Guwahati, now in Goa, and now from Goa to Mumbai tomorrow morning, that they will be going as well. So now those are the developments, at least here in Goa, because there has been a constant communication with the Eknath Shinde, with these MLAs, because he was also briefing them about how this alliance is going to be going forward with the BJP, and how he was also briefing them about how BJP had already been an ally of the Shiv Sena. In fact, before the last elections is when Shiv Sena and BJP had been planning on getting into an alliance. Now these were the statements that Eknath Shinde had been making in the public domain and also with these MLAs. Niranjan.
I'm getting some breaking pictures of the arrangement being made inside the Raj Bhavan for the Chief Minister to take oath. Alisha breaking those pictures for us of the arrangements inside the Raj Bhavan for the oath-taking ceremony. If I can go across to Alisha joining us on the broadcast. If Alisha is live, can we please get Alisha live? Can we please get Shravan and Alisha live along with Abhishek and Piyush also, please? Alisha, if I can come across to you, take us through these pictures, Alisha, of the preparations that are underway.
Well, yes, Niranjan, we can see the pictures of arrangement that is underway for the Chief Minister oath ceremony. What we have been told that today Chief Minister and Deputy Chief Minister is going to take an oath, and importantly, that is the timing is 7 where the oath ceremony is going to begin. But before that, we see that where Devendra Fadnavis and Eknath Shinde, who is meeting Governor Bhagat Singh Koshari, and it's to state claims, and the discussion is already underway. After which there will be a press conference, an official press conference. There will be a press brief where they're going to give an information, and later at 7 p.m. is what we have been told, that there will be an oath ceremony where Devendra Fadnavis is going to take oath as a chief minister, and we can see in the pictures the first on Republic, where we can see the arrangement that has been underway. We can see the police around, and the arrangement has been made. It's underway for the chief minister oath ceremony. So yes, this is happening where the chief minister is going to take an oath, and no delay, Niranjan. They are making no delay. It's just we heard whether from the Shinde camp or whether from the Bharatiya Janata Party clearly stating, now this is the government, this is the new government again, BJP and Shiv Sena, that is coming back. But yes, this time it's a one group, that is the Shinde camp. This time it's a one group, that is the Shinde camp. They are going in merge, they are going in alliance with Bharatiya Janata Party, and we heard Deepak Kesarkar, where they have said that this is something the entire Maharashtra want. The people of Maharashtra has given a mandate to Shiv Sena and BJP, but some of the either way that has been backstabbed. So the Shiv Sena that went with the NCP and Congress is something a backstab to the people who have given mandate to the Bharatiya Janata Party and Shiv Sena alliance. But now the correction has been made, is what Eknath Shinde said. They are making a correction. And this is what the people of Maharashtra wants, and that is why the oath ceremony is happening there in Raj Bhavan, where you are reporting from, and now the arrangements has been underway. Yes.
Okay, so that's the breaking news update. Arrangements are underway right now for the oath-taking ceremony. Priyanka, Alisha, Piyush Ori, live with us along with Abhishek. Piyush was there at the NCP headquarters, and of course, they're in a quandary. They can't do much. They were always prepared for this eventuality to sit in the opposition since last week. Early last week, for the last 10 days, NCP has been saying that they're ready to sit in the opposition, and they're okay with that. But who will be the opposition leaders? Another question that came up. And when that question was asked, interestingly to the Congress party, they said that Uddhav Thackeray is rather sentimental, and they don't want him to be the opposition leader, and he doesn't want to, of course, he's also given up his MLC position. So let me get in a word from Piyush Ori and also go across to Shivangi as well, and we'll get Shravan also live on the broadcast, please. Piyush, first to you.
So first of all, Niranjan, let us just understand that this is the main reason why BJP has been popular was because, it was a strong opposition party. It was able to bring a lot of deficiencies, lot of, misgovernance issues of Maha Aghadi government that made it popular. And eventually it also led to, breaking of Shiv Sena camp into Eknath Shinde camp and Uddhav Thackeray camp. So NCP now, which is most significantly the second largest party in Maharashtra Legislative Council, realizes this and understands that the value of opposition. So they have already said that they are willing to sit in the opposition, and they will bring all the major problems and all the major deficiencies of this new government which is going to be formed today. When I say this, right now there is a lot of meeting which is being held by NCP leaders. And as I say this, Supriya Sule right now is still holding a meeting in Bhai Chavan Center. I'll just make a last point, over here. Abhishek made a very interesting point of saying that, how for the first time, Maratha strongman Sharad Pawar was not able to understand. Let me also go across,
stay with me, Piyush. Let me also go across to, Priyanka, who's live with us. And Priyanka's tracking, the Shinde camp, which is in Goa. We are hearing that they will be taking off tomorrow morning. Can you confirm that for us, Priyanka, that they're taking off tomorrow morning from Goa? Tomorrow morning, if they're taking off, then they should land here, and we're expecting will they stay put in Mumbai, or will they move out of Mumbai? Priyanka.
All right, so we are continuing with our rolling coverage of the Maharashtra government formation. We are continuing our rolling coverage of the Maharashtra government formation with Leader of Opposition in the present, Devendra Fadnavis, at the Raj Bhavan, along with the Shiv Sena rebel group leader Eknath Shinde, is taking claim formally to form the government, following which oath taking has to happen, as sources tell us, later in the day, around 7 p.m. And oath of Devendra Fadnavis as Chief Minister and that of Eknath Shinde as the Deputy Chief Minister. Likely it's an upgrade for Eknath Shinde because he was a senior minister already, both in the BJP NDA government between 2014 and 19. And that's when he really hit it off well with the then Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis. And of course in the Agadi government as well, he was an important minister. But then somewhere in his heart, there was this issue with the Shiv Sena compromising at every stage with core values of Hindutva, and that led to the rebellion setting in. And the fact that by the end of it, 39 MLAs sided with Shinde really shows the scale of the discontent that was there against the leadership of Uddhav Thackeray. Not per se his style, because he's still a very mild-mannered man, but maybe he could not project strength, he could not project conviction so far as the core Hindutva issues are concerned, and that's why this rebellion. Now, just to give you an idea of the scale of rebellion, when Chhagan Bhujbal rebelled against the Shiv Sena, at that time under Bala Saheb Thackeray, he went away from Shiv Sena with just 9 MLAs. When Raj Thackeray rebelled against Shiv Sena, he could not take away a single MLA with him. One of his key team members, Sada Sarvankar, who this time has gone along with Eknath Shinde ditching Uddhav Thackeray, at that time did not leave with Raj Thackeray. So that gives a scale of the achievement insofar as this rebellion is concerned for Eknath Shinde. Also the fact that Narayan Rane, when he rebelled between Chhagan Bhujbal and Raj Thackeray, I think Raj Thackeray and Narayan Rane in the same year, even Narayan Rane could not go with any MLAs in the Shiv Sena. So that was the strength of Shiv Sena under Bala Saheb Thackeray. But now we have seen the situation that has reached, and we have all the reporters covering this story minute to minute. Priyanka from Pune, Piyush Ori from SB Chavan Center, we have Alisha, we have Shivangi, everyone out
first
there.
First pictures coming in, Abhishek. First pictures coming in of Devendra Fadnavis meeting the governor. I'd like to break the first pictures coming in. Devendra Fadnavis and Eknath Shinde meeting, the governor. These are the first pictures on Republic. Republic breaking those pictures right now. Let's put the pictures up on screen. I hope you can see those pictures right now. These are the first images of Devendra Fadnavis and Eknath Shinde meeting the governor of Maharashtra. The governor there giving sweets. He's handing sweets to Devendra Fadnavis. To Devendra Fadnavis's right is C.T. Ravi, senior leader of the BJP, and Bhagat Singh Koshyari also giving giving a laddu, I think that is, to Eknath Shinde. And everyone smiles. The Chandrakant Patil of the BJP, Maharashtra BJP chief, all smiles there inside the Raj Bhavan. And it's been quite a last few months, if I can say that, Abhishek. Abhishek, if I can have you speak over these pictures. If Alisha's there, let me get her in as well. Alisha, can you hear me, Alisha? Alisha, can you hear me? Let's see if I can go across to Alisha. Alisha breaking those pictures for us, getting us every breaking news update first. Alisha, are you there? Alisha? Yes.
Yes, Niranjan. Yes. We can see the picture there, the first visuals on Republic TV, and if I see the picture where we can see that Bhagat Singh Koshyari and Devendra Fadnavis, Eknath Shinde and the other BJP senior leader, I can see Mangal Prabhat Singh Lodha, Girish Mahajan, Radhakrishna Vikhe Patil, Sudhir Mungitiwar, C.T. Ravi, Chandrakant Patil, Ashish Shelar, Pankaja Munde, Pravin Darekar. So all are the senior leaders, the BJP senior leader, and yes, we can see in the picture clearly where they are like giving sweets to each other. Where Bhagat Singh Koshyari seems to be very happy, Niranjan, because we see the smile in every picture. If you see the group picture, we see a smile in every faces. And as I said, there is a BJP core committee members are present in Raj Bhavan with the governor, and from from short while from now, where there could be a press conference, and at 7 p.m. where Devendra Fadnavis probably is going to take oath as a Chief Minister of Maharashtra. And let me read out again the BJP senior leaders who have been present in Raj Bhavan. These are Mangal Prabhat Loda, Girish Mahajan, Radhakrishna Vikhe Patil, Sudhir Mungitwar, Siti Ravi. We can see Devendra Fadnavis, Governor Bhagat Singh Koshyari, Eknath Shinde, Chandrakant Patil, Ashish Shelar, Pankaja Munde, Pravin Darekar. All we can see the BJP senior leader. No one from Shiv Sena, as we can see there, of course. But here we can see there are the senior BJP leaders who are present in Raj Bhavan, and we see clearly that they are distributing sweets, because there's something like Devendra Fadnavis was always speaking about. The one dialogue where Devendra Fadnavis since 2.5 years, "Me Punah Yein," I am going to come back, is what Devendra Fadnavis is have always said that in his public rally to the people. He always mentioned that there was a mandate of the people of Maharashtra that was given to an alliance, that is BJP and Shiv Sena. But what Shiv Sena did, they backstabbed. And that is the reason where he used to say that he is going to come back, and this is the picture clearly states that whatever he was saying since the last 2.5 years has now finally come true, because they have also given a letter. There is a letter we can see in Bhagat Koshyari, who is the Maharashtra governor, and this is a letter of stake where they have already claimed the stake. So they have given the list of MLAs that has been in support, and after which at 7 p.m.
there's another breaking news update.
Devendra Fadnavis is going to.
There's another breaking news update, Alicia. I think it's Eknath Shinde who's presented the letter to the governor. Eknath Shinde stakes claim. If he's presenting the letter to the governor, is it Eknath Shinde taking claim? Now, in the pictures you can see, the latest pictures that we've just gathered, you can see Eknath Shinde presenting the letter to the governor. He's holding the letter and presenting it to the governor. Is that Eknath Shinde staking claim? Can we say that, Abhishek? That's a very interesting development. Eknath Shinde presenting the letter to the governor. Eknath Shinde is seen handing the letter to the governor. Does that tell you something, Abhishek? What's the story here? Eknath Shinde is handing the letter to the governor.
No, so this is formal. Yes, Niranjan. So this is formal communication of telling the governor that these many MLAs of the Shiv Sena breakaway group support the BJP. That completes the majority, because the process is the BJP stakes claim to form the government, and Shinde with this letter expresses support for the BJP, and that's how they get the numbers. Once the governor is satisfied that BJP is clear 105 and Eknath Shinde in this letter has said 39, that makes it 144. So the numbers are complete. Exactly the number that you need to form the government in Maharashtra Assembly. Of course, this is apart from the 10 independents that are there with Shinde. Now, Niranjan, if you look at it, BJP had 105, 106. In the Rajya Sabha elections on June 10, BJP got 124 MLAs to vote for them. 10 days later, during the MLC elections on June 20, BJP's tally, MLAs voting for BJP increased to 134. And there is cross voting, but in MLC elections you don't know from where the other votes come, because it's a secret ballot. But even if there is an overlap, if you make a Venn diagram between the Shiv Sena Shinde group and BJP and the independents, it's safely beyond 150, 155 mark. Exact number would be known when the confidence vote happens on the floor of the assembly after taking over of the government. But for governor to call them and to give them to satisfy he has the numbers, that's why this exercise of Shinde, this letter showing support to the BJP. Niranjan.
There's a joint news conference. I think we're on the live shot of the joint news conference between Devendra Fadnavis and Eknath Shinde. Joint news conference. We're staying with those pictures. You're looking at the live feed right now of the joint news conference between Eknath Shinde and Devendra Fadnavis. The moment we have that audio up, I think we'll go across to that. But I think it also tells you that they're in a tearing hurry. I think at 7 p.m. we were told 7 p.m. is when the formal oath-taking ceremony will take place. 7 p.m. Staying with the live pictures. Eknath Shinde, Devendra Fadnavis just handed the letter staking claim to the new government in Maharashtra. Let's cut across live.
आपल्या सर्वांना कल्पना आहे की 2019च्या विधानसभेच्या निवडणुकीमध्ये भारतीय जनता पार्टी आणि शिवसेनेची युती होती आणि या युतीच्या माध्यमातून भारतीय जनता पार्टी त्यावेळेस 105 जागा जिंकली आणि शिवसेना 56 जागा जिंकली. अशा 161 जागा आणि काही अपक्ष असं मिळून जवळजवळ 170 लोक हे त्या ठिकाणी निवडून आले होते. आणि साहजिकच ही अपेक्षा होती की भारतीय जनता पार्टी शिवसेना युतीचं सरकार तयार होईल. त्यावेळी माननीय पंतप्रधानांनी सर्वांच्या उपस्थितीमध्ये भारतीय जनता पक्षाचे मुख्यमंत्री बनेल अशा प्रकारची घोषणा देखील केली होती. परंतु दुर्दैवाने त्या निवडणुकीचे निकाल आल्यानंतर तेव्हाचे आमचे मित्र शिवसेना
and Shivasena leaders,
यांनी वेगळा निर्णय घेतला.
they decided to go with another decision.
हिंदू हृदय सम्राट शिवसेना
And especially
ठाकरे
हिंदू हृदय सम्राट शिवसेना chief बाळासाहेब ठाकरे
हा जन्म
gave birth and the whole life बाळासाहेब ठाकरे opposed
हिंदुत्वाच्या
to those people and those who opposed Hindutva ideology, those who opposed Veer Savarkar
काँग्रेस आणि राष्ट्रवादी काँग्रेस सोबत
and the Congress and NCP, they decided to
भारतीय जनता
form alliance with them,
हा खरं म्हणजे मॅन्डेटचा
and it was insult to the mandate.
हे महाविकास आघाडीला दिले नव्हते. ते भाजप
People
सेना युतीला
didn't vote for Mahavikas Aghadi.
मॅन्डेटचा
People casted vote for Shivasena BJP alliance.
महाविकास आघाडी अस्तित्वात आली.
The MVA alliance came into existence, and in last 2.5 years, through Mahavikas Aghadi alliance, they
कुठल्याही प्रकारची नवीन विकास योजना
stayed all infrastructure related projects.
प्रचंड भ्रष्टाचार
Nothing
आपल्याला पाहायला मिळाला.
new development projects were launched.
इतिहासामध्ये 2 मंत्री
In the history of Maharashtra, 2 ministers were jailed.
एक अत्यंत आश्चर्याची अशा प्रकारची गोष्ट होती की मग
It was very surprising and
अशा प्रकारची ही बाब होती.
regrettable fact.
एकीकडे माननीय हिंदू हृदय सम्राट बाळासाहेब ठाकरेंनी सातत्याने देशाचा शत्रू असलेल्या दाऊदचा विरोध केला आणि दुसरीकडे त्याच्याशी संबंधित असलेला म्हणून मंत्री जेलमध्ये जातो तर त्याला मंत्रिपदावरनं देखील काढण्यात आलं.
Became minister, and when he jailed,
आणि
they even didn't snatch him from ministry.
सावरकरांचा अपमान, रोज हिंदुत्वाचा अपमान,
Everyday insult of Hindutva ideology, everyday insult of Veer Savarkar.
संभाजीनगर झालं.
It is okay that on the last day
गव्हर्नरचं
they renamed Aurangabad to Sambhajinagar.
कॅबिनेट घ्यायची नसते.
But when they did that,
जोपर्यंत
once
विश्वासमत
you
होत नाही
receive governor letter,
घ्यायची नसते हा नियम आहे.
you should not hold any cabinet meeting.
संभाजीनगर, धाराशिव, दिबा पाटील,
Despite of that fact,
अशा
they
प्रकारचे
held cabinet and renamed
येणाऱ्या सरकार
औरंगाबाद.
लागणार आहेत, कारण ते वैर मानले जाणार नाही, पण त्याला आमचं समर्थनच आहे. मात्र अशा या सगळ्या परिस्थितीमध्ये माननीय श्री एकनाथराव शिंदे हे शिवसेनेचे गटनेते आहेत आणि शिवसेनेच्या आमदारांची एक मोठी कुचंबणा झाली की ज्यांच्याशी लढलो आणि उद्या त्यांच्याशीच लढायचं आहे आणि त्यांच्या सोबत जायचं आणि उद्या हिंदुत्वावर मतं मागायचे कसे, उद्या आम्ही कशाच्या भरोश्यावर बोलायचं, रोज अपमान होत असेल तर आम्ही कशाच्या भरोश्यावर लढायचं. आमच्याच मतदारसंघामध्ये आमचे हारलेले विरोधक यांना रोज निधी दिला जात असेल तर कशाच्या भरोश्यावर लढायचं. अशा प्रकारचा विषय लक्षात झाल्यानंतर या सर्वांनी निर्णय घेतला की काँग्रेस राष्ट्रवादी सोबतची युती तोडा. ज्या युतीमध्ये आपण निवडून आलो ती युती ठीक आहे, ती आम्हाला मान्य आहे, पण काँग्रेस राष्ट्रवादी
The camp MLAs have rejected the alliance with NCP and Congress, and they feel that the alliance with the BJP, which was the original plan, is the best choice.
या आमदारांच्या ऐवजी काँग्रेस राष्ट्रवादीच्या नेत्यांना जास्त प्रेफरन्स दिला आणि शेवटपर्यंत
We have seen that Uddhav Thackeray has given more preference to Shiv Sena, to Congress and NCP instead of these MLAs.
आज ज्यावेळी हे सरकार गेलं, माननीय उद्धवजींनी या ठिकाणी राजीनामा दिला, त्यानंतर महाराष्ट्राला एक अल्टरनेट गव्हर्नमेंट देण्याची आवश्यकता होती. वारंवार गेले 2.5 वर्ष मी आपल्याला सांगत होतो असं सरकार चालत नाही, हे कधीही पडेल.
There is a need for an alternate government to Maharashtra in such a case.
की सरकार पडलं तर निवडणुका होतील का, त्यावेळेस मी आपल्याला सांगायचो की सरकार पडलं तर आम्ही अल्टरनेट गव्हर्नमेंट देऊ, लोकांच्या डोक्यावर निवडणुका आत्ता आम्ही लादणार नाही.
There was a question if there would be re-election if the government falls, but I would like to assure people that we will give an alternate government instead of another election.
विधिमंडळ गट, भारतीय जनता पक्षाचा विधिमंडळ गट आणि 16 अपक्ष आणि छोटे रजिस्टर्ड पक्षाचे आमदार असा एक मोठा गट हा सोबत आलेला आहे. अजून काही लोक येत आहेत.
MLAs of the BJP and the legislative elected MLAs of Shiv Sena and other independents have come together to form the government.
आम्ही सत्तेच्या पाठीमागे नाही आहोत, कुठल्या तरी मुख्यमंत्री पदाकरता आम्ही काम करत नाही आहोत.
BJP is not running behind power. We are not hungry for the post of PM. This is a fight for Hindutva. This is a fight for ideology.
भारतीय जनता पक्षाने हा निर्णय केला की श्री एकनाथ शिंदे साहेब यांना भारतीय जनता पार्टी समर्थन देईल आणि श्री एकनाथ शिंदे हे मुख्यमंत्री होतील.
We have decided that we will give support to Eknath Shinde, and we have decided to make Eknath Shinde the chief minister.
7:30 वाजता श्री एकनाथ शिंदे यांचा एकट्याचाच शपथविधी या ठिकाणी होईल. लवकरच पुढची कारवाई करून
At 7:30 Eknath Shinde will be sworn in as the chief minister.
या एक्सपान्शन मध्ये शिवसेनेचे शिंदे साहेबांसोबत असलेले अपक्षांमधले आणि भारतीय जनता पक्षाचे असे सगळे लोक या एक्सपान्शन मध्ये या मंत्रिमंडळात येतील.
There will be a cabinet expansion, and in this expansion, along with Shiv Sena MLAs and BJP MLAs and independent MLAs will also be included.
हे सरकार योग्य प्रकारे चाललं पाहिजे, ही जबाबदारी माझी देखील असेल आणि त्याकरता पूर्ण साथ आणि समर्थन या सरकारला मी देणार.
I will completely support this government and I will take responsibility for the functioning of this government.
हिंदुत्ववादी विचारांचं हिंदू हृदय सम्राट बाळासाहेब ठाकरे यांनी मांडलेलं हिंदुत्व, भारतीय जनता पार्टी सातत्याने जे हिंदुत्व आणि राष्ट्रीयत्व मांडताय, आणि सगळ्यात महत्त्वाचं माननीय पंतप्रधान नरेंद्र मोदीजी यांनी जे विजन दाखवलंय ते विजन पुढे नेणारं.
We espouse the values of Hindu Hriday Samrat Bhalasaheb Thackeray, and we will also follow the path shown by Narendra Modi for development.
महाराष्ट्राचा विकास झाला तो वेग गेल्या 2.5 वर्षात पूर्णपणे संपलेला आहे, आणि मला विश्वास आहे
The development of Maharashtra was stalled for the last 2.5 years.
मेट्रो असेल, वेगवेगळे प्रोजेक्ट्स असतील, किंवा ओबीसीच्या आरक्षणाचा प्रश्न असेल, इम्पेरिकल डेटा पूर्ण करून माननीय सर्वोच्च न्यायालयामध्ये जाऊन ओबीसीला पुन्हा आरक्षण बहाल करणे हा विषय असेल, किंवा इतर सगळे विषय, मी आता सगळे विषय मांडत नाही, मराठा आरक्षणापासून तर सगळे विषय.
I am confident that different issues like that of development and even the issue of OBC reservation will be taken to the Supreme Court, and all the issues will be resolved by this government.
आणि म्हणून मी आमच्या सगळ्यांच्या वतीनं श्री एकनाथ शिंदे साहेब यांचं अतिशय मनापासून अभिनंदन करतो आणि त्यांचे आभार.
I would like to congratulate Eknath Shinde.
मुझे पता है हमारा ऑटोमेटिक होता है, हमारा हाँ पूरा ऑटो मोड है. जैसे खबर तो चली गई मराठी में भी.
खबर गई लेकिन गहराई लाओ.
जी जी. देखिए 2019 में भारतीय जनता पार्टी और शिवसेना साथ में चुनाव लड़ी. माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी के नेतृत्व में हमें पूर्ण बहुमत मिला. बीजेपी को 106 सीटें, शिवसेना को 56 सीटें, और कई अन्य लोग हमारे साथ आए. 170 तक हमारी मेजॉरिटी जा रही थी. माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने चुनाव के दरमियान भारतीय जनता पार्टी के मुख्यमंत्री का नाम भी ऐलान किया था, सबको मंजूर भी था. किंतु चुनाव के बाद शिवसेना के नेताओं ने यह निर्णय किया कि हिंदू हृदय सम्राट शिवसेना प्रमुख बाळासाहेब ठाकरे जी ने जिन विचारों का जीवन भर विरोध किया, जीवन भर जिनसे लड़ाई की, और जिनके बारे में वो कहते थे कि अगर इनके साथ जाना पड़ा तो मेरी दुकान बंद कर दूंगा, ऐसे लोगों के साथ अलायंस किया. और उसके बाद 2.5 साल हमने एक सरकार देखी जिसमें न कोई तत्व थे, न कोई विचार था, न कोई गति थी, न कोई प्रगति थी. जो सरकार चालू इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर के प्रोजेक्ट्स को बंद कर रही थी, जो सरकार लगातार भ्रष्टाचार के आरोपों से लिप्त थी, जिस सरकार के 2 मंत्री मनी लॉन्ड्रिंग में जेल में गए, दाऊद के साथ रिश्ते, इसका आरोप मंत्री पर लगा, बावजूद उसके जेल में जाने के बाद भी उनको मंत्रिमंडल से हटाया नहीं गया. तो एक प्रकार से पथभ्रष्ट ऐसी सरकार भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने, जिसको लगातार विरोध किया, ऐसी सरकार शिवसेना के माननीय उद्धव जी के नेतृत्व में कांग्रेस एनसीपी की सरकार चली. और इस सरकार के चलते शिवसेना के विधायकों में बड़ा रोष था. उनको लगता था वापस वोट मांगने जाना है, और आज तक जो बातें कही उसके विरोध में काम हो रहा है. जिनके खिलाफ जिंदगी भर लड़े, उनके साथ बैठे, वोट कैसे मांगेंगे. साथ ही में उनकी कॉन्स्टिट्यूएंसी में उनके खिलाफ जो हारा उसको पैसा मिलता था, फंड्स मिलते थे और ये सारी चीजों से एक बड़ा अंद्रेस था। और उसके चलते श्री एकनाथ शिंदे जी के नेतृत्व में शिवसेना के विधायकों ने एक ही मांग की कि कांग्रेस एनसीपी के साथ हम नहीं रह सकते और ये गठबंधन तोड़ा जाए, किंतु उनकी मांग मंजूर नहीं हुई। माननीय उद्धव जी ने हिंदुत्व छोड़ दिया, विचारों को छोड़ दिया और अपने विधायकों से ज्यादा कांग्रेस और एनसीपी की बात दिल को लगाकर रखी और उन्हें ही महत्व दिया। इसके चलते इन विधायकों ने अपनी आवाज बुलंद की। मैं इसको बगावत नहीं कहूंगा, ये आवाज बुलंद की और आवाज बुलंद करके इन विधायकों ने ये कहा कि आप बाहर निकलिए, नहीं तो हम इनके साथ नहीं रहेंगे। और ऐसे समय जब सरकार के पास बहुमत नहीं रहा और मुख्यमंत्री जी ने इस्तीफा दिया, तो हम ये लगातार पिछले 2.5 साल में कहते थे कि अंतर विरोध से भरी हुई सरकार है, ऐसी सरकारें चलती नहीं है और ये सरकार जब गिरेगी तो एक अल्टरनेट गवर्नमेंट हम देंगे, हम महाराष्ट्र पर चुनाव नहीं ला देंगे। इसलिए एकनाथ शिंदे जी के साथ शिवसेना जो है, शिवसेना के नेता के रूप में आज उन्होंने मुख्यमंत्री पद के लिए अपना क्लेम माननीय राज्यपाल जी को दिया। भारतीय जनता पार्टी के हमारे गुट ने उनको पूरा समर्थन दिया। हमारे 106 और उसके साथ साथ उनके साथ और हमारे साथ जो इंडिपेंडेंट्स और छोटी पार्टियां हैं, इन सभी के समर्थन का पत्र आज हमने सौंपा है और गवर्नर साहब ने श्री एकनाथ शिंदे जी को 7:30 बजे शपथ के लिए न्योता दिया है। आज केवल एक ही शपथ होगी श्री एकनाथ शिंदे जी की और फिर हम लोग सारी कार्रवाई करके उसका एक्सपांशन करेंगे। एक्सपांशन के समय शिवसेना के जो विधायक उनके साथ है, कुछ इंडिपेंडेंट्स है, हमारे 106 विधायक हैं। इनमें से जो ज्येष्ठ वरिष्ठ लोग हैं, जो हमारी पार्टी तय करेगी या उनकी पार्टी तय करेगी, ऐसे लोगों को मौका दिया जाएगा और मंत्रिमंडल का एक्सपांशन किया जाएगा। मैं इस सरकार को पूरे तरीके से सहयोग करूंगा। मैं सरकार के बाहर रहूंगा और इस सरकार को सफल बनाने हेतु जो जो चीज करना आवश्यक है, ऐसी सारी चीजें हम मिलकर करेंगे। मेरा विश्वास है आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी ने जो विकास का एक नया पर्व शुरू किया है, उस विकास के पर्व को 2.5 साल का जो ब्रेक लगा था, वो ब्रेक निकलेगा और फिर से महाराष्ट्र की प्रगति की एक्सप्रेस ये तेजी के साथ भागेगी। और उसके लिए मैं श्री एकनाथ शिंदे जी को बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूं।
अरे बरेच दिवस बाहेर आहे, थकलोय थोडा. आजच्या पत्रकार परिषदेमध्ये उपस्थित राज्याचे विरोधी पक्षनेते देवेंद्र फडणवीस साहेब आणि सर्व इतर मान्यवर आणि पत्रकार बांधव, मी खऱ्या अर्थाने आज आम्ही जो निर्णय घेतला त्या बाबतीमध्ये आपल्या सगळ्यांना माहिती आहे. मी वारंवार आपल्याशी बोललेलो आहे की बाळासाहेबांचं हिंदुत्व आमदार आहेत त्यांच्या मतदारसंघातली विकास कामं आणि राज्याचा विकास हा अजेंडा घेऊन आम्ही पुढे निघालेलो आहोत. आणि शिवसेना पक्ष म्हणून जे काही कायदेशीर प्रक्रिया जी आहे, नियम आहे, 2/3 मेजॉरिटी आहे, त्याहीपेक्षा जास्तीचे आमदार आणि सहयोगी आणि अपक्ष आमदार असे जवळपास 50 आमदार आज आम्ही एकत्र आहोत. गेले काही दिवस एकत्र आहोत. एक वैचारिक भूमिका
along with Shivsena MLAs and with the independents, there are 50 MLAs who gathered here.
2.5 वर्षापूर्वी घडलं ते आपल्या सगळ्यांना माहित आहे. फडणवीस साहेबांनी त्या बाबतीमध्ये भाष्य केलेलं आहे.
Devendra Fadnavis has already elaborated the work, the roadmap.
आम्ही मुख्यमंत्री महोदयांना, आमदारांनी देखील आपल्या मतदारसंघातल्या समस्या असतील, विकास प्रकल्प असतील, अडचणी असतील, या बाबतीमध्ये वारंवार माहिती दिली आणि करावयाची दुरुस्ती याची मागणी देखील केली. मी देखील अनेक वेळा त्यांच्याबरोबर चर्चा केली. जी काय आपली नैसर्गिक युती होती, आपण एकत्र निवडणुका लढवल्या आणि त्यानंतर महाविकास आघाडी स्थापन झाली. परंतु त्या बाबतीमध्ये आमदारांमध्ये असलेली जी काही नाराजी होती आणि मतदारसंघामधले जे प्रश्न किंबहुना पुढच्या निवडणुकीमध्ये निवडणूक लढवणे किंवा जिंकणे यामध्ये देखील येणाऱ्या अडचणी हे सगळं लक्षात घेऊन आणि कुणाला काहीतरी पाहिजे, कुणाला काही मंत्रीपद पाहिजे किंबहुना आणखी काही वैयक्तिक स्वार्थ असा कुठलाही मनामध्ये न ठेवता आतापर्यंतच्या महाराष्ट्रातल्या घटना आपण जर पाहिल्या तर अपोजिशन कडून आपण रुलिंगकडे जात असतो. परंतु हे जे काही घटना आहे ते रुलिंग कडून अपोजिशनकडे जाण्याचा एक प्रकारचा, तसं बघितलं तर तशी घटना आहे. कारण मी देखील मंत्री होतो, नगरविकास मंत्री, आणखी माझ्यासोबत देखील अन्य मंत्री या मंत्रिमंडळामध्ये काम करत होते. परंतु राज्याच्या हिताच्या दृष्टीने, भविष्याच्या दृष्टीने जे काही घडत होतं, काही मंत्रिमंडळातले सहकारी त्यांच्यावर ज्या काही झालेल्या कारवाया असतील, आणखी अनेक इश्यू होते. महाविकास आघाडीमुळे ते निर्णय घेता येत नव्हते. आता काही
issues in the previous government, in the NDA government.
काही निर्णय झालेले आहेत, त्याचं स्वागतच आम्ही केलं.
Certain decisions, we were unable to take certain decisions in the NDA government.
परंतु महाविकास आघाडीमुळे काही मर्यादा असू शकतील. पण हे सगळं होत असताना आपल्याला माहित आहे की 50 आमदार म्हणजे 40, 39 आणि बाकी 11, 50 आमदार जेव्हा वेगळी भूमिका घेतात, याचा अर्थ, त्याचं कारण, त्याचं आत्मपरीक्षण करण्याची आवश्यकता होती. कारण एखादा ग्रामपंचायत सदस्य किंवा नगरसेवक देखील आजच्या काळामध्ये
50 MLAs have rebelled and when 50 MLAs are speaking in one tone, there was a need for introspection.
हे 50 लोक एकत्र येतात आणि मला तर काय, मी नगरविकास मंत्री होतो, मला ज्या काही अडचणी होत्या त्या बाजूला राहू द्या, परंतु हे जे आमदार आहेत त्यांच्या मतदारसंघातले जे प्रश्न, इश्यू, समस्या ह्या सगळ्या त्यांनी मला सांगितल्यानंतर, आणि त्यांनी मला सांगितलं की आपल्याला आपण 3, 4, 5 वेळा प्रयत्न केला, परंतु दुर्दैवाने त्याच्यामध्ये यश मिळालं नाही, आणि म्हणून हा निर्णय घ्यावा लागला. आणि तो निर्णय आम्ही घेतला राज्याच्या हितासाठी, महाराष्ट्रातल्या जनतेच्या मनामध्ये असलेल्या अपेक्षा, आणि म्हणून आज त्या निर्णयाबरोबर देवेंद्र फडणवीस साहेबांनी जो निर्णय घेतला, आज भारतीय जनता पक्षाकडे जवळपास 106 आणि इतर अपक्ष जवळपास 120चा आकडा संख्याबळ त्यांच्याकडे आहे. असं असताना देखील खरं म्हणजे मुख्यमंत्री पद तेही घेऊ शकले असते.
BJP has comfortably crossed the halfway mark with the support of Shinde and independent MLAs. They could have easily taken the post of chief ministership. Despite having the numbers, they decided to make me the chief minister and they decided to support us. I would like to thank the BJP.
देवेंद्रजी आहेत आणि त्यांचे सर्व सहकारी इकडे बसलेले आहेत, त्यांचं मनापासून मी खऱ्या अर्थाने आभार मानतो, त्यांना मनापासून धन्यवाद देतो. ही एक ऐतिहासिक घटना आहे.
I would like to thank Devendra Fadnavis from the bottom of my heart.
मी देखील कुठलीच अपेक्षा केली नव्हती, परंतु जे काय घडलेलं आहे हे वास्तव आपल्या समोर आहे. जी काय अपेक्षा या राज्यातल्या जनतेची आहे ती अपेक्षा पूर्ण करण्यासाठी दिवस रात्र आम्ही सगळेजण मिळून एक करू आणि राज्याला
We promise to strive day and night to fulfill the aspirations of the people of Maharashtra.
म्हणजे एवढा मोठ्या मनाचा माणूस आपण पाहू शकत नाही, मिळणार नाही. ते मंत्रिमंडळात नसले तरी सांगितलंय की या राज्याच्या विकासासाठी ते आमच्या सगळ्यांच्या सोबत आहेत. हा त्यांचा मनाचा मोठेपणा आहे. आणि आजकालच्या राजकारणामध्ये काय मिळेल हे आपण प्रत्येक जण पाहत असतो, परंतु मिळत असताना, घेऊ शकत असताना ते दुसऱ्याला देण्याची जी काही या ठिकाणी उदारता दाखवली आहे, अशी उदाहरणं फार आजकालच्या ह्याच्यामध्ये दुर्मिळ आहेत. एवढंच मी या प्रसंगी सांगतो. बाकी मी पुन्हा एकदा मनापासून सगळ्यांना धन्यवाद देतो. माझ्याबरोबर जे 39 शिवसेनेचे आणि 11 असे 50 जे आमदार आहेत ते देखील त्याच्यामध्ये काही मंत्री आहेत आणि आपापल्या मतदार क्षेत्रामध्ये ते देखील ताकदवान आमदार आहेत. असं असताना एकीकडे सत्ता अपक्ष, एकीकडे खूप मोठे मोठे नेते आणि दुसरीकडे एकनाथ शिंदे सारखा एक छोटा कार्यकर्ता, याच्यावर विश्वास ठेवणं आजकालच्या काळामध्ये फार कठीण आहे. परंतु या सर्व 50 आमदारांनी जी लढाई या ठिकाणी लढलेली आहे, जे एक वैचारिक भूमिका घेऊन, बाळासाहेबांच्या हिंदुत्वाची भूमिका घेऊन, किंबहुना आमचे धर्मवीर आनंद दिघे साहेबांची जी काही शिकवण आहे आम्हाला, जिथे अन्याय होतो तिथे या 50 आमदारांनी केलेलं आहे. त्यामध्ये माझे काही सहकारी मंत्री आहेत, त्यांना मी खऱ्या अर्थाने मनापासून धन्यवाद देतो. कारण तीच खरी ताकद आज हा इतिहास घडवू शकलेली आहे. आणि म्हणून त्यांनी जो माझ्यावर विश्वास दाखवलाय त्या विश्वासाला कदापि तडा माझ्याकडून जाऊ दिला जाणार नाही. आणि जे काही त्यांना यापूर्वी आलेले अनुभव आहेत त्याची पुनरावृत्ती होणार नाही या ठिकाणी देतो. कारण आता तर आपली ताकद वाढलेली आहे, म्हणजे इकडे 120 आणि ते 50, आणखी किती येतील माहित नाही. तर एक मजबूत सरकार या महाराष्ट्रामध्ये आपल्याला पाहायला मिळेल आणि त्याला आदरणीय पंतप्रधान महोदयांचं,
Our government has been strengthened now and we promise to give a strong government in the state of Maharashtra.
अध्यक्ष या सर्वांचं पाठबळ मिळेल आणि ज्या राज्याबरोबर केंद्र सरकारची ताकद उभी राहते विकासामध्ये कुठलेही अडथळे त्यामध्ये येणार नाही अशा प्रकारचं एक मजबूत सरकार एक या राज्याला आपल्याला पाहायला मिळेल. हे सरकार लोकांच्या मनामधल्या अपेक्षा आकांक्षा पूर्ण
The
करण्यासाठी
people of Maharashtra will receive a strong government.
काही प्रगती आहे ती वेगाने करण्यासाठी आम्ही सर्वजण प्रयत्न करू एवढंच मी या प्रसंगी
We promise and we strive to develop the state of Maharashtra at fast pace.
आज यहाँ पर मैं सभी लोगों का तहे दिल से स्वागत करता हूँ. देवेंद्र जी फडणवीस साहब यहाँ हैं, उनके सभी सहयोगी हैं, उनको भी मैं धन्यवाद देता हूँ और आप सभी लोगों का मैं स्वागत करता हूँ. शिवसेना के 40 विधायक और इंडिपेंडेंट जो है ऐसे कुल मिलाकर 50 विधायक जो है वो आज हम लोग सब एक साथ हैं. आप सब लोग जानते हो पिछले कई दिनों से हम लोग आपसे भी बातचीत कर रहे लगातार. हम लोगों ने हमारे शिवसेना प्रमुख बाला साहेब ठाकरे जी की हिंदुत्व की जो भूमिका है उनके जो विचार है हमारे धर्मवीर आनंद दिगे साहब ने जो हमें सीख दी है ये इसको आगे हम लोग बढ़ाने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं. हमें कोई स्वार्थ नहीं है, हमें कुछ पद की लालसा नहीं. मैंने तो पहले ही जाहिर किया था मैं ऐसा जो कर रहा हूँ ये मुझे किसी चीज की आवश्यकता भी नहीं है. लेकिन जब लोग अभी तक की कई घटनाएं आप लोगों ने देखी है कि अपोजिशन में से रूलिंग की तरफ लोग जाते हैं, लेकिन हम लोग रूलिंग में थे, रूलिंग पार्टी में थे, सत्ता पक्ष में थे. मैं भी नगर विकास मंत्री, मेरे साथ कई मंत्री और कई विधायक जो 50 की संख्या में है. ये सब 50 लोगों ने एक वैचारिक भूमिका लेकर इस राज्य के हित की बात, इस राज्य के विकास की बात और जो उनके चुनाव क्षेत्र में दिन प्रतिदिन जो समस्याएं खड़ी हो रही है, कल चुनाव में जितना मुश्किल हो जाएगा ये ध्यान में रखते हुए जो महाविकास आघाड़ी सरकार में जो अन्य पक्ष है, मैं किसी के ऊपर आज टिप्पणी नहीं करूंगा, लेकिन अन्य पक्षों के माध्यम से उनके चुनाव क्षेत्र में जो कठिनाई पैदा हो रही है, उनको जो प्रॉब्लम खड़ी हो रहे और भविष्य में उनका जो मतदाता है जिन्होंने उनको चुन के दिया है उनके लिए वो कुछ कर नहीं पाए तो चुनाव कैसे लड़े, उनको कैसे फेस करे, ऐसी दुविधा में वो सब पड़े थे. और उन्होंने मुझे कहा कि हम लोग ने बार बार कोशिश की कि इसके साथ इसमें करेक्शन हो जाए. जो हम लोग पहले अलायंस में चुनाव लड़े थे शिवसेना और भारतीय जनता पार्टी, ये नेचुरल अलायंस है, तो नेचुरल अलायंस के खिलाफ होकर हम लोग ये महाविकास आघाड़ी में गए. अब कुछ करेक्शन हो जाए तो ठीक हो जाएगा और दोनों विचारधारा वाली पार्टी जो है इस राज्य का विकास करेगी. लेकिन हम लोगों ने कोशिश की, मैंने भी कोशिश की, लेकिन हमें सफलता नहीं मिली दुर्भाग्य से. और इसलिए ये जो कदम उठाया है ये किसी को मंत्री या किसी, क्योंकि मंत्री हम लोग थे, किसी को कुछ पाने के लिए ऐसा नहीं हुआ. ये निर्णय जो हुआ एक आइडियोलॉजी की बात है, ये बाला साहब ठाकरे जी की हिंदुत्व की बात है और इस राज्य के विकास की बात है. इसे हम एजेंडा ये आगे लेके जा रहे थे और आज मैं धन्यवाद दूंगा. देवेंद्र जी ने अभी यहाँ पर कहा कि हम लोग बाला साहब ठाकरे जी के शिव सैनिक को समर्थन दे रहे हैं. ये उनके दिल का बहुत बड़प्पन है. ऐसा कभी कोई करता नहीं जिसके पास 120 विधायक है, जिसके पास 120 विधायक होने के बावजूद ऐसा कोई ग्राम पंचायत और नगर सेवक का पद भी नहीं छोड़ता है. ये तो मुख्यमंत्री पद है और ये आज उन्होंने शिवसेना प्रमुख बाला साहेब ठाकरे जी के सैनिक को एक सपोर्ट किया है. इसलिए मैं आदरणीय पंतप्रधान नरेंद्र जी मोदी साहब को धन्यवाद देता हूँ, उनका आभार मानता हूँ। वैसे ही मैं गृह मंत्री अमित जी शाह साहब को भी धन्यवाद देता हूँ, उनका आभार व्यक्त करता हूँ। जेपी नड्डा जी अध्यक्ष हैं, उनका भी धन्यवाद। और खास करके मैं देवेंद्र जी को धन्यवाद देना चाहता हूँ, क्योंकि वो खुद भी इस पद को प्राप्त कर सकते थे, लेकिन उन्होंने कहा है मैं भले मंत्रिमंडल में नहीं, लेकिन मैं इस राज्य के विकास के लिए सरकार के साथ हूँ। ऐसा जो इस राज्य में नहीं बल्कि देश में ऐसी मिसाल एक मिसाल होगी, और आज के जमाने में ऐसा करना मुझे नहीं लगता ऐसा कोई कर सकता है। और इसलिए मैं उनको धन्यवाद देता हूँ, उनके सभी सहयोगी जो है उनको भी धन्यवाद देता हूँ। इतना ही मैं कहूँगा, जो विश्वास भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने हमारे जो 50 विधायक है उनके ऊपर जताया है, आदरणीय पंतप्रधान महोदय जी ने, आदरणीय केंद्रीय गृह मंत्री महोदय जी ने, भारतीय जनता पक्ष के अध्यक्ष उन्होंने जो विश्वास जताया है उसको निश्चित रूप से हम लोग सार्थ करने की कोशिश करेंगे। और जो 40 और 10-50 विधायक जो है उनके बलबूते पर ये हम लोग यहाँ तक लड़ाई लड़ी है, एक वैचारिक लड़ाई है। और उनको भी मैं धन्यवाद दूंगा कि एक तरफ पूरी सत्ता है, एक तरफ पूरी सरकार है, एक तरफ बड़े बड़े नेता है। मैं तो उनके सामने एक छोटा कार्यकर्ता के रूप में मैं अपने आप को समझता हूँ, लेकिन 50 लोगों ने मुझ पर जो विश्वास और जो भरोसा जताया है उसे कभी भी मैं बिल्कुल तोड़ूंगा नहीं, उस पर खरोच भी नहीं मैं आने दूंगा। और उनको पहले जो अनुभव आया है पिछले 2.5 साल में, उसकी पुनरावृत्ति नहीं होगी, इसकी भी मैं पूरी तरह खबरदारी लूंगा। इतना ही मैं कहूँगा। और राज्य को आगे बढ़ाने के लिए जो भी करना है विकास के लिए हम सब, आप लेकिन हमारे साथ रहिए।
सगळ्यात पहिल्यांदा आपल्या माध्यमातून मी आमच्या तमाम कार्यकर्त्यांना विनंती करणार आहे, पाऊस खूप आहे, मांडव टाकलेला नाही आहे, कोणाला निमंत्रण जाऊ शकत नाही आहे, त्यामुळे छोटा शपथविधी सोहळा होत असल्यामुळे सगळ्या कार्यकर्त्यांची मी माफी देखील मागतो। भाजपचे असतील, एकनाथजींसोबत असलेले शिवसेनेचे असतील, की कोणालाही प्रवेश या ठिकाणी मिळणार नाही, त्यामुळे कोणी इथे येण्याचा प्रयत्न करू नये असंही मी आपल्या माध्यमातून त्या सगळ्यांना विनंती करतो।
Jimmy. All right, a long press conference there between Devendra Fadnavis and Eknath Shinde, where Devendra Fadnavis took the lead and in fact announced that it would be Eknath Shinde who would be becoming the Chief Minister of Maharashtra and not him, and that only Shinde would be taking oath today, pending all other conversations that have to happen between the two sides before an elaborate Council of Ministers can be put in place. Of course, they would have to earn the trust of the House, for which a vote of confidence would happen. But the pictures were a hint when the letter was presented by Eknath Shinde, about which Niranjan was discussing, and not Devendra Fadnavis. So it was not a letter of support, but a letter of, claiming the stakes to form the government there, and Eknath Shinde now expressing his gratitude to Devendra Fadnavis, also suggesting that the original Hindutva of Bala Saheb Thackeray would be preserved, and that this entire exercise was a product of thinking that somewhere the ideology for which Bala Saheb gave rise to Shiv Sena was getting compromised because of its alliance with the Congress and the NCP in the Maharashtra Vikas Aghadi. Important development there. Many political observers would say it is along unexpected lines. It was not expected that this would happen. All along it was believed that the BJP will stake the claim to form the government, and that Devendra Fadnavis would be the chief minister. We have reporters from all over Mumbai
Priyanka from Goa, and Piyush Ohri from SB Chavan Center, and of course Shivangi from outside Matoshri, where the Thakres are put up now at their traditional residence. In fact, Niranjan continues to be with us from Raj Bhavan, and if I can go to each one of them one by one. Piyush, coming to you first. Let's go to Priyanka. In fact, the Shiv Sena rebel camp must be the most excited with the announcement made by Devendra Fadnavis of Eknath Shinde becoming the chief minister. Priyanka, over to you. You are there back at the resort where the rebel camp is put up. What kind of excitement you can sense after the announcement that Eknath Shinde would be the chief minister?
Well, Abhishek, a lot of excitement, a lot of surprises as well for the MLAs. In fact, also who are sitting right behind me in that resort in Goa. And we were also learning that Shrikant Shinde we were able to actually speak to some of the MLAs, and they were also frantically just trying to get off the call and also say that maybe we will wait for further instructions and then we will address the media. But the latest is what we, the complete twist and turn when we see when it comes to the back and forth between BJP and Eknath Shinde clan. And now we are seeing that joint press conference, a huge message that is coming across for everybody really. Of course, for Eknath Shinde clan, of course, who are rejoicing in this press conference that has come to light. And we are learning that Shrikant Shinde, Eknath Shinde's son, in fact, is also inside in this resort in Goa. And we are expecting that he will come out and address the media, because we were able to speak to some of the people inside, and they were extremely excited, but also not very sure about what to really say in a public domain as of now, because of course there had been some inclinations about this kind of an arithmetic working out between Eknath Shinde and the BJP. But of course nobody really knew for sure as to what's happening. I'm speaking only about the MLAs who are inside, and that is why we see this kind of an excitement from them, but also a little lost right now, lost for words, not really knowing what to really come out and say in the public domain. But we are being told Shrikant Shinde will come out and speak to the media. Once he has spoken to Eknath Shinde as well, he's expected to come out, and most of the MLAs as well. Some of them might come out and speak to us, and we will be able to get in a reaction from them. Some of them might have known about this kind of an arithmetic, but this twist of events, because the expectation was that Devendra Fadnavis will be the chief minister and Eknath Shinde is going to be the deputy chief minister. But the sentiment had always been that Uddhav Thackeray is the one who has betrayed Balasaheb Thackeray, and Uddhav Thackeray is the one who had stated that they had offered Eknath Shinde the chief ministership, but the BJP has made him the chief minister. And that's exactly the sentiment that we're picking up from the MLAs inside. A lot of them saying that they are, of course, waiting for the specifics about the cabinet, the portfolios, about how it is going to be moving forward. As Devendra Fadnavis has already said that he is not going to be in the government, and we had been expecting that Devendra Fadnavis will be the chief minister, Eknath Shinde will be the deputy chief minister. And Abhishek, you caught it first. We saw those pictures with the governor. Where Eknath Shinde, in fact, had also been giving the letter to the governor. And now we are seeing Eknath Shinde, in fact, being made the chief minister, and his son, Shrikant Shinde, expected to come out in the media. But as of now, the people inside this resort in Goa, Abhishek, completely lost her words.
Well, yes, in fact, Shravan also joins us from outside Taj President, where BJP MLAs are staying. Shravan, interesting bit that Devendra Fadnavis giving the keys to the Maharashtra government to Eknath Shinde, saying that he would rather remain outside and support the government in any manner possible. I think more clarity has to emerge whether the BJP would be part of the government, but it seems they would be, and that it would actually be a coalition government between the breakaway Shiv Sena group and the BJP, except for Devendra Fadnavis, who would not be joining the cabinet. Are you hearing the same from the ground where you are reporting from, Shravan?
Well, in fact, Abhishek, it certainly comes across as a surprise, not a surprise to us
but even for certain legislators who were camping here at Taj President, because at least till about 2 to 3 o'clock when we were allowed to be inside the hotel and we had the opportunity to speak to the legislators, almost everyone exuded the same confidence that, okay, it will be the Chief Minister would be Devendra Fadnavis, the Deputy Chief Minister would be Eknath Shinde. I'm not very sure whether this was completely calibrated and perhaps the legislators were basically asked to keep silent about these kind of developments, or even they have been taken by surprise, at least some of the MLAs here. None of the none of the close aides of Devendra Fadnavis was here, barring Chandrakant Dada Patil, who was here in the morning. But the other legislators who have been from the other parts of Maharashtra, they all have been here. And let me just give you a glimpse, there are certain restrictions right now in the hotel, so unfortunately I'm not being able to show you around. But most of these legislators who were there at the lobby a while back, right now we don't see much people coming out, or the kind of celebrations that were really taking place earlier in the day when the legislators were coming in, sloganeering, and especially sloganeering for the man who's responsible for bringing BJP back to power, that is Devendra Fadnavis himself. Now, why it also comes across as a surprise, let's not forget, is the reason why the Yuti, the alliance, had actually broken here between the Shiva Sena and the BJP. That was primarily because of who's going to be the Chief Minister, because Uddhav Thackeray had said that it is the Sena who's going to provide the Chief Minister and not the BJP, or whether there should be a rotational process that would be brought into the picture. So, that was the reason why this alliance had essentially broken. Now coming back to the same thing where Devendra Fadnavis does not become the Chief Minister, he gives that position to Eknath Shinde. There is much more than what meets the eye at this point in time. There are layers to it right now, Abhishek. It will be too naive to say that this was a last-minute decision. Perhaps to a greater extent this was calibrated, and even perhaps some people within the BJP camp may have been taken by surprise. If you simply go take a look at the body language of most of the legislators here at Taj President, large part of the most of the legislators are here, and the body language, it does give you a sense that even they have been taken by surprise. Perhaps they're not going to really come on record to say that. You'll have to certainly wait and watch to hear from their side also, because till about 2 o'clock, Abhishek, we were inside the hotel. We had the opportunity to speak to some of these legislators who have come from places like Nasik, Pune, and they had basically indicated that the swearing-in ceremony perhaps is going to take place tomorrow. That also had later on changed. So there is a lot of confusion, if I may say so, at this point in time.
Yes, fantastic perspective there, Shravan. The fact that the alliance between Shiva Sena and BJP broke in 2019 because Shiva Sena wanted to be to get the Chief Minister's chair despite having less number of seats, and BJP stuck to its guns saying that no, they are the senior partner with double the seats and they should be getting the Chief Minister's chair. Now, in a similar situation with lesser number of seats with Eknath Shinde, the BJP says, okay, fine, let Shinde be the Chief Minister, and in fact, David Fadnavis would sit out. There must be deep calculations there. You are absolutely right. In fact, what this decision does is, as they say, kill two birds with a single stone. It takes away Maharashtra Vikas Aghadi out of the picture. It weakens the NCP and the Congress in Maharashtra. It almost decimates Uddhav Thackeray's Shiv Sena completely. And Shinde, of course, with lesser numbers, even more dependent on the BJP. So if you look at it long term, the BJP achieves more than a couple of objectives insofar as Maharashtra politics is concerned. And I think picture abhi baki hai. This might not be the end of the story. There might be many other spin-offs coming out of this development that has taken place today. I believe I'm told that Shivangi is also there from outside Matoshri with us, and Piyush from SB Chavan Center. I should go to Piyush first to get elicit a reaction if he has managed one from the NCP foot soldiers or those supporting Sharad Pawar present there. I am told that both Sharad Pawar and other leaders of the party have been closeted there, sitting at the YB Chavan Center all day. If you are hearing something, Piyush, as to how the NCP sees these developments after Devendra Fadnavis announced that Eknath Shinde would be the Chief Minister of Maharashtra, please share with the viewers what is the view of the NCP.
but the large number of meetings was being held by Supriya Sule, his daughter. Now, this entire situation, where Eknath Shinde now has been made the chief minister, has also taken a lot of NCP ministers by surprise, and they are yet to give their official statement on this regard. In fact, I was to speak to Supriya Sule regarding this, but she said that she's assessing the entire situation, and if she can be given some time, she will come to us later and speak about this entire situation later. So yes, it has also taken NCP by surprise. Mind you, NCP as an opposition can play a very important role, will play a very important role, because it is the second largest party in the Legislative Council, and it realizes that it has to now make sure that it needs to play a role of a very effective opposition, not only to keep this new government in check, but also to make sure this Mahavikash Aghadi, where there is Congress and Shiv Sena led by Uddhav Thackeray camp, they have to manage this coalition and make sure that this does not fall apart. Again, as I said, the NCP is trying to make sure that they're also keeping their support for Uddhav Thackeray camp, and with this move, you can also see that how BJP has made a massive dent at the Uddhav Thackeray camp and weakened them further. So it is going to be now very interesting, and the role of NCP is going to become even more important to make sure that this Uddhav Thackeray camp does not deteriorate further. Back to you, Abhishek.
Right. Thank you so much, Piyush. There. In fact, Niranjan now is back live with us from outside Raj Bhavan. Niranjan, a surprising development there. But all right, I think we have Deepak Kesarkar joining us over phone. If Jimmy has given me the right cue, Deepak Kesarkar Sahab, if you are getting me.
Yes, certainly, sir. Please tell me.
Right, sir. So, sir, yeah. A big development there. Shiv Sena breakaway group getting Chief Minister's chair. Please, your first reaction on Eknath Shinde, your leader, becoming the Chief Minister of Maharashtra. Also, if you can just give us some idea of why the BJP chose to sit out.
So it's a really sweet surprise for us as well. In the morning, we had a meeting and we had given all authorities to Shindeji. And whatever he would have decided, we have easily accepted it. But in spite, he is coming with victorious with CM's post. And that is the dream of Honorable Bahasaheb Thackeray, to bring an ordinary Shiv Sainik on that chair. And that is really coming through because of the cooperation from Honorable Modi ji, Honorable Amit Shah ji, and first of all, Devendra Fadnavis ji, who was the aspirant for that post, and he has done like a miracle. He has acted, and I think this is a sweet surprise for entire Maharashtra as well as all of us as also.
Now, Mr. Kesarkar, if I can come in, Abhishek, Mr. Kesarkar, we are hearing that this is not really also that this was perhaps in the works. Mr. Kesarkar, this was perhaps in the works.
Okay.
But one of the interesting mentions that Mr. Uddhav Thackeray said is that he would like to have seen whether the BJP would have given that position to a Shiv Sainik. Now that it's back to a Shiv Sainik, what is the message that is going out according to you?
And that is a good message that is given not only to Shiv Sainik but entire Maharashtra, and what Uddhav Sahib had expected. And he was, maybe I don't really see that he would have expected this. So it's a gift for him as well, because his dream is also coming true. He was also all the time telling that I wanted to
Is there any scope for reconciliation after this?
I cannot speak about that at this point of time, but he should be happy and then he should give his blessings to Honorable Shindeji.
Will you seek blessings from Mr. Uddhav Thackeray?
He will definitely seek, but it is for him to decide now whether to call him and give him his blessings.
Mr. Kesarkar, is there any formula that is worked out about how many ministers will be a part of this cabinet? How many from your party and how many from the BJP?
No, sir, we don't have any formula. Neither we had discussed this in our meeting. We have given all the authorities to Mr. Shinde, and we are quite happy that the way he has gone there and he was offered the post of CM. And I'll have to be very frank that many of the MLAs insisted while he was going that he should be the CM. And actually that dream is coming through, because I was myself not very confident he would be offered this post. And this is something very unusual, very unexpected, and a very sweet shock of surprise.
Kesarkar Sahab, the Yuti had broken after the previous elections on the CM post. Shiva Sena wanted the CM's post. BJP was unwilling to give it. What has really changed this time that the BJP was more than willing to make Eknath Shinde the chief minister? I'm sure you all were aware of what was coming.
No. It was kept secret. Nobody was aware of this. And even I'm sure that Shinde Sahib is very happy with his development. All our MLAs were thinking that we should get this post, but getting it for getting a support from the national party was really surprising. And in a way, it is a tribute to Baba Sahib, because we have a very long alliance with the BJP Sena. So, in a way, it is a tribute to Baba Sahib.
Right. Thank you so much, Kesarkar Sahab. We will hear more of you. You have been a very articulate spokesperson for the rebel Shiv Sena group, or the breakaway Shiv Sena group now. We would also engage with you on what would be the status of the original Shiv Sena under Uddhav Thackeray vis-a-vis the breakaway group now that Eknath Shinde, the leader, is chief minister. Thank you so much for joining us. On that note, I pass it on to Niranjan, who's reporting from outside the Raj Bhavan where the action is. Niranjan.
Abhishek, if I can get you, Priyanka, Alisha and Shavan and Piyush Shori and Shivangi and everyone tracking the story. Let me also let you in on a secret now that all these surprising announcements have been made, Abhishek. On the 21st of June, we had an inkling that something like this was in the works. In fact, when we contacted our sources, Abhishek, we had an idea about that something like this would be in the works. In fact, our sources, our deep sources, also told us, you wait and watch what's going to happen. It's not how it's being imagined by the media with Devendra Fadnavis coming back to power. We actually had an inclination that it may not be Devendra Fadnavis. It could be the Eknath Shinde camp, and it could be Eknath Shinde who could stake claim and could be the chief minister. And Abhishek, and I'm talking about the 21st of June. And Aishwarya also knows about this, Abhishek. So it's something that we knew, but we sometimes what happens, I think, as journalists, is we want to be extra careful because some things seem out of whack. But our experience has been in the last 2 weeks that sometimes these things are really possible, as being displayed by the developments in Maharashtra. But let me tell you, in fact, Aishwarya is here. He's live on Republic Bharat, and we were discussing it about how it seemed completely out of whack back then. It seemed like it's a wild information that came in, and we wanted to be extra cautious. But it was definitely not something. I heard what Deepak Kesarkar said. I heard what Shravan was saying and Priyanka was saying about some of the reactions. Aishwarya is there. You ask Aishwarya. Aishwarya, be honest. Was it completely out of the blue? Did you know that Shinde was going to be the chief minister? If yes, why were you being careful? What was happening?
No, we have to be very clear why this is being done. we knew that's a different issue. But why this is being done? This is being done. He's a strong Maratha leader. We need to understand this is a BJP, and in politics it is being done to decimate the opposition. Till yesterday, Uddhav Thackeray was the Chief Minister of Maharashtra. He was heading Shiv Sena. Today, he's neither the Chief Minister nor he's heading Shiv Sena. You have a Shiv Sainik as the Chief Minister. You have a person who was handpicked by Bala Sahab 30 years ago as the Chief Minister. Issue was only Hindutva. Issue is very clear. BJP is saying that we have not brought this government out. We are going to stay out. It's not about the power. Because the manner in which in the last 48 hours it was being made emotional that you are removing the son of Bala Sahab. How can you do this if you are Shiv Sainiks? Bala Sahab gave you everything. And today you have a Shiv Sainik who was chosen, handpicked by Bala Sahab, coming from very, very moderate background, used to drive an auto rickshaw, chosen by Bala Sahab, became a leader and now is going to lead Maharashtra. BJP is even not going to be a part of the government. So sending out a message, as it's said in Hindi, Saam Dam Dand Bhed, kuch bhi ho, get the power. So BJP is completely sending a message to Uddhav Thackeray.
I'm going to take it away from you for a second because Shravan has a leader with him. Shravan, over to you, Shravan. Who's with you? Let's talk to them.
Joining us on this broadcast is the legislator from Pune, Siddharth Shirole. सिद्धार्थ जी, सबसे पहले तो सवाल ये उठाऊंगा कि अब तक जो भी नारे यहाँ पे लग रहे थे सब देवेंद्र फडणवीस मुख्यमंत्री बनेंगे, कल रात तक जब यहाँ पे लड्डू बट रहे तो ये कहा जा रहा था देवेंद्र फडणवीस बनेंगे, आज ऐसा क्या हो गया कि आप बदल गए, आज एकनाथ शिंदे को मुख्यमंत्री बना रहे?
नहीं, मेरे ख्याल से देवेंद्र जी ने पिछले 2-2.5 साल में जब भी उनको ये सवाल पूछा गया तो उन्होंने यही कहा कि ये महाविकास आघाड़ी की सरकार को भारतीय जनता पार्टी नहीं गिराएगी और यदा कभी जब ये गवर्नमेंट गिरती है तो उसके अंतर विरोध की वजह से गिरेगी और ऐसा अगर कभी हुआ तो भारतीय जनता पार्टी एक अल्टरनेटिव गवर्नमेंट देगी। और मेरे ख्याल से आज की जो पॉलिटिकल सिचुएशन है उसमें जो उद्धव जी ठाकरे ने जो मुखौटा खड़ा किया था वो मुखौटा भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने उनका पर्दाफाश कर दिया है और एकनाथ जी शिंदे के नेतृत्व में भारतीय जनता पार्टी के सारे सदस्य मिलके महाराष्ट्र की जो गेले 2.5 साल में जो बर्बादी हुई है उसको मिटा के महाराष्ट्र को नए प्रगति के पथ पे लेके जाएगी।
शिरोले साहब, ये बताइए, आज तो खुशी की दिन है बीजेपी के लिए, तो आज मैं ये सवाल ऐसे सीधे तरीके से आपसे करना चाहूँगा, क्या यहाँ पे जितने भी विधायक थे क्या आप लोग खुद सरप्राइज थे कि ऐसा कुछ होने वाला, या कि आप ये कहें कि आप लोग को पता था कि एकनाथ शिंदे को बनाया जाएगा मुख्यमंत्री?
नहीं, ऐसे तो कुछ पता नहीं था, लेकिन देवेंद्र जी हमारे जो नेता है वो आज हम सबके मन में उनका और भी जो रुतबा है वो बहुत 3-fold से बहुत बढ़ चुका है, क्योंकि ऐसा उन्होंने आज प्रूव कर दिया कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी का जो कार्यकर्ता होता है वो देश के लिए, राष्ट्र के लिए, निर्माण के लिए काम करने के लिए आए, एक कुर्सी से बंधा हुआ नहीं है। वो जिस निर्णय की वजह से अगर एक प्रदेश प्रगति के पथ पे जा सकता है, उस सिचुएशन में वो सिचुएशन को समझ के जो निर्णय लेता है वो राष्ट्रहित का निर्णय होता है और ये राष्ट्रहित का निर्णय आज देवेंद्र जी ने लिया है।
इस मंत्रिमंडल में भाजपा का क्या भूमिका रहेगा?
बिल्कुल, जो देवेंद्र जी ने अभी उनके प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस में कहा कि हम उनके कंधे से कंधा मिला के महाराष्ट्र के जो सारे प्रश्न हैं वो उनको हम रिजॉल्व करेंगे और महाराष्ट्र को प्रगति के पथ पे हम लेके जाएंगे।
एक आखिरी सवाल, आज मातोश्री में जब वो देखते हैं कि एक शिव सैनिक मुख्यमंत्री बन रहे हैं तो क्या लगता है, क्या मैसेज जा रहा होगा आज मातोश्री के पास?
यही तो बात है ना। मुझे लगता है कि जो उद्धव जी ने 2.5 साल पहले जो मुखौटा खड़ा किया वो आज उनका मुखौटा उनका पूरा फाश हो चुका है। उनको मुख्यमंत्री बनना था, अब मुख्यमंत्री बन के उन्होंने देख लिया, लेकिन भारतीय जनता पार्टी को समझ नहीं पाए। ये 25 साल बाद जब वो पीछे मुड़ के देखेंगे तो उनको ये समझेगा कि ये जो उन्होंने 2019 में किया वो उनके और शिवसेना पार्टी को उनकी ज़िंदगी की सबसे बड़ी गलती थी। ये आज का ये निर्णय, ये वक्त, आज का निर्णय ये वक्त बताएगा।
साहब, रिपब्लिक भारत से बात करने के लिए बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। That was the legislator from Pune once again saying they're not really revealing the fact that whether they were really aware of this was about to happen. At least till afternoon, I can tell you, several of the legislators, some legislators whom I've known for a very long time, even now they're saying that we were not very sure that this was going to come. But all that we knew that something different with a different sort of a message would have actually been sent across. Perhaps this is Fadnavis's way of sending across a very strong message, and as Abhishek was pointing out, the objectives has been met with, and perhaps it sends multiple messages through one single decision that's been taken.
Thank you for that, Chavan. But let me tell you, they may be trying to portray that they didn't know about it. Maybe many didn't know, but let me tell you, those who had to know knew that there was a formula in place. So I think it's fair to say that this was a well thought out strategy. And many people are asking, what about Devendra Fadnavis? What is the role that Devendra Fadnavis will now play? Aishwarya is right here. Before I toss it to that intercut, Aishwarya, I think Fadnavis, he was very clear. He said, I may not join the ministry, but I will ensure I take responsibility for this government. I think his words were, I will take responsibility for this government, which means he's going to play that key role in reviving, in strengthening the BJP. And also I think that focus is now going to be on that BMC election, which is now a prestige battle. It's an all-out fight now.
Well, absolutely. Let there be no doubt about it. Devendra Fadnavis is the key man. Devendra Fadnavis, BJP has basically given it in a platter to Eknath Shinde. Let there be no doubt. Yes, there was a plan from day one. The day it all happened, there was a plan at place. Eknath Shinde was chosen there and then. It is not a plan. Those BJP MLAs or even the rebel MLAs may be very happily saying, oh, it's a very pleasant surprise. But they were all aware what is going to happen. Not all, but at least the core ones were happy. But what is happening is that now, yes, first and foremost, elevation of Devendra Fadnavis is imminent within the hierarchy of the BJP. Well, that is point number one. Point number two, Devendra Fadnavis has been given complete responsibility that there should not be any hassle for the next 2.5 years of this government running. Because BJP is not going to become a part of the government. That means there are going to be no ministers, either cabinet or MOS of BJP, but BJP is going to sit outside and support. That means this is going to be a Shiv Sena and the independent run government in Maharashtra. So as it said in Hindi, Ek Chhatr Raj of Shiv Sena. Bala Sahab's Shiv Sena is going to have its government for the first time, complete government, supported from outside by the BJP. So Devendra Fadnavis that way will play very important role because he will decide on what issues, where issues and what all is required. And if there is a part of any other party as well which decides to break away and support, because that is also what we were being told from day one, that this is not the only defection that is of Shiv Sena. So in the coming days we need to wait and watch what exactly happens in another very important party which is in play in Maharashtra.
You're saying that there could be more defections from other parties in another party.
Yeah, absolutely.
And towards Shiv Sena or towards this alliance.
Towards this government. Because you see the issue, the way Uddhav Thackeray came out, the last 3-4 decisions of his cabinet are trying to do only on Hindutva, are trying to say that, look, this was the biggest decision which Bala Sahab want, rename of Aurangabad. So this is exactly what they wanted. Renaming of Usmanabad, renaming of of an airport. So all of these decisions were taken, but they could have been taken in the first week. They were taken as the part of the last. So why? And as we were being told at least 15 days prior that there can be a massive defection in another regional party in Maharashtra once the government is formed after that. Because that party is also very uncomfortable by the decisions which were taken by the MBA led by Uddhav Thackeray Niranjan.
Okay, so let's see. I think this story is still unraveling, ladies and gentlemen. The story in Maharashtra. Many taken aback by Devendra Fadnavis' announcement that it would be Eknath Shinde, the next Chief Minister of Maharashtra. And where we are right now, Eknath Shinde will be the only minister taking oath inside Raj Bhavan at 7:30 p.m. today. So full of surprise. What led to this? What led to this? I think many people have questions about the role that the BJP will now play, the role Fadnavis will now play. And as the story unravels, Aishwarya says that more parties could be breaking up in the next few weeks and months. Let's see where the story goes. Here's a quick reaction that came in and the contrast in the different political reactions that are coming in this evening. Let's listen to that and get you some more updates from Raj Bhavan.
तर कोणी शिवसैनिकांनी त्यांच्या रस्त्यात येऊ नये. आणि मी त्यांना सांगतोय की तुमच्या मार्गामध्ये कोणी येणार नाही. तुम्ही या आणि घ्या शपथ.
और गवर्नर साहब ने श्री एकनाथ शिंदे जी को 7:30 बजे शपथ के लिए न्योता दिया है. आज केवल एक ही शपथ होगी. श्री एकनाथ शिंदे जी की, और फिर हम लोग सारी कार्रवाई करके उसका एक्सपांशन करेंगे.
तर कोणी शिवसैनिकांनी त्यांच्या रस्त्यात येऊ नये. आणि मी त्यांना सांगतोय की तुमच्यामध्ये मार्गामध्ये कोणी येणार नाही, तुम्ही या आणि घ्या शपथ.
और गवर्नर साहब ने श्री एकनाथ शिंदे जी को 7:30 बजे शपथ के लिए न्योता दिया है. आज केवल एक ही शपथ होगी श्री एकनाथ शिंदे जी की, और फिर हम लोग सारी कार्रवाई करके उसका एक्सपांशन करेंगे.
भारतीय जनता पार्टी के नेता पूर्व मुख्यमंत्री श्री देवेंद्र फडणवीस साहब ने की. वास्तविक मुंबई की महानगर पालिका होगी, कल्याण, डोंबिवली, थाने, इन महापालिकाओं के चुनाव को मद्देनजर रखते हुए मुझे लगता है कि शायद एकनाथ शिंदे साहब का चयन इसीलिए किया गया है. रिमोट कंट्रोल के माध्यम से पूरा अधिकार नागपुर के पास होगा, ऐसी व्यवस्था भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने करके रखी है.
Majid Memon joining us on the phone line. Majid Memon of the NCP on the phone line. Mr. Memon, your first thoughts on Eknath Shinde becoming the Chief Minister of Maharashtra once again?
Well, this on the face of it appears to be a superfluous, an artificial or a provisional arrangement, because broadly speaking, how many MLAs does he lead? How many MLAs does he have in his fold? Out of 288 MLAs making the House, BJP is the single largest party with 106 members. And BJP not taking up the case of Chief Minister's position and offering it to somebody else, only shows that there is some game being played. Political chess game is on.
It appears the only chess game they're playing is to strengthen the Shiv Sena, because, with 40 MLAs, he made it official that he had 40 MLAs on his side and 12 independents. That takes him to 52. And along with the BJP's 105, with the support being given, they're officially above the 160, 165 mark, Mr. Memon. And is there a problem? I think I lost the line there with Majid Memon of the NCP. Majid Memon of the NCP calling it a superfluous engagement. I think those were the words used, superfluous and artificial engagement, arrangement were the words used by Majid Memon of the NCP. You also heard another top leader of the, not a top leader, but a media cell and a leader of the NCP. I think that was Mahesh Tapase, who said that it's going to be a remote controlled government. Remote controlled government. Now, many were arguing that all the political moves in Maharashtra were because Fadnavis was hungry to be the chief minister again. That was the narrative for the last few weeks, that all the developments and the political moves was because Devendra Fadnavis was hungry to be the CM again. But I think he's proven. There's a movement here at Raj Bhavan, by the way, leaders coming in and going out, of the Raj Bhavan. Okay, I think Mr. Sandeep Deshpande of the MNS. Sandeep Deshpande of the MNS joining us on the phone line. Mr. Deshpande, can I get your reaction to Eknath Shinde becoming the new Maharashtra Chief Minister? Mr. Deshpande.
With a true sense, I would say with a true sense, first time the real Shiv Sainik will be the CM of Maharashtra.
And does it share? Do you think with this move, Mr. Deshpande, with this move, what do you think? What do you think is the message that the BJP has sent out as a smaller party? How is the MNS reading it? Are you happy with it?
No.
How do you think it's going to help in the upcoming BMC elections?
Thing is that it's not question of who is coming into power and what will happen. The real question is the Hindutva which was left by Shiv Sena and the ideology which was left by Shiv Sena of Balasaab Thackeray, Hindu Samrat Balasaab Thackeray. Now that ideology will come into power and the agenda which Raj Sahib has been pushing for the last so many years of Marathi and Hindutva will be once again on the card of Maharashtra.
Okay, and what is the reaction of your party leader, Mr. Raj Thackeray? Will he be happy with this arrangement? Because, you know, this is also what Bala Sahib may have wanted, you know.
So I think he will soon speak with the media within coming 2 or 3 days.
Okay, okay, that's Sandeep Deshpande. I think we're getting in more pictures. Getting in more pictures. I think that's pictures of Shinde speaking to his party MLAs. Shinde speaking to his supporters, leaders, his camp. These are pictures coming in. He's speaking to his leaders via video conferencing. Exclusive pictures on Republic. Exclusive pictures on Republic of Shinde, Eknath Shinde speaking to his supporters. Priyanka's patched with me. Priyanka's with me. Priyanka.
Well, in fact, let's also get in another word from a BJP legislator from Marathwada. Tanaji Mukhade is with us. Tanaji साहब, सबसे पहले तो सवाल ये करना चाहूँगा क्योंकि थोड़ी देर पहले जो हमने तस्वीरें जो अंदर हम लोग देख रहे थे, कहीं ना कहीं ये लग रहा था कि मुख्यमंत्री इस बार बीजेपी की होगी. अब पता चला कि बीजेपी सरकार में नहीं रहेगी, आप सरकार के बाहर रह के आप सपोर्ट करेंगे. ये क्या आपको पहले से पता था?
सरकार में बीजेपी है, सिर्फ हमारे एक मुख्यमंत्री है, ये बाहर से रहेंगे, वो पद नहीं लेंगे क्योंकि मुख्यमंत्री से बड़ा पद तो महाराष्ट्र में नहीं है. और वो 5 साल सक्षम मुख्यमंत्री बने और कोई कैबिनेट मंत्री थोड़ी बनने वाले हैं. बाकी हमारे एमएलएस को मंत्री बनाने वाले हैं, कैबिनेट भी और राज्य मंत्री भी हमारे लोग बनेंगे. और ये हमारे मुख्यमंत्री साहब के नेतृत्व में कंधे को कंधा लगा के शिंदे साहब के हमारा महाराष्ट्र आगे बढ़ेगा.
ये तानाजी ये सवाल इसलिए करना चाहूँगा, आज सुबह करीबन 9 बजे जब मैं अंदर था होटल के अंदर, चंद्रकांत दादा पाटिल अंदर गए, आप लोग से मुलाकात हुई. क्या उन्होंने कब उस समय कुछ कहा था कि आखिरकार ऐसा कुछ होगा, ऐसा निर्णय लिया गया, दिल्ली से ये निर्णय लिया गया कि यहाँ पे निर्णय लिया गया, इसके बारे में आप लोग को कुछ आइडिया था?
नहीं, वो बात हुई नहीं,
इसके बारे में कुछ आपको बताया नहीं गया था. पर ये बताइए कि आखिरकार जो युति को लेकर, जो युति पहले टूटी थी वो मुख्यमंत्री पद को लेकर टूटी थी, आज आप मुख्यमंत्री शिवसेना को वापस देने की कोशिश करें, इससे क्या क्या मैसेज भेजना चाह रहे हैं?
हमने ये मुख्यमंत्री पद 2019 से 24 तक का है, ये पद हमारे हाथ से गया. Uddhav साहब ने.
Okay, I think we're getting in some reactions right now. We're getting in some reactions right now. Mr. Pathak, Ravindra Pathak joining us on the phone line. Ravindra Pathak, Shiv Sena MLA. Mr. Pathak, आपका पहला रिएक्शन क्या है? What is your reaction to Mr. Eknath Shinde becoming the Chief Minister of Maharashtra?
सबसे पहला खाना का हिंदू हृदय सम्राट बाला साहेब ठाकरे, धर्मवीर आनंद के एक कार्यकर्ता शिंदे साहब को महाराष्ट्र का मुख्यमंत्री बनाया. सबसे बड़ा हमारा बहुत खुशी का दिन है आज थाना के लिए. सबसे हेलो उसके लिए हमारा धन्यवाद.
आपको लगता है कि ये जो डिसीजन लिया गया है अच्छा डिसीजन है?
अच्छा डिसीजन है. जो पार्टी ने बीजेपी ने अपना शिंदे साहब को सपोर्ट दिया है, इसके लिए बीजेपी का भी धन्यवाद और थाना का पूरा जनता की वजह से हम लोग धन्यवाद चाहते हैं.
अच्छा, और क्या माहौल है वहाँ पे थाने में?
थाने में बहुत बड़ा माहौल है, बहुत खुशी है. सब लोग को खुशी हुई है जो शिंदे साहब का मेहनत है और हाल आइए एक कार्यकर्ता से महाराष्ट्र का सीएम बने, इसके लिए हम लोग को बहुत खुशी है.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Pathak. That's Ravindra Pathak, an aide of Eknath Shinde speaking to Republic TV there. Let me also go across and get you the other breaking news update. We had the pictures of Eknath Shinde speaking to his camp, his leaders at the hotel. You had another video that Alisha just shared with us. If that video is ready with me, I'll just play that out. Alisha, if you're there, if I can play that video out, please. Let's try and put that out. The videos. Also getting in the first visuals of Shrikant Shinde, by the way. Shrikant Shinde's first pictures. Shrikant Shinde is the son of Eknath Shinde. Getting in his first pictures. Wondering how he's feeling this evening to this decision that has been taken by Devendra Fadnavis, and the announcement made that Eknath Shinde would be the Chief Minister of Maharashtra. Will be very interesting to hear from Shrikant Shinde. He was very confident, in fact, on the day of the hearing in the Supreme Court, when they approached the Supreme Court. He was confident that the numbers were with them, and that they did not want to be a part. In fact, he's a parliamentarian of the Shiv Sena. He was very, very sure that they would win this battle, and that his father's camp of Shiv Sena with all the MLAs on their side would come out trumps. And if I can get in a word from Priyanka as well. Priyanka, looking at the pictures that I'm getting in here of all these MLAs talking to, I think that's Shrikant Shinde in these pictures. Shrikant Shinde speaking to everyone, including I think Shrikant Shinde is also in Goa. Can you confirm that to us? Is he also in Goa? Priyanka.
Okay, can you hear me? I think I've just lost that audio there. If you can pick up my audio via the phone. I've just... Yes. Okay. Just keep my phone audio on air, and let me see if I can go to Priyanka. Let me go to Priyanka. Priyanka, take us through these pictures. I think the BJP leaders are there. I can see Shrikant Shinde as well. Very interestingly, I'm seeing people like Mohit Kamboj, Mohit Bhartiya, etc. there with these MLAs. Are they all in Goa? Is this video from Goa? Priyanka. Priyanka, can you hear me, Priyanka?
Okay. I think we're getting in some pictures from the Raj Bhavan from earlier. These are pictures from the Raj Bhavan. If I can just get more details. These seems to be pictures coming in from Raj Bhavan, and I'll try and live pictures from Raj Bhavan. Okay, live pictures from Raj Bhavan. Let's see who's with me. If Shawan or Abhishek is live with me, we'll go across to them as well. Preparations are being made at the Raj Bhavan. The band is being called here. If you're getting these live pictures, the band being called in, the police band, I think. Police band. The band being called in ahead of the swearing in. They're just entering. These are live pictures of the police band going in. They're also in a jovial mood. They're just saying hi to the media. All of them prepping up for their performance, their primetime performance this evening at a little over 7 p.m. That's the police band there. All of them happy. And some of the pictures that you saw there, I think that's summing up perhaps the mood. I don't know. I can't be too sure. And I'm not sure whether it'll be politically correct if I could say the governor giving sweets, giving a laddu to both Fadnavis and Eknath Shinde. And I don't know. I just get a sense that people generally are happy that there is stability coming. Perhaps I don't know if that's the takeaway. But nobody expected Eknath Shinde to be the Chief Minister, I think, until this evening. Though some had an idea that this was in the works, and those, of course, were strategizing. And one thing is for sure, that this has been in the works for a very, very long time, very, very long time. And Eknath Shinde himself knew that this was the formula. Let's not fool anybody, of course. And let me take that question to Abhishek. Abhishek. It's impossible that this formula wasn't worked out earlier itself, Abhishek. It's impossible if someone tells you that nobody saw this coming. Yes, many saw it coming. Many may have stayed quiet about it. But somebody just sent me a forward, Abhishek. Somebody just sent me a forward that what the NCP parties like the NCP and Congress would tell their leaders, or when they go back to people in different parts of Maharashtra. In the Marathwada regions, for example, they would say that, they would draw the caste of leaders. And what they will not tell you tomorrow is that Fadnavis, who's a Brahmin leader, has allowed a Maratha leader to take over. That is not a headline that people will tell you tomorrow. But I think the symbolism is huge in what he's done, because they were projecting the BJP and Fadnavis as power hungry, but effectively what they've done is many would call magnanimous. Abhishek.
At many levels, messaging at many levels, Niranjan. So Maratha is one messaging. Shiv Sena chief, former Shiv Sena chief Balasaheb Thackeray's legacy, ownership of that is another messaging. And rewarding those who come with BJP is third messaging. But I would say, Niranjan, also on a lighter note, Sanjay Raut would say the chief minister would be from Shiv Sena only. So even that wish has been fulfilled for Sanjay Raut, that the chief minister is from Shiv Sena. But I would say, Niranjan, there is nothing called free lunch. There might have been something which has led to this, which would subsequently unravel. It cannot just be about Eknath Shinde wanting something and he getting it. There are very complex dynamics at play here. As I said, it's like a double trap event in Olympics. You shoot and target multiple objectives. So we can already see, for example, the legacy of Balasaheb Thackeray snatched from the Thackerays effectively. We also see complete decimation of Shiv Sena. And remember, so far as vote bank politics goes, Shiv Sena and the BJP fish in the same pond. So you have taken away a very big chunk of the vote bank away from the Shiv Sena, even in the pockets that it really existed, essentially around Mumbai, Thane, Palghar region and some pockets of Pune, Marathwada region. So I think multiple objectives attained by the BJP. It's too early to say whether this is how long-term a plan this is to keep Eknath Shinde as the chief minister. But yes, BJP has really succeeded in sending across a message that it is the central pole of Indian politics. It sets the agenda, it sets the narrative, it sets the series of events which lead to developments like this. And I think, as I said, Niranjan, because you mentioned magnanimity, obviously the kind of large-heartedness that is being shown by Devendra Fadnavis. Remember, he was a natural claimant to the chief ministership. In 2019, he was denied. He was a natural claimant to the chief ministership. Now, his party deciding that no, let it go to Eknath Shinde. He being a loyal soldier, agreeing to it. So obviously, I think the stature of Devendra Fadnavis comes out as much higher. And I think he has catapulted himself into the National League. Remember, Niranjan, he was in charge of Goa. He was in charge of Bihar. Both states the party won, increased its tally. So I am sure that the central leadership of the BJP also would see Devendra Fadnavis in a very new light post the developments and changes that have taken place in Maharashtra.
Well, absolutely. I think you're I mean, spot on there, Abhishek. I think the organizational skills of Devendra Fadnavis have once again been proven, and that's why when he said that I'll take responsibility for this government, his words were, I'll take responsibility for this government. I will make sure that this government is stable and serves the people. I will take responsibility for it, and I think that says a lot. And his focus will be on the organization. On organization. We'll take a short break, but we are live from the Raj Bhavan. In a short while from now, it's going to be 6 p.m. here. In 90 minutes from now, the new Chief Minister of Maharashtra, Eknath Shinde, the senior most in the Shiv Sena after Balasaheb Thackeray, after Anand Dighe, and after many would argue the Thackeray's, it was him. And he will be the Chief Minister. It will be a Shiv Sena CM in Maharashtra again. Whichever way you look at it, after Uddhav, another Shiv Sena CM will remain in Maharashtra. Eknath Shinde. Stay tuned.
Reading allows us to become familiar with ourselves.
We don't read, we won't know what is knowledge.
I just find it very interesting to know people's lives, how they went through certain situations, how they dealt with things.
So wherever you want to go in life, if you read books along those lines, then that would really help you in growing.
Reading could mean a million different things to every individual. What does it mean to you? Visit readindia.info to find out more.
As per top source in the Shiv Sena, Maharashtra CM Uddhav Thackeray has given a 24 hours ultimatum to the rebel MLAs. He has asked them to return to Mumbai within this time frame and do a one-on-one meeting. If they don't adhere to this, disciplinary action will be initiated against them. Sources reveal that no further talks will be held with them if they don't come to Mumbai within 24 hours. Leader of Opposition Legislative Council Praveen Darekar wrote to Maharashtra Governor Bhagat Singh Koshyari seeking his intervention as over 160 government orders have been issued in the last 48 hours amid the political crisis in the state. Shiv Sena supporters threw black ink and eggs at a poster showing a picture of rebel MLA Eknath Shinde and also raised slogans against him in Ahmednagar. Assam Congress Chief Bhupen Kumar Bora wrote to rebel Maharashtra Shiv Sena MLA Eknath Shinde and asked him to leave Assam at the earliest in the interest of the state. Shiv Sena's legal team reached the Legislative Assembly. It remanded a decision on its request for the suspension of 12 rebel MLAs. As per sources, it has also sought the disqualification of 5 more MLAs. In blow to the rebels, Deputy Speaker Narhari Jirwal accepted an application by the Sena appointing Sunil Prabhu as the Chief Whip.
तर कोणी शिवसैनिकांनी त्यांच्या रस्त्यात येऊ नये आणि मी त्यांना सांगतोय की तुमच्या मार्गामध्ये कोणी येणार नाही, तुम्ही या आणि घ्या शपथ.
और गवर्नर साहब ने श्री एकनाथ शिंदे जी को 7:30 बजे शपथ के लिए न्योता दिया है. आज केवल एक ही शपथ होगी श्री एकनाथ शिंदे जी की और फिर हम लोग सारी कार्रवाई करके उसका एक्सपेंशन करेंगे.
Assam Congress Chief Bhupen Kumar Bora wrote to rebel Maharashtra Shiv Sena MLA Eknath Shinde and asked him to leave Assam at the earliest in the interest of the state. Shiv Sena's legal team reached the Legislative Assembly. It remanded a decision on its request for the suspension of 12 rebel MLAs. As per sources, it has also sought the disqualification of 5 more MLAs. In blow to the rebels, Deputy Speaker Narhari Jirwal accepted an application by the Sena appointing Sunil Prabhu as the Chief Whip. After crossing the magic number, the strength of Shiv Sena MLAs in the Eknath Shinde camp is expected to cross 50 as more MLAs are likely to reach Guwahati today. Shiv Sena MLA Dilip Lande joined the group of rebels led by Shinde and has already reached Assam.
According to sources, 3 Shiv Sena MLAs and 5 more independents are likely to join the Eknath Shinde camp. Initially, they will go to Surat and then leave for Guwahati. Speaking about the present predicament of the MBA, NCP Chief Sharad Pawar made it clear his party in the alliance with support of Uddhav Thackeray, further stating that the state government majority can be proven only in the floor of the Vidhan Sabha. Pawar said that Eknath Shinde's camp could face anti-defection law. The Mahavikas Aghadi government in Maharashtra is on the verge of crumbling. Former Chief Minister of Maharashtra and Union Minister Narayan Rane lambasted MBA and also NCP Chief Sharad Pawar. Shiv Sena leader Sanjay Raut stating that the alliance of the NCP Congress Shiv Sena was designed for convenience and self-interest.
Top headlines at this hour: Uddhav out, but Sena CM stays. Eknath Shinde to take oath as the Chief Minister. Eknath Shinde to take oath at 7:30 p.m. at the Raj Bhavan. Biggest coverage on Republic. Devendra Fadnavis says BJP will provide support, but he will not be part of the new government. "13 leaders from Shinde camp to take oath as ministers, 21 BJP leaders to get ministerial berths." Shinde camp to approach election commission.
Eknath Shinde has been granted best security cover by the
Yeah. Welcome back, viewers. In fact, we are cutting across to some breaking updates that we are getting. Eknath Shinde, in fact, has been announced as the Chief Minister, and Sharad Pawar, the NCP ally of the then Shiv Sena, in fact, has tweeted, congratulations to Eknath Shinde on his election as the new Chief Minister of Maharashtra. He sincerely hopes that the interests of Maharashtra will be safeguarded by him. Now, this is the latest tweet that is coming to light from Sharad Pawar, the NCP ally of the Maha Vikas Aghadi government that has now gone out, and now we are seeing Eknath Shinde as the new Chief Minister. We had seen NCP leaders earlier as well reacting to it, calling it a frivolous alliance, and now we see the Sharad Pawar, NCP Supremo, in fact coming out and congratulating Eknath Shinde and saying that hopefully the new government will be for the benefit of the people of Maharashtra. And we are tracking all multiple developments that are taking place right now. Niranjan, I believe, is also back with us. Niranjan, over to you. What more are you picking up?
So, yeah, I'm at the Raj Bhavan. There's a lot of movement here behind me. Sorry, I just lost my unit. There for a second. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to show you with my camera. I'm at the Raj Bhavan. And let me just flip the camera just to give you an idea. I'm just going to change the view to the frontal view. That's the frontal view. Okay, so here I am. This is the Raj Bhavan, and in a short while from now, everyone's going to come here. I think I'm not sure how many people, how many leaders from the BJP and Shiv Sena will be, and the BJP and Shiv Sena, that is the Shinde camp, Shiv Sena will be here. But security arrangements being made. We were here when the leaders just zoomed in and zoomed out. Priyanka, they came in. I think about 7 or 8 cars. I've seen in the last 2 days, let me tell you the 2 pictures I've seen. I've seen Uddhav Thackeray's convoy of about 30-40 cars, zoom in and out of their homes and into the Raj Bhavan and out. And I've seen about 4 to 5 cars of the BJP delegation. That's Devendra Fadnavis and Eknath Shinde, zoom in and zoom out. But things have changed in the last 24 to 48 hours. So just to give you a perspective there, in a short while from now, inside the Raj Bhavan at 7:30 p.m. It's at 7:30 p.m. That's when the oath will be administered to the next Chief Minister of Maharashtra. It will be Eknath Shinde. Many of them surprised, many people surprised. And just to give you a perspective, we have about 5 to 6 reporters. 5 to 6 reporters here, including here you see Aishwarya Kapoor. This is Aishwarya Kapoor. Aishwarya Kapoor is live on Republic Bharat right now. And we have Alisha inside the Raj Bhavan. And we have the entire Republic crew here. Shavan is live with me. Priyanka is also live. And, this is our VJ here. And we've been and we are live, non-stop rolling. That's just a little bit of a perspective that I could give you. Let me just walk, in fact, towards the Raj Bhavan to give you a bird's eye view. I'm just going to walk. Yes, I'm actually here. More and more, you'll see that more and more security vehicles come in. That's a car. The police. There's a bike, and there's a pilot vehicle. I'm not sure who's inside that vehicle. Could be the police commissioner. I can't confirm that. Okay. So those are more vehicles coming in. So that's the Raj Bhavan. You will see that arrangements are being made for that big oath-taking ceremony at 7 p.m. So we are live here. Priyanka, while I stay with these live pictures and I just hook up with my live view unit, I'm just coming across to you. I'm just coming across to you for a second. Priyanka. And what are the kind of reactions you're picking up from that camp there? You're in Goa. Are they really surprised? Or did many of them see this coming? Because we have it and we've had it for the last 2 weeks with us, at least 2 weeks now, that something like this was in the works, Priyanka. Something like this was in the works.
Well, absolutely, Niranjan. There was, of course, an inclination that it will be something like this. The arithmetic also had proven this. And, of course, we know the modus operandi. As soon as the BJP gets involved, that the cards are kept very close to the chest. They do not let the decision come out in the public domain till the last very second. And that is why we also had to be very cautious about what news we were breaking, because this was a massive development. We were expecting, the normal chatter, in fact, had been that Devendra Fadnavis will be the Chief Minister, Eknath Shinde will be the Deputy Chief Minister. But of course, we had gotten some kind of inclination that Eknath Shinde might be made the Chief Minister as well, looking at the entire arithmetic of it, looking at how the alliance might work going forward with the Eknath Shinde camp and the BJP. And of course, we also had to keep in mind that when it is actually confirmed is when we break it. But talking about the reactions, Niranjan, we have been picking up several reactions from inside this resort. Actually, if I could pan my cameras and show you, this is the exact resort where all the MLAs are. We've gotten several videos from inside this resort itself. Multiple videos of MLAs dancing, MLAs talking to Eknath Shinde on a video conference, congratulating him, feeding each other sweets and celebrating, dancing. All of those visuals, in fact, have come to light. But when we were able to get in a word from several of the MLAs,
breaking news coming in.
1 minute after this,
I'm just getting in some breaking news. Breaking news. Stay with me. That's Eknath Shinde has just tweeted. Eknath Shinde has just tweeted, and he has tweeted saying that gratitude to the Prime Minister. He's thanked the Prime Minister. Eknath Shinde has just tweeted thanking the Prime Minister and thanking the BJP chief, JP Nadda, thanking the Home Minister of the country, Amit Shah, and saying heartfelt thanks to my friend and colleague, Devendra Fadnavis. So there you have it, the future Chief Minister, the next Chief Minister of Maharashtra, Eknath Shinde. Eknath Shinde's tweet is on your screen right now. He's just tweeted thanking the Prime Minister, thanking BJP Chief JP Nadda, thanking also Amit Shah, the Home Minister, and Devendra Fadnavis. That's the tweet coming in from Eknath Shinde just before he gets ready. It's going to be a special moment for him. Look at the contrast this evening, ladies and gentlemen. Until last week, Eknath Shinde was seen as a leader who was extremely senior in the Shiv Sena ranks, deserving someone who's come ground up in the BJP, and he was many experts felt he was being shafted in the Shiv Sena, shafted because a new Shiv Sena took over, and many say that Uddhav Thackeray was misled by his close coterie, and there is a lot of action here, so it may be a little noisy for the next 90 minutes. Many felt that Uddhav Thackeray was being misled by his coterie and was disconnected with the ground ranks. And you hear Eknath Shinde, and one of the things that Eknath Shinde says again and again is that they tried to speak to Uddhav Thackeray but failed in conveying to him that Congress and NCP is an alliance that you can't really go with. Okay, here's what Devendra Fadnavis said earlier today at the Raj Bhavan when they met the governor, and they told the governor that Eknath Shinde will be staking claim. It was Eknath Shinde who handed that letter staking claim for the government. Here's what happened. Here's what Fadnavis said earlier.
आज हमने सौंपा है और गवर्नर साहब ने श्री एकनाथ शिंदे जी को 7:30 बजे शपथ के लिए न्योता दिया है। आज केवल एक ही शपथ होगी श्री एकनाथ शिंदे जी की, और फिर हम लोग सारी कार्रवाई करके उसका एक्सपांशन करेंगे। एक्सपांशन के समय शिवसेना के जो विधायक उनके साथ है, कुछ इंडिपेंडेंट्स है, हमारे 106 विधायक हैं। इनमें से जो ज्येष्ठ वरिष्ठ लोग हैं जो हमारी पार्टी तय करेगी या उनकी पार्टी तय करेगी, ऐसे लोगों को मौका दिया जाएगा और मंत्रिमंडल का एक्सपांशन किया जाएगा। मैं इस सरकार को पूरे तरीके से सहयोग करूंगा। मैं सरकार के बाहर रहूंगा और इस सरकार को सफल बनाने हेतु जो जो चीज करना आवश्यक है, ऐसी सारी चीजें हम मिलकर करेंगे। मेरा विश्वास है आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी ने जो विकास का एक नया पर्व शुरू किया है, उस विकास के पर्व को 2.5 साल का जो ब्रेक लगा था वो ब्रेक निकलेगा और फिर से महाराष्ट्र की प्रगति की एक्सप्रेस ये तेजी के साथ भागेगी। और उसके लिए मैं श्री एकनाथ शिंदे जी को बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूं।
And all roads leading to Raj Bhavan in Mumbai, where it's raining heavily in Mumbai right now. It's raining heavily, and behind me is the Raj Bhavan. That's the Raj Bhavan there. That's where Eknath Shinde will be taking oath later today, and all eyes are on Eknath Shinde, who's going to be the next Chief Minister of Maharashtra. We don't know what role the BJP will play in this government, who the ministers will be, if at all. But Eknath Shinde will be the only minister taking oath. He will be the next Chief Minister of Maharashtra. There is action cars going in, coming out. That's another car that's coming into the Raj Bhavan. Not sure who that is. Looks like a diplomatic vehicle. Okay, that's another car getting in. But anyway, that's on a side. Let me go across also to Shavan. Shavan is joining me live. Shavan has been speaking to different legislators, MLAs of the BJP camp as well. Shavan, what's the mood in the BJP? What role will they play now, Shavan? What role will they play, and were any of them really surprised by this move?
In fact, Niranjan, we've spoken to a couple of legislators from the time this news actually came in, and perhaps we'll also try and get across to some of the other legislators right now and just try and get a word from them to get an understanding of whether at all they were aware that this was really coming. Because as I was telling you, till about late afternoon, what happened was there was absolutely no such indication. Sir, ये बताइए सर कि ये दोपहर तक कोई इंडिकेशन ये नहीं लग रहा था कि एकनाथ शिंदे को मुख्यमंत्री बनाया जाए। कल रात को लड्डू यहाँ पे बट रहे थे, ये कहा जा रहा था कि देवेंद्र फडणवीस आज मुख्यमंत्री बनेंगे। ऐसा क्या बदल गया?
देखिए, महाराष्ट्र के डेवलपमेंट के लिए देवेंद्र फडणवीस साहब ने बहुत अच्छा काम किया और वो कभी नहीं चाहते थे कि यहाँ राजनीति हो। इसीलिए उन्होंने जो डिसीजन लिया है वो महाराष्ट्र के हित में है। और एक उनकी छवि इतनी अच्छी हो गई अभी कि किसी पोस्ट के लिए देवेंद्र जी ने कभी कोई राजनीति नहीं की। उन्होंने महाराष्ट्र के आम जनता के लिए ही राजनीति की, इस बात से स्पष्ट है। और हमें विश्वास है कि उनके ही नेतृत्व में हमारे नए मुख्यमंत्री साहब आदरणीय एकनाथ शिंदे साहब एक अच्छा काम महाराष्ट्र में करेंगे, जो हिंदुत्व को लेकर के आगे चलेगा और एक नया इतिहास महाराष्ट्र में राजनीति में देवेंद्र फडणवीस साहब ने दिखा दिया है कि महाराष्ट्र का आम आदमी उस पोस्ट से बड़ा।
एक तरह से जो मैसेजिंग है कि एक तरह से मैसेज जो मातोश्री को भेजने की भी कोशिश की गई कि आखिरकार एक शिव सैनिक आज मुख्यमंत्री वापस बनने वाला है।
देखिए, शिव सैनिक को ही पूरी ताकत दी गई है एक आम शिवसैनिक आज महाराष्ट्र का नेता बन गया है और देवेंद्र फडणवीस साहब ने ये बहुत स्पष्ट है कि विकास को ही प्राधान्य दिया है और वो डेवलपमेंट को लेकर ही आज तक उन्होंने अपने ज़िंदगी में काम किया और मैं ये मानता हूँ कि ये वो एक ऐसा नेता है जो महाराष्ट्र के इतिहास में एक त्याग की मूर्ति बन के उभरे।
एक आखिरी सवाल करना चाहूँगा सर, क्योंकि आखिरकार क्या आप लोग खुद सरप्राइज थे? क्योंकि आज दोपहर तक तो ये नहीं लग रहा था कि ऐसा कुछ खबर आने वाला है। ये बताया जाता है कल स्वेरिंग इन सेरेमनी, आखिरी मोमेंट तक ये बदला गया है। आज सुबह चंद्रकांत दादा पाटिल यहाँ पे आप लोग से मिलकर गए, कोई इंडिकेशन था कि ऐसा कुछ हो सकता है? आज तो खुशी की दिन है, तो मैं एक्सपेक्ट ये करूँगा, आप सच बताइए आखिरकार दर्शकों को, क्या आप एक्सपेक्ट कर रहे थे?
नहीं, डेफिनेटली हम लोग ये एक्सपेक्ट कर रहे थे कि देवेंद्र फडणवीस साहब ही नेतृत्व करेंगे, लेकिन राजनीति में जो हमेशा हंगामा होता है उसका नाम ही देवेंद्र फडणवीस साहब है। देखिए, उन्होंने राज्यसभा के चुनाव में अपनी एक अलग छवि महाराष्ट्र को दिखाई, देश को दिखाई, और महाराष्ट्र के विधान परिषद के चुनाव के वक्त भी देवेंद्र फडणवीस साहब ने चमत्कार करके दिखाया और ये भी एक नया चमत्कार, उसका नाम ही देवेंद्र फडणवीस।
बहुत धन्यवाद। That was a very interesting line, Niranjan. How exactly would you describe Devendra Fadnavis in today's politics? He says, चमत्कार ही नाम politics में जो है वो देवेंद्र फडणवीस है. Now that's the kind of reactions that have really come in. But as I was saying, Niranjan, many would now try to dub this as some sort of a master stroke. Many would say that, this is after all some sort of a messaging that has been done by Devendra Fadnavis, especially given the fact that when the state goes to polls, Devendra Fadnavis would essentially want to have the upper hand. But if you really look at it from the BJP's camp at this point in time, what's very important to point out here is that till about afternoon, when we were inside, and I'm telling you this with some amount of certainty because Niranjan, these are some of the MLAs, at least a 3-time MLA that I've known for a while right now. He too said that, there are some things that are brewing, but they did not know. They were really not hoping that, Devendra Fadnavis is not really going to be the chief minister. So, yeah, it may be right that not everyone was kept in the loop. Pretty much in the style that the BJP really works in, they would like everyone to be taken by surprise. But the fact of the matter here is that there is no doubt that there is layers to this particular decision, and it's going to take some time to peel it off and to find the real picture.
Yeah, Shravan, I think there's some action here, because announcements are being made, roads are being cleared up. So I think Eknath Shinde is going to arrive in a few minutes from now. They're going to arrive in a few minutes from now, and that's why, the police are also overdrive to, just clear up the roads completely, any bikes, cars, etc. that are parked on the side being cleared. Because, this final stretch, and you'll know, Shravan, the final stretch to the Raj Bhavan is a little narrow. So they're just trying to clear up the roads just before he comes here and takes oath. He's going to be coming here anytime. A large number of police personnel also here to just clear up the roads and okay. Let's go back and tell you what Eknath Shinde is going to be the next chief minister of Maharashtra. Now, many are asking, what is the role that Devendra Fadnavis will now play? What is the role that Devendra Fadnavis will now play? Is he now an organizational man? Yes, he has played several organizational roles in the elections in the last few years. Critically, he's proven himself again and again. It happened in Goa and before that in Bihar as well. Now, Devendra Fadnavis' next mission will be Mission BMC, which is a prestige battle to control the world's richest civic body. There's a lot at stake in that battle, and I think that will be the real indicator, because the Shiv Sena had a strong control over that battle, and I think his entire focus will be on that election next. Here's what Eknath Shinde said. I'd like to play out what Eknath Shinde said some time back when he was here at the Raj Bhavan. He was here at the Raj Bhavan along with Devendra Fadnavis. Very, very symbolic when they came here. Fadnavis was seated next to Eknath Shinde, and both of them drove into the Raj Bhavan in an SUV, and they will be here anyway. They will be here in a short while from now to take oath once again. I'm sure Devendra Fadnavis will accompany Eknath Shinde, and that will be something to watch out for. So far, interesting reactions coming in from the NCP. You had Alisha's inside. Alisha's inside the Raj Bhavan where the preparations are on. Let me go across live to her. Alisha, over to you, Alisha. How's it looking inside?
Yes, Niranjan, will directly show you the picture from inside the Raj Bhavan where the oath ceremony is going to take place. And yes, the chairs are been placed and the table, the stage has been set for the new Chief Minister of Maharashtra, that is Eknath Shinde, who is going to take oath as the Chief Minister. And we saw there are two chairs we can see. So, of course, one is for the Eknath Shinde and the second will be the Maharashtra Governor Bhagat Singh Koshyari, who will be present during the oath ceremony of Eknath Shinde. It was something in Niranjan, you know, that it's a very interesting turn that everyone was saying that it will be Devendra Fadnavis who will be the Chief Minister. But Devendra Fadnavis in a press conference right after meeting Bhagat Singh Koshyari, the Governor of Maharashtra, in a press conference and said that the Chief Minister will be of Shiv Sena and that is Eknath Shinde. I'll request my camera person Sunil to show you the entire visuals if he can show. There are the police and the interesting picture if you can see here, that is the new chief, the new Mumbai Police Commissioner Vivek Pansalkar, who is also present here. We know that today only he took a charge as the new Mumbai CP at 5 p.m. and after which he's been reached here at Raj Bhavan looking into the arrangements. I can also see Joint CP Law and Order Vishwas Nagare Patil to see what is the situation. But yes, this is the picture from inside the Raj Bhavan and the stage is all set. There are still the arrangement that has been making. We can see the flowers all around the stage and there are you know, the management team has been looking into it. So of course there are the police personals who has been looking at the situation. It's like in some time from now, we know that by 7:30 the stage is all set and by 7:30 where Eknath Shinde is going to take an oath as a Chief Minister, the new Chief Minister of Maharashtra. We will be back after a short break. Stay tuned to Republic TV for minute-to-minute update.
आग को फैलने से रोकना मुश्किल है पर नामुमकिन नहीं। अब फायरवॉल टेक्नोलॉजी के साथ सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम आग से बचाए।
Satyasai district of Andhra Pradesh witnessed a tragic incident when a high-tension electric wire accidentally came in contact with a passenger auto, killing 5 people and leaving 4 severely injured. The incident took place near Chilakondaya village, where 5 people were burnt alive in passenger auto. The injured were immediately rushed to the hospital and a case has been registered and investigation is underway. Chief Minister Jagan Mohan expressed shock over loss of lives in accident. He ordered the authorities to provide better medical facilities and has announced rupees 10 lakh compensation for the families of the dead. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Huge protesters have gathered here. Hindu Sangathan, shopkeepers, official, and they are saying, Sir Samaj, all have joined this protest. The march will go from here till the collectorate. They are demanding for justice for Kanhaiya Lal.
After Maharashtra CM Uddhav Thackeray resigned from his post, the Maharashtra legislature has issued a circular informing all MLAs that the special assembly session will not take place today. This is because there is no need to hold a floor test now.
Eknath Shinde camp is very firm with the decision that they don't need to get merged with the other party. They are going to get an alliance with the Bharatiya Janata Party.
The Indian Coast Guard rescued 5 fishermen after their boat capsized in Kochi on 28th of June. Watch the dramatic rescue operations. The Coast Guard helicopter can be seen recovering the fishermen from Merchant Vessel Alliance. As As per reports, the boat capsized on 28th of June owing to adverse weather conditions. While 5 fishermen were rescued by the Coast Guard and the Merchant Vessel Alliance in a coordinated operation, search operations is still on for 6 fishermen who went missing. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Alright, so those are the first pictures, of course, of the MLAs that had been in Goa. It's right outside this hotel. In fact, they're coming out. They're not allowed to go towards the MLAs. And of course, the cops making sure that nobody is able to speak to them as well. But we are getting you the first visuals of the entire MLAs of the Shinde clan who have now come to Goa. Coming out, the celebration, in fact, that is being going around of all of the MLAs as well, and getting you the first visuals of Shrikant Shinde as well himself. Shrikant Shinde himself as well, with all of the MLAs celebrating this new Chief Minister Eknath Shinde as well, and we'll be getting you minute-to-minute update right after this very short break.
Amity has been ranked among the top universities globally for producing the most employable graduates by the Times Higher Education UK. Yet another testimony to Amity's excellent placement record.
The Indian Coast Guard rescued 5 fishermen after their boat capsized in Kochi on 28th of June. Watch the dramatic rescue operations. The Coast Guard helicopter can be seen recovering the fishermen from Merchant Vessel Alliance. As per reports, the boat capsized on 28th of June owing to adverse weather conditions. While 5 fishermen were rescued by the Coast Guard and the Merchant Vessel Alliance in a coordinated operation, search operations is still on for 6 fishermen who went missing. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
जरा सा कुछ हुआ तो पाकिस्तान का हाथ बता रहे, उसमें पाकिस्तान क्या कर लगा या ये क्या कर लगे। जहाँ पे बीजेपी की गवर्नमेंट नहीं है, वहाँ पे घटनाएं बढ़ेंगी। जो सेंटर में बैठे लोग हैं, वो सब चीजें करवाते हैं।
Satyasai district of Andhra Pradesh witnessed a tragic incident when a high-tension electric wire accidentally came in contact with a passenger auto, killing 5 people and leaving 4 severely injured. The incident took place near Chilakondaya village, where 5 people were burnt alive in passenger auto. The injured were immediately rushed to the hospital, and a case has been registered and investigation is underway. Chief Minister Jagan Mohan expressed shock over loss of lives in accident. He ordered the authorities to provide better medical facilities and has announced rupees 10 lakh compensation for the families of the dead.
Welcome back. You're watching Republic TV right now. Getting into some breaking news right now. The NCP, which sometime back, in fact, you had several different voices within the NCP. You had a spokesman calling it a remote control government, and we're now hearing, and you also had senior leaders of the NCP, congratulating Sharad Pawar, included congratulating Eknath Shinde. And the breaking news update right now, you're hearing there will be an NCP representation. There will be an NCP representation in the Raj Bhavan when there will be an NCP representation in the Raj Bhavan when Eknath Shinde takes oath in a short while from now. That's the breaking news update. By the way, on an aside, the rain gods really, I guess, blessing Eknath Shinde today. I don't know. I can't. It's raining heavily here in Raj Bhavan, heavily in Mumbai, and Eknath Shinde should be arriving any time now. Just to give you an idea, you can't see much because it's raining heavily, but that's the Raj Bhavan behind me where preparations are being made. The police completely sealing off this entire area, asking for while asking for the media also to be to step aside. My colleague Aishwarya is also joining me live. Aishwarya is also joining me live. Aishwarya, what's the breaking news update?
At this point of time, we are being told that NCP is going to be present in the oath-taking ceremony. At which level, which leader, that is yet to be confirmed. But after Sharad Pawar's tweet congratulating Chief Minister coming from his area, now he's very clearly saying that his party will represent. That is what our sources are telling us. NCP, the main integral part of the MVA, is going to be present just within 24 hours of Uddhav Thackeray being brought down. NCP is going to be present right behind us. Which leader at to what level, that is yet to be confirmed. But yes, they are going to be present. Niranjan.
There's another breaking news update, very interesting update. Alisha, Priyanka, Shravan. I want to get Alisha, Priyanka, Shravan, Shivangi and Piyush. Let's get all our reporters live up, please. And the other big breaking news update is we spoke to Deepak Kesarkar. Let's try and get Deepak Kesarkar's conversation with Republic once again. That was after Fadnavis made that announcement. But one interesting news point I'm just picking up. Kesarkar has said, there is a spokesman for the Shinde camp has said that all the remainder of the Sena MLAs, that is the 16 odd MLAs or 14 or 15 or 16 MLAs, should now listen to him, should now listen to the whip of the Shinde faction. Now that of course organizationally is a valid point to make because you have 2/3 of the party. Now how will that play out in the Uddhav Thackeray camp? That is going to be a very interesting question. Kesarkar quoted as saying that all the MLAs will now have to listen to me. Where does that leave the Uddhav camp? Let me get in a word from Alisha. And by the way things have been going today, Alisha, Alisha earlier joked, the only twist left is if Eknath Shinde goes to Matoshri to take blessings of or the support of Uddhav Thackeray. Is that also possible? That's on a lighter note. But anyway, let me come across to Alisha. Will the Uddhav camp have to listen to Kesarkar and the Shinde faction now? Alisha.
है कि हमारे अगले मुख्यमंत्री श्री एकनाथ शिंदे जी होंगे और साथ ही साथ उन्होंने बहुत बड़ा दिल दिखाते हुए इस बात की भी घोषणा की है कि वो व्यक्तिगत रूप में सरकार से बाहर रह करके समर्थन देंगे और भारतीय जनता पार्टी के पक्ष का पूरा समर्थन एकनाथ शिंदे जी को मिलेगा। यह हमारी पार्टी के नेता और कार्यकर्ता का चरित्र भी दर्शाता है और यह बताता है कि हम किसी पद की लालसा में और पद के लिए नहीं हैं, हम विचार के लिए हैं और विचार को आगे रखने के साथ साथ महाराष्ट्र की जनता की भलाई हो, महाराष्ट्र की जनता का विकास हो, जन जन की आकांक्षाएं पूरी हों, इस बात को ध्यान में रखते हुए हमारे देवेंद्र फडणवीस जी ने इस बात का फैसला किया है। लेकिन भारतीय जनता पार्टी की केंद्रीय टीम ने इस बात को तय किया है कि देवेंद्र जी को सरकार में आना चाहिए और सरकार में पदभार संभालना चाहिए और इसलिए देवेंद्र जी से व्यक्तिगत रूप में भी आग्रह किया है और केंद्र ने इस बात को निर्देशित किया है कि देवेंद्र जी उप मुख्यमंत्री के रूप में, डिप्टी चीफ मिनिस्टर के रूप में कार्यभार संभालें और महाराष्ट्र की जनता और महाराष्ट्र की लोगों की जो आकांक्षाएं हैं उसको पूरा करने के लिए पूरी ताकत लगाएं और जन जन की आकांक्षाओं को एक विकसित प्रदेश के रूप में महाराष्ट्र को खड़ा करने में अपना योगदान करें।
That was JP Nadda, the BJP president, there speaking on the aspirations of the people of Maharashtra, saying that hopeful that Eknath Shinde will fulfill the aspirations of what was not done in the last 2.5 years. Okay, I was going back to Alisha. Alisha, on that comment coming in from the Shinde camp that the Uddhav camp will now have to listen to them. The whip will be issued, we are told, by the Kesarkar camp now, or the Shinde camp. Shinde, Kesarkar literally said they will have to listen to me now.
Well, of course, Nilanjan, because Eknath Shinde is now will be the Chief Minister of Maharashtra. And
फडणवीस जी ने इस बात की घोषणा की है कि हमारे अगले मुख्यमंत्री श्री एकनाथ शिंदे जी होंगे, और साथ ही साथ उन्होंने बहुत बड़ा दिल दिखाते हुए इस बात की भी घोषणा की है कि वो व्यक्तिगत रूप में सरकार से बाहर रह करके समर्थन देंगे और भारतीय जनता पार्टी के पक्ष का पूरा समर्थन एकनाथ शिंदे जी को मिलेगा। यह हमारी पार्टी के नेता और कार्यकर्ता का चरित्र भी दर्शाता है और यह बताता है कि हम किसी पद की लालसा में और पद के लिए नहीं हैं, हम विचार के लिए हैं और विचार को आगे रखने के साथ साथ महाराष्ट्र की जनता की भलाई हो, महाराष्ट्र की जनता का विकास हो, जन जन की आकांक्षाएं पूरी हों, इस बात को ध्यान में रखते हुए हमारे देवेंद्र फडणवीस जी ने इस बात का फैसला किया है। लेकिन भारतीय जनता पार्टी की केंद्रीय टीम ने इस बात को तय किया है कि देवेंद्र जी को सरकार में आना चाहिए और सरकार में पदभार संभालना चाहिए, और इसलिए देवेंद्र जी से व्यक्तिगत रूप में भी आग्रह किया है और केंद्र ने इस बात को निर्देशित किया है कि देवेंद्र जी उप मुख्यमंत्री के रूप में, डिप्टी चीफ मिनिस्टर के रूप में कार्यभार संभालें और महाराष्ट्र की जनता और महाराष्ट्र की लोगों की जो आकांक्षाएं हैं उसको पूरा करने के लिए पूरी ताकत लगाएं और जन जन की आकांक्षाओं को एक विकसित प्रदेश के रूप में महाराष्ट्र को खड़ा करने में अपना योगदान करें।
Well, what a twist that is. Another twist this evening. Many people were asking what is the role that Devendra Fadnavis will be playing. You just heard JP Nadda there saying that he should be the deputy CM.
It is very clear. BJP National President Jagat Prakash Nadda came out and said that Devendra Fadnavis has been magnanimous. Devendra Fadnavis has staged it all, but they would want Devendra Fadnavis to be the deputy chief minister, because we need to understand the BJP National President, the topmost leader of the BJP, of the organization, is saying to Devendra Fadnavis, be the deputy chief minister. This is despite Devendra Fadnavis having the numbers, BJP having the numbers, understanding the political implication of it. It is up to Devendra Fadnavis. If going by the format which is followed within the BJP, it's done. Devendra Fadnavis is the deputy CM once decided by Jagat Prakash Nadda, the BJP national president. But Devendra Fadnavis, just 60 minutes prior, came here and said that he's not going to be a part. BJP is not going to be a part of the government. So there is some change of thought there, some change of flow of thought there. Now BJP is going to be a part of the government, and Jagat Prakash Nadda saying that Devendra Fadnavis is going to be the deputy chief minister. So the roles have been reversed. Devendra Fadnavis deputy CM, Eknath Shinde chief minister. Niranjan, back to you.
महाराष्ट्र के विषय पर अभी हमारे वरिष्ठ नेता और महाराष्ट्र के पूर्व मुख्यमंत्री श्री देवेंद्र फडणवीस जी ने इस बात की घोषणा की है कि हमारे अगले मुख्यमंत्री श्री एकनाथ शिंदे जी होंगे, और साथ ही साथ उन्होंने बहुत बड़ा दिल दिखाते हुए इस बात की भी घोषणा की है कि वो व्यक्तिगत रूप में सरकार से बाहर रह करके समर्थन देंगे और भारतीय जनता पार्टी के पक्ष का पूरा समर्थन एकनाथ शिंदे जी को मिलेगा। यह हमारी पार्टी के नेता और कार्यकर्ता का चरित्र भी दर्शाता है और यह बताता है कि हम किसी पद की लालसा में और पद के लिए नहीं हैं, हम विचार के लिए हैं और विचार को आगे रखने के साथ साथ महाराष्ट्र की जनता की भलाई हो, महाराष्ट्र की जनता का विकास हो, जन जन की आकांक्षाएं पूरी हों, इस बात को ध्यान में रखते हुए हमारे देवेंद्र फडणवीस जी ने इस बात का फैसला किया है। लेकिन भारतीय जनता पार्टी की केंद्रीय टीम ने इस बात को तय किया है कि देवेंद्र जी को सरकार में आना चाहिए और सरकार में पदभार संभालना चाहिए, और इसलिए देवेंद्र जी से व्यक्तिगत रूप में भी आग्रह किया है और केंद्र ने इस बात को निर्देशित किया है कि देवेंद्र जी उप मुख्यमंत्री के रूप में, डिप्टी चीफ मिनिस्टर के रूप में कार्यभार संभालें और महाराष्ट्र की जनता और महाराष्ट्र की लोगों की जो आकांक्षाएं हैं उसको पूरा करने के लिए पूरी ताकत लगाएं और जन जन की आकांक्षाओं को एक विकसित प्रदेश के रूप में महाराष्ट्र को खड़ा करने में अपना योगदान।
Yes, Alisha, I'll go across to Alisha. So, okay, we'll just tell you the Raj Bhavan is just, by the way, just decked up. You'll see the lights on here behind me. That's the Raj Bhavan all decked up. And what's happening right now? What's happening right now is the BJP's made a big statement, Alisha, asking Devendra Fadnavis to be the Deputy Chief Minister. Some change of thought there within the BJP. Fadnavis himself said that it will be only Eknath Shinde taking oath and him backing the government completely. Okay, I'm just crossing the road. Okay, I'm just crossing the road. I'm just crossing the road. I think there's some movement also happening because the police is just asking the media to just sort of step aside. So while we do that, let's also tell you that in a short while from now, he's going. Okay, Alisha, let me come across to you quickly. Alisha's inside the Raj Bhavan. Let's get a view from Alisha, who's inside the Raj Bhavan.
Well, yes, Naranjan, it's a very huge statement that coming in from JP Nadda, clearly stating that Devendra Fadnavis should come into the government and he should be the Deputy Chief Minister. But let me show you the picture that is inside the Raj Bhavan. The stage is all set for Eknath Shinde to be sworn in as the Chief Minister of Maharashtra. Well, we can see that there are chairs, and of course, now we saw there was a tweet, whether it is from Sharad Pawar, the NCP chief, who is congratulating Eknath Shinde to be the Chief Minister of Maharashtra. So we are expecting that now some of the NCP leaders, the senior leaders who are likely to be here for the swearing ceremony of Eknath Shinde as the Chief Minister. We can see there are two chairs, one for Eknath Shinde and the other is for the governor of Maharashtra, that is Bhagat Singh Koshyari. We saw that the earlier picture when Devendra Fadnavis and Eknath Shinde, and Eknath Shinde itself has given the letter to governor, clearly indicates that he has the number, and that is what has been mentioned and showed to the governor, after which this words has been put before the governor that today only there will be the oath ceremony of the new Chief Minister of Maharashtra, and that is none other Eknath Shinde. All were expecting, there was a speculation over the seat, over the cabinet, but yes, now the picture we are showing that it's a heavy bandobast that has been done near the arrangements. We can see even the new Mumbai Police Commissioner Vivek Pansalkar, who today only took a charge as the new Commissioner of Police. We can clearly see the pictures. He is right after like 5 p.m. he took a charge as the Mumbai CP, and right after that he came here at the Raj Bhavan to see the arrangement, because this is something like very important even in the state of Maharashtra, in the city of Mumbai, and that is the reason where we can see the police official, the senior police officials who have been present. But let me show you the arrangement. The arrangement is all set. The stage is all set. Now they are just waiting for the guest, the VIP guest, VVIP guest who is going to be present here. But we have to see who are the political leaders who will be present here. The political leaders from which party who will be present here. It will be very interesting. But yes, there was a board clearly indicating that Eknath Shinde, who is the Chief Minister of Maharashtra, the new Chief Minister of Maharashtra, and NCP has welcomed. Now we have to wait and watch what can be the further course of action, because JP Nadda has clearly given an indication. He clearly stated that Devendra Fadnavis, who has the number, the majority in Maharashtra, should be the Deputy Chief Minister. He should be in the government, and then he should come up as a Deputy Chief Minister and work with the government, because he has just showed the support to Eknath Shinde, clearly stating that Bharatiya Janata Party will be in support, and the face for the Maharashtra will be Eknath Sambhaji Shinde. And this is where we were the first where we said that there will be the oath ceremony of the Chief Minister, and this is the picture, the visuals we have been showing you inside the Raj Bhavan. The ceremony that is going to be start by 7:30. Seniors officials here present, and we know that the new Chief Minister will be Eknath Sambhaji Shinde, who is going to take oath as the Chief Minister at 7:30. Minute-to-minute update only on Republic TV. We'll be back after a short break. Stay tuned.
Amity has been ranked among the top universities globally for producing the most employable graduates by the Times Higher Education UK. Yet another testimony to Amity's excellent placement record.
Reading allows us to become familiar with ourselves.
We don't read, we won't know what is knowledge.
I just find it very interesting to know people's lives, how they went through certain situations, how they dealt with things.
So wherever you want to go in life, if you read books along those lines, then that would really help you in growing.
Reading could mean a million different things to every individual. What does it mean to you? Visit readindia.info to find out more.
Maharashtra CM Uddhav Thackeray resigned from his post. The Maharashtra legislature has issued a circular informing all MLAs that the special assembly session will not take place today. This is because there is no need to hold a floor test now.
Eknath Shinde camp is very firm with the decision that they don't need to get merged with the other party. They are going to get an alliance with the Bharatiya Janata Party.
Satyasai district of Andhra Pradesh witnessed a tragic incident when a high-tension electric wire accidentally came in contact with a passenger auto, killing 5 people and leaving 4 severely injured. The incident took place near Chilakondaya village, where 5 people were burned alive in passenger auto. The injured were immediately rushed to the hospital, and a case has been registered and investigation is underway. Chief Minister Jagan Mohan expressed shock over loss of lives in accident. He ordered the authorities to provide better medical facilities and has announced rupees 10 lakh compensation for the families of the dead. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Huge protesters have gathered here. Hindu Sangathan, shopkeepers, official, and they are saying, Sir Samaj, all have joined this protest. The march will go from here till the collectorate. They are demanding for justice for Kanhaiya Lal.
Satyasai district of Andhra Pradesh witnessed a tragic incident when a high-tension electric wire accidentally came in contact with a passenger auto, killing 5 people and leaving 4 severely injured. The incident took place near Chilakondaya village, where 5 people were burned alive in passenger auto. The injured were immediately rushed to the hospital, and a case has been registered and investigation is underway. Chief Minister Jagan Mohan expressed shock over loss of lives in accident.
Okay, breaking news now coming in. Breaking news now coming in that nobody from the Uddhav camp will be present. Nobody from the Uddhav camp will be present here for the swearing in is what we are hearing. That's another breaking news update that came in. Also, first pictures coming in. I think you saw of Devendra Fadnavis and Eknath Shinde there, a meeting, talking to their faction on the cameras. They were just speaking to them, and I'm just getting away from because there's a lot of chock-a-block there. Given that a lot of media presence is there, and the police wants us to clear out of there. But anyway, the breaking news update now coming in. Devendra Fadnavis and Eknath Shinde, the pictures now coming in of them speaking to their party workers via video conferencing. And we'll take a short break and we'll come back with the live coverage in a few minutes from now. The oath-taking ceremony will now begin. The oath-taking ceremony will begin. Eknath Shinde to be sworn in as the Chief Minister. Not sure as of this minute whether Fadnavis will be sworn in today or later, but the BJP has announced he will be the Deputy Chief Minister. Stay tuned.
Reading allows us to become familiar with ourselves.
We don't read, we won't know what is knowledge.
I just find it very interesting to know people's lives, how they went through certain situations, how they dealt with things.
So wherever you want to go in life, if you read books along those lines, then that would really help you in growing.
Reading could mean a million different things to every individual. What does it mean to you? Visit readindia.info to find out more.
The Indian Coast Guard rescued 5 fishermen after their boat capsized in Kochi on 28th of June. Watch the dramatic rescue operations. The Coast Guard helicopter can be seen recovering the fishermen from Merchant Vessel Alliance. As per reports, the boat capsized on 28th of June owing to adverse weather conditions. While 5 fishermen were rescued by the Coast Guard and the Merchant Vessel Alliance in a coordinated operation, search operations is still on for 6 fishermen who went missing. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
जरा सा कुछ हुआ तो पाकिस्तान का हाथ बता रहे, उसमें पाकिस्तान क्या कर लेगा, ये क्या कर लेंगे। जहाँ पे बीजेपी की गवर्नमेंट नहीं है, वहाँ पे घटनाएं बढ़ेगी। जो सेंटर में बैठे लोग हैं, वो सब चीजें करवाते हैं।
Satyasai district of Andhra Pradesh witnessed a tragic incident when a high-tension electric wire accidentally came in contact with a passenger auto, killing 5 people and leaving 4 severely injured. The incident took place near Chilakondaya village, where 5 people were burned alive in passenger auto. The injured were immediately rushed to the hospital, and a case has been registered and investigation is underway. Chief Minister Jagan Mohan expressed shock over loss of lives in accident. He also
मुख्यमंत्री होते हैं एक मिनिट आता तुमचा मुलगा 60 वर्ष मुख्यमंत्री झाला आहे मागच्या कसं वाटतंय काका किती वर्ष मेहनत करावी लागली ही काय योजना काका किती मेहनत केली साहेबांनी कसं वाटतंय काका किती वर्ष मेहनत करावी लागली ही काय योजना काका किती मेहनत केली साहेबांनी मुख्यमंत्री होते हैं एक मिनिट काका तुमचा मुलगा 60 वर्ष मुख्यमंत्री झाला आहे मागच्या कसं वाटतंय काका किती वर्ष मेहनत करावी लागली ही काय योजना काका किती मेहनत केली
Okay, we are covering live. These are live pictures from the Raj Bhavan. You can see that there are more and more people coming in, dignitaries as well. Across parties, support also coming in for Eknath Shinde. NCP has confirmed it will be coming in. More cars entering the Raj Bhavan. Couldn't make out who's in it. It's raining here. But some leaders expected across party lines to also be present when Eknath Shinde is sworn in as the Chief Minister of Maharashtra in a few minutes from now. Taking a short break, back with the non-stop live coverage. Stay tuned.
Satyasai district of Andhra Pradesh witnessed a tragic incident when a high-tension electric wire accidentally came in contact with a passenger auto, killing 5 people and leaving 4 severely injured. The incident took place near Chilakondaya village, where 5 people were burned alive in passenger auto. The injured were immediately rushed to the hospital, and a case has been registered and investigation is underway. Chief Minister Jagan Mohan expressed shock over loss of lives in accident. He ordered the authorities to provide better medical facilities and has announced rupees 10 lakh compensation for the families of the dead. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Huge protesters have gathered here. Hindu Sangathan, shopkeepers, official, and they are saying, Sir Samaj, all have joined this protest. The march will go from here till the collectorate. They are demanding for justice for Kanhaiya Lal.
The Indian Coast Guard rescued 5 fishermen after their boat capsized in Kochi on 28th of June. Watch the dramatic rescue operations. The Coast Guard helicopter can be seen recovering the fishermen from Merchant Vessel Alliance. As per reports, the boat capsized on 28th of June owing to adverse weather conditions. While 5 fishermen were rescued by the Coast Guard and the Merchant Vessel Alliance in a coordinated operation, search operations is still on for 6 fishermen who went missing. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
ऐसा कुछ हुआ तो पाकिस्तान का हाथ बता रहे, उसमें पाकिस्तान क्या कर लेगा, ये क्या कर लेंगे। जहाँ पे बीजेपी की गवर्नमेंट नहीं है, वहाँ पे घटनाएं बढ़ेगी। जो सेंटर में बैठे लोग हैं, वो सब चीजें करवाते हैं।
Satyasai district of Andhra Pradesh witnessed a tragic incident when a high-tension electric wire accidentally came in contact with a passenger auto, killing 5 people and leaving 4 severely injured. The incident took place near Chilakondaya village, where 5 people were burned alive in passenger auto. The injured were immediately rushed to the hospital, and a case has been registered and investigation is underway. Chief Minister Jagan Mohan expressed shock over loss of lives in accident. He ordered the authorities to provide better medical facilities and has announced rupees 10 lakh compensation for the families of the dead. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
The huge protesters have
corruption, intolerance, misdeeds. The ultimate strangulation of democracy under Uddhav. Why Uddhav was more than a disaster. Debating tonight at 10 p.m.
Thank you for joining us on this special edition of The Biggest Story. Tonight we are live from Mumbai, right outside the Raj Bhavan. That's where the next Chief Minister of Maharashtra, that is Eknath Shinde, will be sworn in. He will be taking oath in about 30 minutes from now. You're watching The Biggest Story tonight. Here are the headlines. Eknath Shinde will take oath as the Chief Minister of Maharashtra in about 30 minutes from now. NCP will attend the swearing-in ceremony, but the Uddhav faction will not. It will be a Shiv Sena Chief Minister after all. In the driver's seat in Maharashtra, has Uddhav been checkmated? The BJP's big appeal that Fadnavis should be part of the ministry. They want him to be the deputy chief minister in Maharashtra. "13 ministers from the Shinde camp, 21 from the BJP is what we are hearing. Not sure whether everyone will take oath this weekend." Eknath Shinde's next move could be to approach the election commission to stake claim to the Shiv Sena. Eknath Shinde provided Z security by the Home Ministry. He's going to be the Chief Minister in just about 30 minutes from now. Getting in a breaking news update right now. Amit Shah has just tweeted. Amit Shah, the Union Home Minister, has just tweeted a few minutes after JP Nadda, the BJP president, said that Devendra Fadnavis should also be a part of the cabinet in Maharashtra. In fact, the BJP specifically asked for Deputy Chief Minister role for Devendra Fadnavis, saying that he should take up the role in the government, be a part of the government. Amit Shah has just tweeted. Let me go across and get to Amit Shah's tweet as well, and let's see if we can put it up on the surface in our newsrooms. Bhajpa Adhyaksha Shri JP Nadda, Amit Shah has just said that Bhajpa Adhyaksha Shri JP Nadda ji के कहने पर श्री देवेंद्र फडणवीस जी ने बड़ा मन दिखाते हुए महाराष्ट्र राज्य और जनता के हित में सरकार में शामिल होने का निर्णय लिया है। यह निर्णय महाराष्ट्र के प्रति उनकी सच्ची निष्ठा व सेवा भाव की परिचायक है। इसके लिए मैं उन्होंने हृदय से बधाई देता हूँ। It's now confirmed. Amit Shah has just confirmed that Devendra Fadnavis will be a part of the government. Devendra Fadnavis will be the Deputy Chief Minister in Maharashtra. That's the breaking news update coming in. Meanwhile, some more leaders entering. Some more leaders perhaps entering. Alisha is also live. She's inside the Raj Bhavan. And some more leaders from and some members of the assembly officials entering. Alisha, over to you. What's it looking like inside, Alisha? Any leaders from any party already there inside?
Well, yes, Niranjan, we can see here that the BJP MLAs have reached. We know that as I was present there at car that was just leading towards Mr. Raj Bhavan, and we can see here there are the BJP MLAs who have been present. But you all be waiting who all will be present here, and it's very interesting to know the time it has announced that Eknath Shinde will be the Chief Minister of Maharashtra. Their NCP has started tweeting, and specifically the tweet from NCP Chief Sharad Pawar congratulating Eknath Shinde to be the Chief Minister, appointed as the Chief Minister of Maharashtra is something very interesting. And what has been told by our sources that also there will be NCP leaders who are going to come for the oath ceremony. So we are showing you the visuals as the public is reporting inside the Raj Bhavan, the oath ceremony.
Alisha, I think there's some movement here. The police just indicating there could be some movement. MLAs entering. I think they're beginning to end. Senior leaders could also be present here from across different parties. We know that the NCP will be here. There is some movement, some more cars entering the venue. So you're looking at live pictures of leaders entering, and that could be the convoy. Just speaking over these pictures, these are cars just entering, just trying to give you a live leaders entering. I think that was some leaders of the BJP entering, and yes, I think a few Shiv Sena leaders as well. I repeat, a few Shiv Sena leaders as well. I'm not sure whether they're the Eknath Shinde faction or the Uddhav Thackeray faction, but I just saw a few cars with the Shiv Sena stickers going inside. Very interesting. Very interesting. We'll wait and watch. Whether they're from the Shinde faction or from the Uddhav Thackeray faction. But anyway, we heard officially from the Uddhav Thackeray faction that nobody will be a part of this swearing-in ceremony. And the breaking news now coming in. Some more leaders have just entered, and you just heard from Eknath Shinde's father also there. He comes from very humble beginnings. Eknath Shinde was an auto rickshaw driver when he started off as a Shiv Sainik, and he's risen through the ranks, was elected the legislature party leader of the Shiv Sena, and today he's the Chief Minister of Maharashtra. And Shinde CM, Fadnavis Deputy CM, Fadnavis has accepted that he will be the Deputy Chief Minister. That's the breaking news update now. Fadnavis has accepted that he will be the Deputy Chief Minister of Maharashtra. Fadnavis will be the Deputy Chief Minister. That's a confirmation coming in. That's a confirmation coming in. That Fadnavis will be the Deputy Chief Minister. Yes, Alisha, I'm coming back to you, Alisha. It's now confirmed. Abhishek is also live. Let me get a word from Abhishek as well. Abhishek. आगे चले जाओ.
Well, Niranjan, we have these pictures of Eknath Shinde and Devendra Fadnavis having a Zoom call with the MLAs who are in Goa, and these are Shinde camp MLAs, but these are fast-paced developments taking place, and we still have to understand the dynamics behind these decisions, with the top of the party, JP Nadda and Amit Shah, announcing that Fadnavis would in fact join the government and that he would be Deputy Chief Minister. Why this is being done? I think, Niranjan, I would say that I will take some time to understand, except for what we know from JP Nadda's tweet, who's party president, and Amit Shah's tweet, who is the Union Home Minister, and obviously the master strategist of the party.
Some more leaders
Beyond this, I myself cannot
coming
say
in.
much.
Live pictures coming in. I think
Niranjan,
Nitesh Rane. I think that was Nitesh Rane. Nitesh Rane. I think that Nitesh Rane just entering the Raj Bhavan. Nitesh Rane just entering the Raj Bhavan. That's another breaking news update. Nitesh Rane has just entered the Raj Bhavan. Just saw pictures of him entering. Nitesh Rane. Abhishek, back to you, Abhishek. Back to you, Abhishek. Stay with the live pictures. There's a lot of action here. Sorry, lot of action.
Well, yes.
Lot of action now. That yes.
Niranjan, as I said, it will take a while to understand exactly what is the dynamics playing out in the decision of the BJP to make Devendra Fadnavis a deputy to Eknath Shinde. Remember, it's a very disciplined cadre-based party and loyalty is supreme. And if the top leadership has decided that Devendra Fadnavis, despite having been Chief Minister of Maharashtra for 5 years and a natural claimant both in 2019 and now in 2022, has to be Deputy Chief Minister and not the Chief Minister, I think there are some larger dynamics at play. As I was mentioning earlier, a multiple level messaging has been done by the decision of making Eknath Shinde the Chief Minister. For one, a legatee of Balasaheb Thackeray. Two, snatching whatever was left of the legacy of Balasaheb Thackeray with the Thackerays, snatching it from Uddhav Aditya clan. And then three, putting a situation or creating a situation where in the next election, the Sena or whatever is left with Uddhav Thackeray would not be naturally able to claim Balasaheb's legacy. Four, creating a space for itself in a manner that increasingly polarized politics in Maharashtra would see the Congress and the NCP getting marginalized further, obviously completely decimating the Sena in the bargain. Number four, sending across a message that BJP has the muscle now, political muscle now, to really set the agenda, set the narrative, set the series of events that have culminated with the developments today. And also, of course, sending across a message with the decision of making Eknath Shinde the Chief Minister that
Abhishek,
whatever was done was ideology-driven, ideology-based, and not a grab for power.
Arriving here. Abhishek, 1 minute. Abhishek, just cutting across. Some more leaders entering. Some more leaders entering the Raj Bhavan here. Some movement here. I think some more leaders are entering. I think that's okay. Senior leaders of the BJP. I think that's they're all entering one by one. Praveen Dharekar and a few others entering of the BJP. They're all entering one by one. I think Chandrakant Patil. Eknath Shinde has just entered. Eknath Shinde and Fadnavis in one car, and they've just entered the Raj Bhavan. That was Eknath Shinde seated in that Fortuner. I think it was a Fortuner, and he's just gone inside now. He'll be taking oath in a few minutes from now. Just trying to see who else is entering. I think there was Pankaj Munde who's just entered now, not earlier. And more leaders entering. I think the entire BJP leadership, whoever was with him, is entering one by one. And some more leaders entering one after the other. BJP leadership, that's the convoy, that's the full convoy entering. and not sure how many of them will take oath. We were told it's just one, but with Fadnavis becoming the Deputy Chief Minister, that changed things. Trying to see if we can catch a glimpse of Shrikant Shinde as well. Not sure whether he will be inside, but some leaders, some MLAs of the BJP are not sure whether all 106 of them will be present, but they're all here in large numbers, and I think that's the end of it. The entire convoy is now inside the Raj Bhavan. All of them have gone inside. All of them have gone inside. All of them have gone inside, and I think I'm handing it over to Alisha. The moment we have a live frame from Alisha, I'm going to toss it across to her. Alisha should be having that live frame. Alisha, if you have the live frame, do you have pictures of all of them entering? I saw him there. He was seated in a Fortuner in the middle seat along with Devendra Fadnavis. I think all of them were on their phones checking the last minute congratulatory messages perhaps before he takes oath officially as the Chief Minister of Maharashtra. That was Eknath Shinde just entering the Raj Bhavan. Alisha, can you hear me, Alisha?
Yes, Niranjan. You know what I have been witnessing here inside this is the Darbar Hall of
this is the Darbar Hall of Raj Bhavan, and what we've been witnessing in an interesting turn is just it's 2 minutes late ago where the third chair has also been added. Earlier it was just a 2 chair, and I was mentioning it is something one for Eknath Shinde, who is going to swear in as the Chief Minister of Maharashtra, and the second for the Governor of Maharashtra, that is Bhagat Singh Koshari. But now the third chair has also been added. I'll ask my video journalist Sunil to just. Well, that is a very interesting turn, Niranjan, because we saw a tweet of JP Nadda. We heard JP Nadda clearly stating that Devendra Fadnavis should be the part, and of course you have also said that from our sources that is confirmed that it is Devendra Fadnavis who could be the it will be the Devendra Fadnavis who will swear in as a Deputy Chief Minister, because from the soundbite that we heard from JP Nadda, National President, BJP President, who said that BJP has the highest number in Maharashtra, and of course Devendra Fadnavis, who has already showed support to Eknath Shinde, but he should work being into the government, and he should be a part of the government. So this is where it's something like we have been now see that it was a last minute changes where we can see it was only 2 chairs at the beginning, but now the third chair has also been added in the state. So this clearly gives an indication that there was, along with the Minister, that is Eknath Shinde, who is going to swear in, and of course there is one more swearing most probably. Okay, so we are giving a picture of Eknath Shinde, who has already reached. Eknath Shinde has reached Raj Bhavan, who is going to swear in. The first picture on Republic TV, we see Eknath Shinde, who has reached, who is inside the Raj Bhavan, and not going to swear in some time from now, because the time is 7:30. He's meeting everyone. We can see it was
President Pankaj Munde, CT Ravi. We are seeing that now Eknath Shinde has been meeting the BJP leaders, the High Command, who has already reached here. Rao Sardan is meeting every leader here. So we can see the picture. It's a very beautiful picture, Narendra. What I am saying, see, all the leaders, all the BJP leaders are there beside Eknath Shinde. It's a very beautiful picture. We can see that all of them are really congratulating Eknath Shinde at this point of time. This is after Devendra Fadnavis was announced that Eknath Shinde will be the Chief Minister. So see, we can see Eknath Shinde carrying a child. He's carrying a child. It's his family. It's his family who has reached. We can see that it's his family who has reached here, and that's. So we are seeing that he's carrying a child, he's carrying his grandson. He's carrying his grandson. His family is here. His father, Sambhaji Shinde, his mother, not the Shrikant Shinde, of course, is in Goa, is what we have seen in the earlier video, but his daughter-in-law and Eknath Shinde, who is carrying his grandson. So this is something happy moment for his family as well, because no one has really expected that this political crisis would take so much of twists and turns. But yes, he's been greeted by his family, a picture from inside the Raj Bhavan, and from some time from now, where we know that by 7:30, where Eknath Shinde will be sworn in as the Chief Minister of Maharashtra, is meeting the leaders now. He has already met his family. We can see that now the other BJP. Okay, so there is Devendra Fadnavis as well, who has entered. Devendra Fadnavis, who has also entered. And there is the slogan, in the time Devendra Fadnavis who entered. the Raj Bhavan, the Darbar Hall, every leader, every BJP leader is making a slogan, clearly stating that Devendra Fadnavis, tum aage badho, hum tumhare saath hai. The decision that has been made by Devendra Fadnavis is something was really not expected. And of course, after 2.5 years, so the day has come where Devendra Fadnavis has come to the Raj Bhavan and there will be the oath ceremony. We can see it's a swearing-in ceremony that is going to sit. So now Eknath Shinde and Devendra Fadnavis, they are together meeting all the BJP leaders, and earlier we saw where the time Eknath Shinde reached to the Darbar Hall of Raj Bhavan, where first he met his family, his grandson, his father, his mother. He took a blessings of his parents and also a daughter-in-law, and he was carrying his grandson. And now we can see in the hall that Devendra Fadnavis, who is speaking to someone, he is on the phone. So some of the instructions, of course, that has been given, because we saw the last minute changes, because at first there were only 2 chairs that were placed. And earlier I have already mentioned that it would be for Eknath Shinde, who is going to swear in as the Chief Minister, the new Chief Minister of Maharashtra, and the other will be for the Governor, who is going to start with the speech, and the swearing is going to begin with the swearing-in ceremony. But the third chair has also been added on the stage. And now we see that Eknath Shinde and Devendra Fadnavis, who has already reached to the Darbar Hall in Raj Bhavan. We are seeing that many senior BJP leaders who have already been present in this hall. We saw that Nitish Rane, Radhakrishna Viखे Patil, Kapil Patil, and there are the other Siti Davi. So there are, yes, there are senior BJP leaders who have been present, and of course it's something, a huge day for the Bharatiya Janata Party. After 2.5 years where the Bharatiya Janata Party has again came into the power with Shiv Sena, with Eknath Shinde. We saw that in a press conference earlier. Okay, so now what we are witnessing here, the people are taking the blessing of Eknath Shinde, because Eknath Shinde, who fought for the ideology. You know, that Hindutva ideology which he wanted to take forward, it is the ideology, the legacy of Baba Saheb Thackeray, and that is where he started. He started with this fight, and on 20th of June, we know that on 20th of June, where right after the MLC election, there was a voting. The voting happened, and the time BJP also won the 10th seat. We know that right after that, Eknath Shinde with the 11 MLAs at the beginning who left for Surat. And right after that, there are MLAs who started continuing joining the Shinde camp. Each and every update we were giving it to the people, and we saw that there were continuously, there was MLA who was reaching Surat, and from the Surat they went to Guwahati. So in total now, what Eknath Shinde in a press conference has clearly stated that this was a fight for the legacy of Baba Saheb Thackeray, for the Hindutva ideology, and that is where all the Shiv Sena MLAs who is with Eknath Shinde is just has given us support just to continue and just to respect the mandatory, just to respect the mandate that has been given by the people of Maharashtra. He clearly mentioned many times, whether speaking to the media, whether through his Twitter, he always mentioned that it is just because the people of Maharashtra have given a mandate to BJP and Shiv Sena. But the higher authority, whereas it is Uddhav Thackeray, who not respecting the mandate of Maharashtra people, they went in alliance with Congress and NCP. This is something, a backstab for the mandate that has been given by the people of Maharashtra. So that is why he took this step. And
Alisha,
we are witnessing the picture. We are seeing that Eknath Shinde was already reached Raj Bhavan, and from some time from now, where Eknath Shinde will be swearing as the Chief Minister of Maharashtra. We are also expecting Devendra Fadnavis to be swearing as the Deputy Chief Minister. Yes, Niranjan.
Yeah, just staying with these pictures, I just want to bring in also Abhishek and Aishwarya into the conversation. Abhishek and Aishwarya. Aishwarya is live on Republic Bharat, so I'll get in Abhishek and also Shavan. Looking at these pictures, it's clear now that Devendra Fadnavis will also take oath. I think that it's very clear. The fact that a third seat is put up there, and it will be the third one. I think there's no scope for any doubt now that it could be Devendra Fadnavis, who's the Deputy Chief Minister. He will take oath, and it's symbolic in many ways. Devendra Fadnavis smiling, earlier he declared that Eknath Shinde will be the chief minister, and he will make sure that he takes responsibility for this government, and that they will make sure that this government is stable and fulfills the development plank and the dream that they had for the state of Maharashtra. You're seeing senior leaders of the BJP, MLAs included, just walking up to Devendra Fadnavis and also Eknath Shinde and shaking hands with them there. Now those are live pictures from inside the Raj Bhavan. You're looking at these live pictures. Abhishek, today in a national perspective, Abhishek, if you look at these pictures nationally, I think what they've also said, what they've also successfully, the message that they've sent out is they are not completely hungry for the chair. But I think what they've politically maneuvered through with the Rajya Sabha elections and then the MLC polls, the organizational prowess of the BJP is completely showing here. And I think, I think there's some more action here, Abhishek. Before I come across to you, some more action here. We'll stay with the live pictures, but just trying to tell you who's inside the car. Just trying to get a glimpse. Could be, okay. More leaders couldn't clearly make out. It's raining heavily here, so couldn't really make out who's sitting in these cars. But Abhishek, the big takeaways for you as you look at these pictures. The big takeaways.
The last point that I was making before the pictures came in and you had to go there, and that was that of the multiple messages the BJP has given, the most important is that it is ideology driven. Whatever it has done is based on an ideological position taken of bolstering Hindutva and taking the legacy of Balasaheb Thackeray forward and not a power grab. And that's why they have not staked claim to form the government. They have not taken the post of chief minister and give it to Devendra Fadnavis for so gracefully accepting the decision of the party high command, where he is agreeing, despite having been a chief minister, despite having been a natural claimant to the post of chief minister, despite having been the claimant to the chief minister's chair twice, to agree to be deputy to Eknath Shinde. Also the messaging that from a dynast Uddhav Thackeray, the BJP can transfer power to an auto wala Eknath Shinde. So I think in that sense, the democratization of power, the equalization of power between a dynast and someone who's there on the ground, and yet a claimant to the legacy of Balasaheb Thackeray in many ways, a direct a shish of Balasaheb Thackeray, I would say. I think in that sense, the fantastic messaging done by the BJP. But I would still add, Niranjan, this was not expected. It was not being anticipated. The double surprise of Eknath Shinde becoming the chief minister, and then Devendra Fadnavis agreeing to be his deputy. Of course, it's a disciplined cadre-based party, and that bit can be explained that if the High Command has so decided that of the multiple messaging, this also has to be one of them, that let Devendra Fadnavis with all humility accept to be in the team and work from inside rather than outside. I don't know whether in his press conference, his comment that he would remain outside the government and work in whatever capacity he can to strengthen the government, that played on the minds of the Shinde camp. And then they got back to the BJP, and the BJP decided that let Devendra Fadnavis go inside because that makes the government stronger, obviously, rather than supporting from outside. Because initially the impression was that BJP might not just join the government, would provide support from outside. Later it transpired that it was only Devendra Fadnavis who would not go inside, obviously, because if he has to be the chief minister. Now he is going to be deputy and number 2 in the government, and this really shows the magnanimity of Devendra Fadnavis as an individual, as someone who has ambition, not just ambition, the skill and the capacity to bring about a change of government, and yet accept a role assigned to him by his party leadership, by the party high command, and that in many ways really explains the strength of discipline, the importance of discipline that goes in the BJP, Niranjan. It's a cadre-based party, and whatever is seen in the larger interest of the organization, everybody abides by it, irrespective of how powerful or high you have been in the hierarchy. Devendra Fadnavis really setting an example of that. for the great number of thousands and lakhs of cadres that the party has now across the country. Niranjan.
Yeah, still looking at these pictures here, live pictures coming in from inside the Raj Bhavan. And that's Eknath Shinde there, speaking to his supporters, congratulating him. And those nervous last few minutes before the proceedings really begin inside the Raj Bhavan. Shinde and Fadnavis both are inside the Raj Bhavan. Shinde will take oath as the Chief Minister. And what a roller coaster ride it's been in the last 2 weeks. That's a long shot of the hall. I think it's the Darbar Hall in the Raj Bhavan. I'm not sure what it's called, but it's inside the Raj Bhavan where Alisha is also present right now. Let me see if I can also get in a word from Shravan and Priyanka. Everyone's watching these pictures closely because these pictures sum up also. There you see the table with the 3 chairs. Table with the 3 chairs could be the governor. One for the governor, one for Eknath Shinde, goes without saying, and the third for Devendra Fadnavis. Devendra Fadnavis, when he met the governor earlier today, along with Eknath Shinde, he said that it will be only Eknath Shinde taking oath as the Chief Minister of Maharashtra, and he will completely support this government, ensuring its stability in Maharashtra. Now, Eknath Shinde is inside this hall. You will see that right in front, he's with his supporters, his party workers, leaders. They're all there. And along with the BJP leadership, of course, the top BJP leadership in Maharashtra is present inside. And I think he's just taking a seat right up front and will be called upon the stage, the podium, when he will take oath as the Chief Minister of Maharashtra. And look at the manner in which this entire story is played out. Under Fadnavis, the BJP won the Rajya Sabha elections. You just saw a very interesting visual there where Fadnavis just said something in the ears of Eknath Shinde. So obviously both of them know what's been going on for the last few days and weeks. And many say that Fadnavis has been talking to Eknath Shinde. When Fadnavis was the Chief Minister, Abhishek, it will be very interesting to know that, when Fadnavis was the Chief Minister, he gave key responsibilities to Eknath Shinde. Eknath Shinde was a powerful minister in the Fadnavis regime. And I think somewhere Fadnavis, the organizational leader, also realized that there were fault lines within the Sena. And many say that, this coterie that was built up within the Shiv Sena is partly responsible for the situation that it sees itself in, with those only close to Uddhav Thackeray calling the shots. There are many leaders who went on record to say that even they were not allowed to even approach the Chief Minister. Many times there were people, they called them gatekeepers. They called them gatekeepers, saying that these gatekeepers never allowed us to even go close. They didn't even allow us to go close to the Chief Minister. They said we could not even speak to him on many occasions. They said we couldn't even go and put our grievances there. He called them gatekeepers. Some of these Shinde camp MLAs. So I think it's all been building up, and you should have been really blind to not see it coming. And today you have a Sena CM. See the irony of it. Sena Chief Minister resigned last evening. Shiv Sena CM will remain in that chair, and that's the story this evening. And as I come across to Abhishek, before I come across to you, Aishwarya is also here. Okay, Abhishek, if I can come back to you. Alisha, okay, before I go across to Abhishek, let me get in a word from Alisha. Alisha's inside that hall. Alisha, if I can quickly get in your word as well on what you're seeing inside and what's going to happen next.
Well, Niranjan, I can see is it's a full packed jam chair. The chair is filled with the BJP and the other leaders who have been present in the swearing-in ceremony for Eknath Shinde is going to swear in as the Chief Minister of Maharashtra. And of course, if we show you the visuals right outside there. So we are inside the Darbar Hall in Raj Bhavan, where the swearing-in is going to be commenced by 7:30. It's just 1 minute and everyone has been asked to take their chairs. So the announcement has been made. They have been told that everyone should be should just sit on their chair. They should take their chair, and so this means that the swearing-in ceremony is going to start from any time from now. But what we have been seeing that Eknath Shinde and Devendra Fadnavis have been sitting beside, and of course they were talking to each other. But now we see that even the time Eknath Shinde, who entered the hall, he first met to his family who was present here. We even heard Eknath Shinde's father, Samhaji Shinde, who was very happy and very proud of his son, is what he said. And the time he entered the hall, he first met his family. Well, we see that his father, his mother, and his daughter-in-law, grandson, he was carrying his grandson for a longer time, is what the beautiful picture what we saw inside the Darbar Hall. But yes, now the chair, every chair what I see is being occupied by the politicians, by the leaders who have been present here. So the supporter of Eknath Shinde. So from any time from now, it's going to start where Eknath Shinde is going to swear in as the Chief Minister, the new Chief Minister of Maharashtra, and Devendra Fadnavis, who is going to swear in as a Deputy Chief Minister. So we'll continue showing you the visuals. There were at the beginning where we saw that there was only 2 chairs, but the time there was a soundbite of JP Nadda clearly saying that Devendra Fadnavis and the BJP, who has a very clear mandate, who has a larger party in Maharashtra, should for which Devendra Fadnavis should work, should be in the government, and he should be into government, he should get inducted in the Maharashtra government. And thereafter, we got the confirmation that Devendra Fadnavis was going to be the Deputy Chief Minister, the second the position in the government where Devendra Fadnavis was going to swear in as the Chief Minister, Deputy Chief Minister. And from that time only, the 3rd chair was added in the stage. 3rd chair was added, and right after that, we saw that Eknath Shinde who entered, Devendra Fadnavis who entered, and they were greeted by the people. Here we see what we are witnessing is every person is really happy with the decision that has been taken, whether by Devendra Fadnavis, because everyone was expecting that it was Devendra Fadnavis who was going to be the Chief Minister. But at the last moment, where they were present in the Raj Bhavan, they met the governor. We saw that Eknath Shinde has handed over a letter, the letter of support of MLAs that he has. That is 39 MLAs that he has, and that support he has already been given to governor, right after which we saw there was a press conference. You heard. Okay, so we are seeing the picture of Maharashtra Governor Bhagat Singh.
Just stay with me. Minutes before, I think it started. Let's cut across live. Alisha, I think it started. Let's cut across live to the audio from the event. Let's cut across live to the audio from the event.
माननीय राज्यपाल महोदय, मुख्यमंत्री व उपमुख्यमंत्री पदाची तसेच गुप्ततेची शपथ घेण्यासाठी पदनिर्देशित मुख्यमंत्री महोदय व पदनिर्देशित उपमुख्यमंत्री महोदय उपस्थित आहेत. त्यांना आपणासमोर शपथ घेण्याची परवानगी असावी. सर्वप्रथम माननीय पदनिर्देशित मुख्यमंत्री श्री एकनाथ संभाजी शिंदे.
हिंदू हृदय सम्राट बाळासाहेब ठाकरे, धर्मवीर आनंद दिघे साहेबांच्या आशीर्वादाने मी एकनाथ संभाजी शिंदे ईश्वर साक्ष शपथ घेतो की कायद्याद्वारे स्थापित झाले आहे अशा भारतीय संविधानाबद्दल मी खरी श्रद्धा व निष्ठा बाळगीन. मी भारताची सार्वभौमता व एकात्मता उन्नत राखीन. मी महाराष्ट्र राज्याचा मुख्यमंत्री म्हणून माझी कामे निष्ठापूर्वक व शुद्ध बुद्धीने पार पाडीन आणि संविधान व कायदा यानुसार सर्व तऱ्हेच्या लोकांना मी निर्भयपणे व निस्पृहपणे तसेच कोणत्याही विषयी ममत्व भाव किंवा आकस न बाळगता न्याय्य वागणूक देईन. मी एकनाथ संभाजी शिंदे ईश्वर साक्ष शपथ घेतो की महाराष्ट्र राज्याचा मुख्यमंत्री म्हणून माझ्या विचारार्थ आणली जाईल किंवा मला ज्ञात होईल अशी कोणतीही बाब असा मुख्यमंत्री म्हणून माझी कामे यथायोग्य पार पाडण्यासाठी आवश्यक असेल ते खेरीज करून एरवी मी कोणत्याही व्यक्तीला किंवा व्यक्तींना प्रत्यक्षपणे व अप्रत्यक्षपणे कळवणार नाही किंवा त्यांच्याकडे उघड करणार नाही. धन्यवाद. जय हिंद, जय महाराष्ट्र.
आता माननीय पदनिर्देशित उपमुख्यमंत्री महोदय श्री देवेंद्र गंगाधरराव फडणवीस.
देवेंद्र गंगाधरराव फडणवीस ईश्वर साक्ष शपथ घेतो की कायद्याद्वारे स्थापित झाले आहे अशा भारतीय संविधानाबद्दल मी खरी श्रद्धा व निष्ठा बाळगेन. मी भारताची सार्वभौमता व एकात्मता उन्नत राखीन. मी महाराष्ट्र राज्याचा उपमुख्यमंत्री म्हणून माझी कामे निष्ठापूर्वक व शुद्ध बुद्धीने पार पाडीन आणि संविधान व कायदा यानुसार सर्व तऱ्हेच्या लोकांना मी निर्भयपणे व निस्पृहपणे तसेच कोणाच्याही विषयी ममत्व भाव किंवा आकस न बाळगता न्याय वागणूक देईन. मी देवेंद्र गंगाधरराव फडणवीस ईश्वर साक्ष शपथ घेतो की महाराष्ट्र राज्याचा उपमुख्यमंत्री म्हणून माझ्या विचारार्थ आणली जाईल किंवा मला ज्ञात असेल होईल अशी कोणतीही बाब असा उपमुख्यमंत्री म्हणून मी माझे कामे यथायोग्य पार पाडण्यासाठी आवश्यक असेल ते खेरीज करून एरवी मी कोणत्याही व्यक्तीला किंवा व्यक्तींना प्रत्यक्षपणे व अप्रत्यक्षपणे कळवणार नाही किंवा त्यांच्याकडे उघड करणार नाही.
With that, it's over. Devendra Fadnavis is the Deputy Chief Minister. Eknath Shinde is the new Chief Minister of Maharashtra. It's official now. It's official now. Devendra Fadnavis has taken oath as the Deputy Chief Minister. Eknath Shinde is the new Chief Minister of Maharashtra. And just like that, within 24 hours, there's a new government in Maharashtra. Last evening at 9 p.m, Uddhav Thackeray resigned as the Chief Minister of Maharashtra on live television, went up to the Raj Bhavan. He was right here. Where at the Raj Bhavan? He came here and he submitted his resignation. And Alisha and Abhishek continue to be with us live. Those are pictures from inside the Raj Bhavan. Live pictures as congratulatory messages go around Raj Bhavan. Photo ops there. Alisha's live there. Alisha's also trying to probably get a soundbite from both Devendra Fadnavis and Eknath Shinde there. What a last 24 hours it's been. What a last 24 hours it's been. What a day, Abhishek. Last night he resigns, drives to Raj Bhavan. I mean, I think it started with the Supreme Court verdict. Marathon hearing, verdict at 9 p.m, resigns at 9:30 and goes to Raj Bhavan at 11 o'clock. This morning, Fadnavis, announces he's going to meet the governor. They meet the governor and they stake claim. And then they within 24 hours, it's been a dramatic 24 hours, Abhishek. And political brinkmanship. I think political brinkmanship at its best. And what a last 2.5 years has been in Maharashtra. Just the way this state politics has progressed, Abhishek. Haven't seen anything as dramatic. Well, of course, we've seen governments come and governments go in Karnataka, change of government, MP, but Maharashtra is something else altogether, Abhishek. I think there's some movement here as well. So I'll just alert you, there's some movement here as well. Yes, Abhishek, you keep speaking, and the moment there's some action, I'll cut across. But you go ahead, Abhishek. Like to hear from you.
Right. So what I was saying was, Niranjan, that the political brinkmanship succeeded because there was weakness and some gaping holes on the other side. Because you mentioned the word coterie, which had surrounded Uddhav Thackeray, because of which this rebellion happened. Now, just to give you an example, the two people part of the coterie close to Uddhav Thackeray, Anil Parab and Santosh Desai, both are MLCs. They are not MLAs. They have not contested election. They are MLCs and close to Uddhav Thackeray. Similarly, Sanjay Raut, effectively the face of Shiv Sena during the entire crisis, as also Anil Desai, both are Rajya Sabha MPs. They are not Lok Sabha MPs. Sanjay Raut has not contested an election. Now, for someone like an Eknath Shinde, who's a grassroots leader, who has risen through the ranks, who has seen the rough and tumble of politics, who's a, battle-hardened leader, for him to take dictation from this coterie, for him to get access to Uddhav Thackeray through this coterie was obviously humiliating. So be it in the case of Himanta Biswa Sarma in the case of Congress party, so with Eknath Shinde in the case of Shiv Sena, it was a case of the dynast losing touch with the grassroots and the grassroots leaders because of a middle layer of coterie and paying the price ultimately. And on a lighter note, because Sanjay Raut said that ultimately it would be a Shiv Sainik who would be a chief minister, I think the BJP has sort of respected that sentiment and made Eknath Shinde the chief minister. But of course, I'm only saying this in lighter vein. There has been a tremendous amount of thinking that has gone into it, multiple level messaging, except for somehow I am not able to understand why would Devendra Fadnavis be made the deputy chief minister. Remember, it's a disciplined cadre-based party and a decision taken collectively at the top. Everyone accepts, and Devendra Fadnavis also has accepted it with humility. And it speaks volumes about the nature of the leader when he is doing everything. He is in charge of the entire process, and yet when it comes to the brass tacks, he goes by the collective decision making. He goes by the decisions taken by the senior leaders, and I think by that Devendra Fadnavis today has set a big example of what discipline really means in the interest or the larger interest of the organization. Having said that, Niranjan, the BJP of course has sent so many messages, really rubbing it in into the Uddhav camp by not just making Eknath Shinde the chief minister, but letting Devendra Fadnavis, another leader risen through the ranks, not a legatee, not a dynast, his deputy in Maharashtra. Shravan joins us live, in fact, from outside Taj President, I believe. Shravan, you have been there all through the day. You have engaged with the MLAs. You have gone inside. You have met the BJP party chief of Maharashtra, Chandrakant Dada Patil. Just tell us how many of these BJP leaders themselves are really surprised with the developments of the last 2 hours. Shravan.
Well, in fact, what I'll do is, Abhishek, there are some BJP karyakartas who have gathered here right now, as you can see. अब देवेंद्र फडणवीस डेप्यूटी चीफ मिनिस्टर बनते हैं, इससे पहले जो खबर आ रही थी कि एकनाथ शिंदे मुख्यमंत्री बनेंगे, बट काफ़ी सारे बदलाव देखे जा रहे हैं। चलेगा, मैं वापस उसको बता दूंगा, बट ये बताइए कि कल रात तक तो यहाँ लड्डू बट रहे थे, ये बताया जा रहा था कि मुख्यमंत्री सिर्फ देवेंद्र फडणवीस ही बनेंगे। आज पता चलता कि एकनाथ शिंदे बीजेपी के अंदर, कैंप के अंदर अब कैसा आप लोग कैसा महसूस हो रहा है कि आखिरकार देवेंद्र फडणवीस अभी
leaders of the BJP leaving one after the other. These are leaders of the BJP leaving, expecting also all the top leaders to leave now. Devendra Fadnavis and Eknath Shinde expected to leave any time now. So these are live pictures coming in, and they're expected to leave. It will be a very interesting next 48 hours during which they will also chalk out the modalities of this government. Who's in the government, who are the ministers, who gets what. And of course, it's not possible without the BJP. With 106 MLAs, they will really have a large say in the government. But I don't think Eknath Shinde will bargain for too much. He's got the chief minister's post. And I think that's the big one. And for the people of India, and many people expected it. Many expected it as early as on 21st of June when story was just developing. But I think the brinkmanship with which they pulled this off, and look at the kind of messaging at so many layers with the Maratha card being played, with being magnanimous, letting a scenic chief minister once again, and to give a smaller party a say. I think they're sending out a larger national message. The cars are just leaving one after the other. We're focusing here. You're seeing the cars leave from the Raj Bhavan. We're giving you the live pictures of all the cars leaving after the oath-taking ceremony. I think that was just Ravi Rana just left. Ravi Rana leaving in the SUV. They're all leaving one by one, and the police van is just exiting, which is an indication that perhaps the pilot vehicle and the rest of the vans will also be leaving now. And we're staying with these pictures. Also, let me get in Shravan. As we stay with these pictures, it's raining in Mumbai. It's pouring, and someone told me it's a very auspicious day, in fact, and they wouldn't miss this opportunity. And more live pictures coming in. I think more leaders are leaving the venue, the Raj Bhavan. The governor seemed very happy. Shravan, the governor seemed very happy. Okay, I think they're leaving the pictures there. I think the pilot vehicle and some more vehicles are leaving. So let's just keep focused. It's raining so heavily. It's hard to observe who's in these vehicles. But I can only tell you that the biggest convoy will be of the chief minister. I think Kripa Shankar. It was Kripa Shankar who just left. Okay, before the next set of cars come in, Shravan, quickly let me get into your word. What sort of reactions are you getting, Shravan? Where you are? They must all be wondering who gets what ministry. The fact that we know. Okay, more cars coming out, more vehicles. I think that's Praveen Darekar of Pankaja Munde. Pankaja Munde has just left. So the senior BJP leaders, that's Praveen Darekar, I think. Okay, some more BJP leaders are leaving, one after the other. The big SUVs are rolling out. These are live pictures. Eknath Shinde, we are told, has just changed his display picture. Eknath Shinde has just changed his display picture. It's raining heavily. Let me see if I can pull out my phone and see what the display picture is myself before I speak. Before I speak, let me take a look at that. Okay, he's changed his picture on the Facebook and Twitter account, and that's the convoy. The convoy is leaving here. You're looking at the convoy leaving, and while I stay with these pictures, Shravan is back with us. Okay, senior BJP leaders in Maharashtra are leaving one after the other. All of them are leaving here. And I think all of them, at least in the resorts, will be wondering who gets what. Eknath Shinde paying tribute to Bala Saheb Thackeray. That's the picture as he takes oath as the Chief Minister. Eknath Shinde sitting beside and paying homage and tribute to Bala Saheb Thackeray, speaking to him. Showing his respect is the new profile picture of the new Chief Minister of Maharashtra. If you had to see politics and learn a lesson or two in politics in India, and how critical, cruel, tactical Nitesh Rane leaving leaders can be. I think this is I don't know. I wonder, Shravan. I wonder, and you know a thing or two about the Thackeray's. You know them, Shravan. What do you think is going on in their mind when they look at these images, Shravan? These images of Shinde taking oath, and this image, of course, that he's put up of him with Bala Saheb.
Well, in fact, I would say that they have been checkmated right now, because they will certainly find it very difficult to basically say that what is really wrong in this particular decision, because after all, it is an ordinary Shiva Sainik from Thane. I would say he's risen the ranks. He's now become the Chief Minister from Thane, representing the Thane constituency for several years put together, for several decades now, and also following the path of Dharamveer Anand Dige. So undoubtedly, for him to become the Chief Minister, Matoshri is going to find very difficult to perhaps respond. And NCP perhaps has been very clever here. NCP has somewhere down the line, by that particular tweet that has been put out by Sharad Pawar, has only made things a little bit more complicated for Uddhav Thackeray. And one will have to wait and watch to see how exactly does he respond, at least through his emissary, that is Sanjay Raut, the man who's been speaking a lot. But the fact of the matter here is that, Niranjan, it is a surprise move. Let me once again reiterate the reason why this is a surprise move, because here are some MLAs who are saying that they all came with the hope that Devendra Fadnavis is going to become the chief minister. You heard some of the Karyakartas speak to us a short while back. All of them ended up basically suggesting that we were here hoping that he's going to be the chief minister, but it is after all the party which has taken a decision. Slipping into a short break. On the other side, we'll get you more voices on this big twist that has taken place in Maharashtra.
Amity has been ranked among the top universities globally for producing the most employable graduates by the Times Higher Education UK. Yet another testimony to Amity's excellent placement record.
The Indian Coast Guard rescued 5 fishermen after their boat capsized in Kochi on 28th of June. Watch the dramatic rescue operations. The Coast Guard helicopter can be seen recovering the fishermen from Merchant Vessel Alliance. As per reports, the boat capsized on 28th of June owing to adverse weather conditions. While 5 fishermen were rescued by the Coast Guard and the Merchant Vessel Alliance in a coordinated operation, search operations is still on for 6 fishermen who went missing. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
जरा सा कुछ हुआ तो पाकिस्तान का हाथ बता रहे, उसमें पाकिस्तान क्या कर लेगा या ये क्या कर लेंगे। जहाँ पे बीजेपी की गवर्नमेंट नहीं है, वहाँ पे घटनाएं बढ़ेगी। जो सेंटर में बैठे लोग हैं, वो सब चीजें करवाते हैं।
Satyasai district of Andhra Pradesh witnessed a tragic incident when a high-tension electric wire accidentally came in contact with a passenger auto, killing 5 people and leaving 4 severely injured. The incident took place near Chilakondaya village, where 5 people were burnt alive in passenger auto. The injured were immediately rushed to the hospital, and a case has been registered and investigation is underway. Chief Minister Jagan Mohan expressed shock over loss of lives in accident. He ordered the authorities to provide better medical facilities and has announced rupees 10 lakh compensation for the families of the dead. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Huge protesters have gathered here. Hindu Sangathan, shopkeepers, official, and they are saying, Sir Samaj, all have joined this protest. The march will go from here till the collectorate. They are demanding for justice for Kanhaiya Lal.
Satyasai district of Andhra Pradesh witnessed a tragic incident when a high-tension electric wire accidentally came in contact with a passenger auto, killing 5 people and leaving 4 severely injured. The incident took place near Chilakondaya village, where 5 people were burnt alive in passenger auto. The injured were immediately rushed to the hospital, and a case has been registered and investigation is underway. Chief Minister Jagan Mohan expressed shock over loss of lives in accident. He ordered the authorities to provide better medical facilities and has announced rupees 10 lakh compensation for the families of the dead. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
The Indian Coast Guard rescued 5 fishermen after their boat capsized in Kochi on 28th of June. Watch the dramatic rescue operations. The Coast Guard helicopter can be seen recovering the fishermen from Merchant Vessel Alliance.
Well, we start the burning question with the breaking news right here. The Prime Minister has tweeted and the Prime Minister says, I would like to congratulate Shri Eknath Shinde ji on taking oath as Maharashtra Chief Minister, a grassroots level leader. He brings with him rich political, legislative and administrative experience. I am confident, says the Prime Minister of India, that he will work towards taking Maharashtra to greater heights. That is Prime Minister Modi tweeting for Eknath Shinde after Eknath Shinde gets sworn in as the Chief Minister of Maharashtra and Devendra Fadnavis as the new Deputy Chief Minister. That's the topic on burning question today. Someone is going to be burning so badly today somewhere, politically speaking, viewers, because what has happened is it's been termed as a master stroke by the BJP. It's been termed, yes, it is being termed as a stroke which will not only decimate the opposition but also will not compromise on the ideologies. It is said to be a decision which will send a message to the people of Maharashtra, as far as the BJP is concerned, that this is not a desperate move. That's the topic on burning question. But the headlines first today, viewers. The headlines first. Let's begin in.
Burning Question, presented by Nissan Magnite, powered by Amity University, Century Ply and GeoMart.
In a week of political turmoil in Maharashtra, Eknath Shinde takes oath as Chief Minister of the state. Though earlier he announced not to be a part of the government, now Devendra Fadnavis accepts BJP leadership's decision to become Deputy Chief Minister of Maharashtra. Shinde came to approach Election Commission to stake claim on Shiv Sena now. And after the Chief Minister and the Deputy Chief Minister being sworn in today, there can be an elaborate swearing-in ceremony tomorrow at 3:30 where 13 leaders from the Eknath Shinde camp and the others from the BJP can be sworn in. And what a day! What a day, viewers! I'm right now live outside the Raj Bhavan with a massive police deployment still here. But the fact of the matter remains that what a decision has been taken by the BJP. Eknath Shinde, a strong grassroots Maratha leader, chosen as the Chief Minister. BJP, who has 106 MLAs, decided that they are going to be settled for a Deputy Chief Minister's position at the end of the day. All these leaders who come out of the Raj Bhavan, most of them are of the BJP, 106 MLAs. Despite that, a political masterstroke to choose Eknath Shinde, and a decision which was taken well in advance. Why? Because when BJP is hitting back, they knew that the emotional card will be played by Uddhav Thackeray as it was in the last 48 hours, viewers. Uddhav Thackeray said he's son of Bala Sahib. Uddhav Thackeray said that the way decisions have been taken, his own people, the people who used to drive auto rickshaws and pull carts, are deceiving him. But the same man who was handpicked by Bala Sahib himself, and Eknath Shinde, by the way, viewers, the first picture the new Chief Minister of Maharashtra uploads after being sworn in as the Chief Minister of Maharashtra is that on the feet of Bala Sahib Thackeray. That's the picture Eknath Shinde uploads. What does that mean, I ask you today? Viewers, let it be very clear. Eknath Shinde is sending out a message to the people that he is a loyal worker of Bala Sahib. He is here just to take the works and the steps of Bala Sahib Thackeray ahead. And the only reason today, viewers, to move away from Uddhav Thackeray, not from Shiv Sena, mind you, was the issue of Hindutva. The way issue of Hindutva was being compromised in the Mahavikas Aghadi government, which was being led by none other but Uddhav Thackeray. While we stand here outside the Maharashtra governor's office and await the movement of the chief minister and the deputy chief minister, that's the point. Compromise on Hindutva was unacceptable to Eknath Shinde. And then on the other hand, before I start the debate and go to my viewers, 30 more seconds, BJP giving it on a platter to Shiv Sena. Shrikant Shinde shots are coming in. Shrikant Shinde. Viewers, we need to understand what has happened. A Shiv Sainik, a true Shiv Sainik, a person who was handpicked by Bala Sahib, will remain as the Chief Minister of Maharashtra. BJP, by deciding that Eknath Shinde will be the Chief Minister, is a clear message which is being sent in to the cadre of not only the BJP but also Shiv Sena, that the only point of problem or the only point of disruption was compromise on Hindutva, and that is something on which the BJP and Eknath Shinde faction will not compromise anymore. That's the burning question. But the package first, the special report first. Viewers.
The outgoing chief minister had arrogantly made one wish, thinking nobody will be able to fulfill it.
तुमच्यापैकी कोणी मुख्यमंत्री होत असेल तर जरूर जा आणि उपमुख्यमंत्रीच होणार असाल तर मला सांगायचं होतं की ठीक आहे मला उपमुख्यमंत्री तरी करा केलं असतं तुम्हाला उपमुख्यमंत्री.
But the BJP outwitted him.
गवर्नर साहब ने श्री एकनाथ शिंदे जी को 7:30 बजे शपथ के लिए न्योता दिया है.
Call it a surprise, a masterstroke or a twist. The Fadnavis-Shinde front pulled out something not expected by the cleverest political pundits in Maharashtra politics. Right from long circulating speculations of Eknath Shinde forming an alliance with the BJP till the joint press conference, the leaders kept their cards close to their chest.
मी एकनाथ संभाजी शिंदे ईश्वर साक्ष शपथ घेतो की कायद्याद्वारे स्थापित झाले आहे अशा भारतीय संविधानाबद्दल मी खरी श्रद्धा व निष्ठा बाळगीन.
And as Eknath Shinde continues to claim his Hindutva stand,
हम लोगों ने हमारे शिवसेना प्रमुख बाला साहेब ठाकरे जी की हिंदुत्व की जो भूमिका है, उनके जो विचार है, हमारे धर्म में आनंद के साथ ने जो हमें सीख दी है, ये इसको आगे हम लोग बढ़ाने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं.
claiming stake on not only the Shiv Sena ideology but also the party.
मी देवेंद्र गंगाधरराव फडणवीस